In 2008, Lucasfilm launched an animated series on Cartoon Network called Star Wars: The Clone Wars, which was dedicated to exploring the time period of the recently concluded prequel trilogy. While the series had a rocky start, it soon found its footing and became a legitimately gripping piece of television with a massive, multi-generational loyal audience. The series had reached its prime by the end of its 5th season, which saw Anakin Skywalker's Padawan Ahsoka Tano leave the Jedi Order, while the former Sith Lord Maul rose to power with control of the planet Mandalore. But on October 30th, 2012, the Walt Disney Company bought the rights to Lucasfilm for $4 billion. It was soon announced that production of the Clone Wars would end, with 13 remaining finished episodes dumped unceremoniously on Netflix on March 7th, 2014.
We all kind of felt pretty strongly that in George's absence, as we were moving on with the company and he wasn't, that we shouldn't make that story anymore about Clone Wars without him.
In addition, Lucasfilm announced that the entire expanded universe of novels, comics, and games would be wiped clean from canon and branded as Legends. Canceling a popular series at its peak and wiping clean 21 years of stories fans were emotionally attached to left the diehard audience feeling upset and betrayed, and automatically combative towards whatever Lucasfilm was going to do next. With the sequel trilogy of films now on the horizon continuing the stories of Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, and Princess Leia, a Disney-controlled Lucasfilm opted for a change of strategy in their animated output, announcing a series called Star Wars Rebels, intended to funnel younger viewers into the world of the original trilogy of films. Star Wars Rebels was to take place 5 years before the original Star Wars, following a new cast of characters and showing the origin of the Rebel Alliance. But given the bitter attitude of the fan base, as well as a number of other soon-to-be-discussed disadvantages in terms of budget and network censoring, Star Wars Rebels was dealt an incredibly bad hand. The reaction to the series' very first trailer, on May 4th, 2014, was anything but supportive. Being the first true piece of Disney's Star Wars canon besides a few holdover books developed for the old expanded universe, Star Wars Rebels had to live up to genuinely impossible expectations. The series received a lot of flack at the time it was airing, but in the modern day it seems to be widely beloved and fondly regarded because all Star Wars media receives a cultural reevaluation on a long enough timeline. This series holds a special place in my heart, and it was the first series I ever watched while being capable of actual critical thought. I watched this show week to week, analyzing its often frustrating writing and coming away with conclusions as to what worked and what didn't. I was so invested in this that I have old Google Docs, picking apart the trailers shot by shot and trying to speculate what episodes every single shot belonged to. However, I have not really cared much about Star Wars in years. I have never watched a Star Wars show since The Mandalorian Season 2 in 2020. So it's been a really interesting and exciting experience to revisit Star Wars Rebels almost a decade since I watched it last, and see which of my childhood opinions I still hold and which I don't. A quick disclaimer: Star Wars fans have a habit of being wildly irrational and highly upset. I saw a YouTube short where Dave Filoni explains the basic plot happening on screen in Return of the Jedi, and the entire comment section was nothing but hundreds of people angrily arguing, saying he got it exactly right, saying he got it wrong, saying this is something really obvious you shouldn't have had to explain, saying, "Oh man, I never realized that," and then all yelling at each other. My entire comment section is generally just people being chill and being silly, but I've never talked about Star Wars before. So if you're a Star Wars fan and you see my video and you find yourself getting really upset and starting to type a mean comment, just know that you were one of the first weird people to find my channel, and you should feel embarrassed and socially ostracized because everyone is normal except for you. Star Wars Rebels, in a lot of ways, is a sequel to Star Wars: The Clone Wars. Many of its characters and storylines receive direct continuations here, and many of its most profound emotional moments only land if you've seen the prior show. Several major story components, such as Mandalorians, don't even get formal introductions or explanations in Rebels. It's seemingly info the show expects you to carry in with you.
The longer we've gone with this series, the more it just has occurred to me that Rebels really is in a lot of ways going to finish Clone Wars. It's going to give us an ending for so many things that I didn't get to finish. That was never intentional, that was never the goal, but it's kind of worked out that way.
As such, it's absolutely impossible not to draw comparisons between the series, when one is going out of its way to remind you of the other and continuous unresolved plot threads. But it's also not a fully fair comparison. because in many ways, Star Wars Rebels was dealt a far worse hand and not set up to come on top of the comparison. For one, there are the visuals. On Star Wars The Clone Wars, it's reported that George Lucas personally sunk $1 million out of pocket per episode to supplement the production. Those funds would have been allocated towards more detailed models, more props, more locations. It really felt like Clone Wars was a limitless series which could go anywhere and do anything. But with Lucas no longer involved in the production of Rebels, his out-of-pocket contributions disappeared. This left Rebels with a more typical TV animation budget. Probably still above average. I mean, compare this to Disney's other CG offerings around the time and it looks a hell of a lot better than like Pac-Man Ghostly Adventures. But compared to where the Clone Wars was by the end of its run, this is a massive and pretty undeniable step down. When Rebels starts, the characters look borderline plasticky. Look at these Wookiees in the Clone Wars versus these Wookiees in Rebels. How much texture and dimension is lost in their fur.
You know, it's very much about a group of people that are working really hard with smaller means to try and accomplish something great. I think that our team feels like that. We have a small group of people trying to accomplish something with on a very tight schedule.
What's incredibly noticeable is a massive lack of assets and locations. While the Clone Wars had hundreds of clone troopers with personalized tattoos, hairstyles, and helmet decals, Rebels copies and pastes the exact same animation model of an Imperial officer, with their hats pulled down over their eyes as if to make it less noticeable. The irony being that these are supposed to be fully distinct human beings, and yet their animation models are literally cloned. Well, the clones' animation models often weren't. Clone Wars had endless wardrobe and costume changes for the lead characters, while Rebels simply didn't have that in the cards. The Spectres regularly sneak around prisons and Star Destroyers in their civilian outfits without any attempt to take a disguise. Look at a marketplace in the Clone Wars compared to a marketplace in Rebels. The world of Rebels is so sparsely populated, especially compared to the series' own concept art, which clearly imagined more people. Every shot in Lothal just has like the same 5 people walking around. This is a character named Minister Tua, and this is Minister Tua recolored to be an extra, and this is Minister Tua recolored to be another extra, and here are 2 recolored Minister Tuas in the same shot. The show almost never travels to different planets. Although it's never clarified why the main cast stays on this planet, nearly all of Season 1 takes place on Lothal using the same few Imperial vehicles. This leads to the same set pieces over and over, like how many times are we gonna see the Rebels commandeer a walker? It's well documented that the Clone Wars forsakes storyboarding at George Lucas's encouragement and visualized episodes right away in the 3D animation software.
George wanted to skip the whole storyboard process and just shoot it in CG.
In retrospect, that's when we really hit the ground running, and that's when we really picked up steam.
Meanwhile, Star Wars Rebels goes right back to storyboarding, because that is a level of looseness and experimentation that you can only afford when you have a massive budget. The entire workflow had to change, even beyond the graphical fidelity of the animation. A massive amount of the animation sets and props seen in Rebels were created for the cancelled episodes of Star Wars The Clone Wars, which got a ways into production before the plug was pulled. In Season 1 alone, the Spire prison was reused from the cancelled Son of Dathomir arc. The Clone Wars base on Anaxis was reused from the cancelled Bad Batch arc, which we eventually got in Season 7. Kanan's speeder bike, the spice mines of Kessel, space waffles, and the interior of the Ghost were all designed for the Ahsoka Underworld story, which we eventually got in Season 7. And everyone loved, right? They were so strapped for resources that the Bridge of the Ghost, likely the most frequently seen location of the entire series, was a reused asset. Everywhere you look, there's ships, there's fuel canisters, there's all kinds of things from the Clone Wars popping up in Rebels. Take a shot every time to go to visit an old Clone Wars era base or steal a Clone Wars era ship. It's fascinating to think about this from a production perspective, because it's almost like they were creating stories based around what production assets they had. The good news is that the budget and overall visual quality of Star Wars Rebels improves over time, not just adding much needed texture to characters' faces, but upping the number of unique character models and vehicles. By the end of the series, the seams of the limitations are not as visible, but it's a bit of a rough go until then. Another immediate comparison is that the transition between networks results in these series having noticeably distinct tones. Cartoon Network and Disney had incredibly different cultures when it came to standards and practices. Back in the Clone Wars, serious moments and mass death would be treated with a lot of gravity and given an appropriate amount of weight for several consecutive minutes.
Everyone, stop firing! We're shooting at our own men!
Rebels is very hesitant to let moments sit in darkness like this. Characters don't explode when shot by a giant laser, they cartoonishly fly into the air, flailing their arms around. When stormtroopers get shot or explode, we're not really supposed to think about it. It's just silly, goofy hijinks, not people dying.
Okay, you caught me. I give up.
What the?
Just kidding.
Every depiction of confirmed death across the whole show is off-screen or implied, even in Force visions, where the Clone Wars almost certainly would have had the freedom to depict brutality firsthand.
No, this isn't real.
Cartoon Network had no problem showing decapitation on screen. Here's Ahsoka beheading 4 Mandalorians simultaneously. But in Rebels, it's off-screen and implied. We cut to reaction shots. We see an out-of-focus limp body with the head and neck out of frame. Again, both of these children's shows have decapitation in them, but Disney Channel is very clearly pulling its punches a lot more visibly than Cartoon Network.
What happens to these kids after they're abducted?
Nothing I can show on Disney XD.
On Cartoon Network in the 2000s, there was a policy of letting series age up with their audiences. That's why Ben 10 got promoted from a kid to a teenager between shows. Going into the 3rd season of Transformers Animated, Cartoon Network specifically asked the creative team to make the series a little darker and older skewing to match the vibe of Ben 10 and the Clone Wars. The 3rd season aged up its human protagonist Sari and was able to depict death and tragedy in ways the first 2 seasons weren't allowed to. Cartoon Network asked them to do this. Meanwhile, on Disney Channel, Alex Hirsch had to fight for his life against censors to give Dipper a nosebleed in the Gravity Falls Season 1 finale. This network was a lot safer and younger skewing. The creative team from the Clone Wars was now coming into an environment where they could get away with a lot less, and I think they adapted the tone of the series overall to match. Rebels aging down like this served to very reasonably frustrate the child audience who had just spent 5 years watching Clone Wars. It's like going from being told, even though you're 8, we're gonna trust you with mature themes and treat you like you're older, to then being told years later, now that you're 12, we're gonna treat you like you're 5. Star Wars Rebels was greenlit for a 15-episode first season, which took place in 5 BBY, or 5 years before the Battle of Yavin in the original film. On October 3rd, 2014, the show debuted on Disney XD with a 2-part premiere called Spark of Rebellion, in which 2 unbelievably ugly-looking Imperial officers terrorize some citizens in a marketplace on the planet Lothal. You can tell he's a bad guy because he takes a bite of an apple and then doesn't finish it. This orphan, named Ezra Bridger, steals an Imperial comlink and uses it to save a citizen from getting thrown in jail. But his selfish ulterior motive was just getting a bunch of this man's fruit. That's when he comes across, or rather senses, a group of thieves trying to steal the same Imperial crates he is. A brief skirmish results in him joining forces with the Spectres, Kanan, Hera, Chopper, Zeb, and Sabine, hopping aboard their spaceship, the Ghost, and taking the supplies to the downtrodden citizens of a refugee camp called Tarkin Town. Ezra's given a whole new perspective about fighting to help others besides yourself, a concept he had never heard of before. As for the group dynamics, Ezra has a crush on Sabine. Full-grown adult Garazeb Orrelios is beefing with this 14-year-old child for no discernible reason. Kanan's very hesitant to pick up this street rat, but Hera can't help but find him endearing. Ezra sneaks into Kanan's quarters, discovering a Jedi lightsaber and holocron, the latter of which he manages to pocket. The Spectres receive intel on a group of Wookiee prisoners they want to rescue and set free. With Ezra tagging along and taking his very first trip into space, Kanan, Sabine, and Zeb break into an Imperial transport ship and enact an elaborate heist by deactivating the artificial gravity. An incredibly effective move that they never do again in the entire show, despite this pilot sort of implying it's their MO. But this all proves to be a trap set by Agent Callus of the Imperial Security Bureau, who's dead set on tracking the rebels down. Hera and Ezra learn this as Kanan, Zeb, and Sabine are already running loose inside the transport. And Hera makes an impassioned speech to convince the selfish Ezra to stick his neck out for his new friends.
If all you do is fight for your own life, then your life is worth nothing. They need you, Ezra. They need you right now.
Everyone manages to escape, but not before Zeb shoves Ezra back in a completely irrational fit of irritation and causes him to get grabbed by the Imperials. Zeb has now given the Empire full access to this kid who knows all of the Spectre's secrets and has no loyalty to the Spectres whatsoever. Is he stupid? A small handful of thermal detonators in the engine room managed to blow up this entire spaceship, which thankfully Ezra was removed from in the intervening 5 seconds. This entire situation bizarrely validates Ezra's conviction to never help strangers, as it undoubtedly did not pay off for him. Ezra's thrown into a prison cell, and the stormtroopers somehow didn't search him well enough to find a Jedi holocron in his pocket. It winds up displaying a holographic message from famous Star Wars character Obi-Wan Kenobi, recorded during Episode 3, as he warns all surviving Jedi to go into hiding from the evil, rotten Empire. Ezra's able to escape.
You bucketheads are gonna be sorry when my uncle, the Emperor, finds out you're keeping me here against my will.
And he discovers the Wookiee's actual location through the comm channel of a stolen Imperial helmet. Upon learning of Ezra's absence, the Ghost crew decides to go back and rescue him, despite Zeb continuing to be awful.
I Thought he was with you.
The mission is a success. Now it's a matter of saving these Wookiees.
Try not to get dead. Don't want to carry your body out.
Kanan reveals himself as a Jedi Knight, Ezra puts his neck on the line to save a baby Wookiee, and all of the good guys escape. Kallus kicks a man to his death.
First Jedi you've ever seen, sir?
He says if we ever need help, the Wookiees will be there.
The Wookiees never appear again. Kanan convinces Ezra to join the Ghost Crew and learn the ways of the Jedi. We end with a reprise of Obi-Wan Kenobi's speech, as our heroes prepare to face their new lives and new adventures. But not before Agent Kallus reports the presence of a Jedi to the evil Inquisitor. About a month after its debut, it re-debuted on ABC, but this time it had a completely new and comically unnecessary opening scene, where Darth Vader tells the Inquisitor to hunt down the Jedi. This scene makes me laugh because 1, it literally doesn't factor into the plot of this episode at all, and 2, it is basically the exact same scene that happens at the end of the episode anyway.
A new hope will emerge.
Say that again?
Really quickly, I'm currently teaming up with Marty Eisenberg, the head writer of my favorite childhood show Transformers Animated, to co-write a series of comics, materializing canceled Season 4 concepts. Issue 2 of the Transformers Animated Mirror Mirror miniseries is now available. I also recently wrote and directed an animated pilot called Para Not Normal, which follows 2 rival students in a ghost hunting curriculum at a haunted community college. I've heard it's really good. We're currently developing episode 2, and I guess I'll reveal this here. We have Corey Burden as a guest star, playing General Boarding of the TSA. Every week, the show released a web series called Rebels Recon, which was a really insightful look behind the curtain featuring countless interviews with the show's creators explaining their process. Most prominently, George Lucas's protege Dave Filoni and head of the Lucasfilm Story Group Pablo Hidalgo. Looking at the comments section of these is really interesting because it seems like the show's die-hard core audience, fans tuning into the behind-the-scenes content week to week, were actively super frustrated with the show's writing decisions. There's a lot of fair critiques of character arcs, a lot of complaints about filler episodes, and annoyances with repeated tropes the show keeps falling back on. Here's a comment from Season 3 complaining that every story has one of the characters getting captured and needing to be rescued. And indeed, if you look at the first 11 episodes of Season 3, 7 of them feature characters getting captured and needing to be rescued. This show is created by a group of people who are extremely deep in the weeds of the fanbase. Almost every vehicle or vessel in the series is pulled from the deepest bowels of the franchise's history. These Hammerhead ships are from the Knights of the Old Republic video game. This troop transport is based on the 1977 Kenner toy line. This freighter ship is from the 1994 novel Truce at Bakara. Multiple times in Rebels Recon, the team describes their creative process as getting toys out of their toy box.
There's that moment when stormtroopers are fighting battle droids that this whole thing felt like, wow, we're actually doing this. Honestly, it felt the most like we were playing with toys from different toy lines that we've ever had on this show.
The whole idea for Fight or Flight was based around having a TIE Fighter toy as a kid and putting heroes in it instead of villains, because TIE Fighter is so cool. I played out that scenario 100 times as a child, so why not do it now on this TV series?
The Clone Wars was a lot more interested in exploring the galaxy's issues through the lens of military conflict, while Rebels takes a focus on community action. The Spectre's exploits usually revolve around getting food and resources to individuals negatively affected by the Empire's reign, rather than strategic military attacks on the Empire's forces. I think it's a clever way to distinguish the series from its predecessor, and it makes a lot of sense with the lighter tone. While the previous series was really dedicated to exploring the galaxy and showing how different worlds reacted to the Clone Wars and occupation by either the Republic or the Confederacy, it was also dedicated to meaningfully expanding on and most of all contextualizing the prequel trilogy to really flesh out that world and make it feel properly coherent. One sort of frustration with Rebels is that for the most part, it just gives us a very surface level exploration of the original trilogy era. We don't get much more insight into the series as to how the Rebellion and the Empire operate than we got in the original trilogy, which is in part because the original trilogy did a great job fleshing out its world building while the prequels didn't. While the Clone Wars used established characters to explore new environments, Rebels is a lot more focused on exploring its characters. This new crew developed from the ground up for this series. To sum up Ezra Bridger, played by Taylor Gray, most effectively, I'd say he's kind of just Aladdin. I have to earnestly assume that was a major character inspiration reference on some internal pitch bible somewhere along the way.
All this for a loaf of bread? You did all this for fruit?
When we meet him, he's an allegedly lovable street rat who runs around pulling scams to survive and also collecting Imperial helmets which he stores in his home base, an abandoned communication tower. Ezra wields an energy slingshot, which is a pretty unique weapon for Star Wars. The origins of it are never explained or questioned, and he basically stops using this 9 episodes in after he gets a lightsaber. After joining the team, Ezra goes by Spectre 6. Kanan, Hera, Chopper, Zeb, and Sabine are Spectres 1 through 5 respectively, which creates a fun implied backstory and lets you infer the order in which they all came together. In the series premiere, it's established that Ezra is an orphan.
I don't have parents.
As Rebels goes on, we learn that Ezra's parents were the first voices of freedom on Lothal and made a radio broadcast protesting the Empire known as the Bridger transmissions before their eventual imprisonment. It's a little odd with hindsight that Ezra grew up to be this selfish when his parents were heroic revolutionary leaders. We don't get any sort of rectification that the capture of his parents taught him to denounce their teachings or anything like that. It doesn't seem like the backstory of his parents was mapped out while characterizing Ezra for the pilot.
You know, they used to say it all the time when I was little. If we don't stand up, who will?
No way. Why would I risk my life for a bunch of strangers?
They happen to be imprisoned on Ezra's birthday, which also happened to be the day the Empire was founded, which means that Ezra is actually 2 days younger than Luke and Leia. Ezra is a pretty inconsistent character. Sometimes he'll be super gung-ho about saving people, a few episodes later he'll be saying, no way, too dangerous. There's a morally great character later in the show named Saw Gerrera, and sometimes Ezra is completely morally opposed to him, and other times Ezra agrees with him. Ezra proves to be completely malleable based on the character arc of the episode, and while I'm not opposed to cartoons having flexible characters, it feels a little odd in a show which has thick continuity between episodes like this. It makes Ezra feel like he isn't fully formed and isn't fully thought out. The last thing I have to say about Ezra is that this might be the first show with 75 full episodes where I never once felt an ounce of investment in its protagonist. Kanan, played brilliantly by Freddie Prinze Jr., is Ezra's Jedi Master, a really unique character in Star Wars up until that point who had largely lost his touch with all the traditions of the Jedi Order while still trying earnestly to be one. He isn't stoic or boring, he uses his blaster just about as often as his lightsaber, and most compellingly he's actually in a relationship despite Jedi teachings forbidding it. But this is never actually acknowledged by the show or discussed by the characters in any way. The show's marketing material described Kanan as a cowboy Jedi, and I think that's a very apt description. Kanan is deeply insecure about the fact that he's completely in over his head when it comes to training Ezra. He doesn't really know how to be a teacher, he just gives advice his masters gave him without fully understanding it. Him and Ezra are equally inexperienced when it comes down to it, and the two of them wound up teaching each other about the world in equal parts. For fans of Star Wars at the time, Kanan and Ezra's existence proved to be a puzzle, because it's very clear in the original Star Wars trilogy that Luke is the only Jedi left in the galaxy, and especially in the Rebel Alliance. So with Rebels starting 5 years before the Battle of Yavin, there was a ticking clock hanging over our protagonists' heads, because they had to somehow cease to exist within the next 5 years. Were they going to die? Would Disney XD allow a child character to die? Despite the show's main cast of 6, this really is not an evenly distributed ensemble. Throughout all of season 1, Kanan and Ezra are very distinctly the 2 main characters, with the rest of the crew feeling more like secondary supporting characters who just happen to be in every episode. The rest of the Ghost crew doesn't really get any focus until later seasons. Zeb is a stereotypical strongman, who's not the brightest but makes up for it with his muscle. You've seen this character before, but not with this cool of a voice, performed by Steve Blum.
It's just something about the feel of their helmets on my fists.
Zeb is a rare species known as a Lasat, and his tragic backstory will be revealed shortly into season 1. He constantly uses the phrase Carabast as an expletive.
Carabast, 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 Carabast.
Carabast!
My thoughts exactly.
Zeb is often stated to smell really bad.
Ugh, the smell.
That is a curious smell.
Have you smelled me? Am I dead? I don't smell dead.
But given the fact that no one else on the Ghost has the same issue, that implies they must have a means of showering and cleaning themselves, making one question why Zeb isn't, and is content to inconvenience all of his teammates by smelling horrible. As I've alluded to, Zeb in the beginning of the series sucks. He has severe anger issues and makes it everyone else's problem. This aspect of his character gets toned down as the show goes on and the writers get a handle on him. Hera Syndulla, played by Vanessa Marshall, is the team's pilot and informal leader. A no-nonsense freedom fighter with an endless amount of care and compassion for those around her and those impacted by the reign of the Empire. Her last name and species left fans wondering if she was somehow related to Syndulla, a freedom fighter seen during Star Wars The Clone Wars. Season 1 really gives Hera the short end of the stick in terms of story content, letting her stay behind on the Ghost or Phantom in most episodes as a getaway driver. She doesn't get the chance to come into her own until a bit later in the series. Chopper, on a conceptual level, is designed to be the opposite of R2-D2. R2 is cheery, Chopper is angry. R2 is nice, Chopper is mean. R2 is blue, Chopper is orange. He's just a big grouch to everyone except for Hera and Sabine, getting into spats with every droid he comes across. Chopper was always credited as himself in the series, spotlighting the mystery of his actual real-world performer. He might have the highest power level of anyone in the main cast. He dual wields guns. He has a prequel R2-D2 style rocket booster, which at one point he uses to catch up with a full spaceship, which I don't think should be possible, but Chopper doesn't care what I think is possible. At one point he blows up 3 entire Imperial cruisers completely on his own, arguably giving him the highest kill count of any character in the show. Everyone on the team seems to understand him except for Zeb, who's clearly never taken the time to learn astromech. Chopper regularly goes out of his way to inconvenience the Spectres, his acts of defiance becoming progressively more evil as the show goes on. He runs over Ezra's hand, he hits Ezra in the leg, he nearly decapitates Kanan, he ignores desperate calls for help in life or death situations.
He's either lost or ignoring us.
Oh, he's not lost.
At one point he really wants to blow up a ship with a baby on it.
We'll blow up the ship after we get the baby. What is wrong with you?
As a kid, I wholeheartedly believed that Chopper was going to get revealed as an Imperial plant or something to explain why he was so evil. I imagined him getting arrested in the season 1 finale and then everyone would visit him in jail in season 2, like... Well, at the time, my frame of reference for this was the rabbit from Hoodwink 2, but I now realize that film was evoking the imagery of Hannibal Lecter. I was unaware at the time. And Sabine Wren, played by Sweet Life on Deck star Tia Sakar, spends season 1 as far and away the least developed character. While she's a Mandalorian, a badass warrior race featured prominently in the Clone Wars, no real attention is drawn to this fact in the first half of the series. Equally untouched is the fate of her parents, the only explanation for their absence being
the Empire.
Sabine has a bit of an identity crisis, in that the show seemingly can't decide who she is. Sometimes she's shown as playful.
Thought it was a moment that needed to be immortalized.
Other times she's said to be a sad loner who doesn't leave her room.
You spend a lot of time in your room, alone. And you actually tend to eat alone, sometimes. And combat practice alone, and go off probably to be alone.
She's extremely educated and speaks several different languages she learned at the Imperial Academy, but she's also shown to be a passionate punk artist. Throughout season 1, Sabine's upset that she is left in the dark regarding the purpose of some missions. This inquisitive aspect of her character eventually completely disappears. It creates the impression that in the early seasons, the writers are just throwing anything at the Sabine wall to see what would stick. She's a mishmash of contradicting character traits, and it doesn't feel intentional. The fact that Sabine's an artist isn't truly part of her character. It's basically set dressing. So I called my friend Mika, a lifelong and professional artist, to show them some clips of Sabine and get their analysis.
Sabine was her name, right?
Yeah.
She looks like a more punk, street-style artist, but she also has all those geometric patterns on her. In the context of a show where you want to establish someone as a character, it makes more sense to me to have that character keep a consistent art style, unless the changing of that art style is like part of the character development. Like maybe she's more confined at first, but then her art becomes more free and wild in the end. So we have that geometric art style at first, but then it becomes more of that free, round, energetic, shapy stuff.
There's a scene later in the show where a villain named Thrawn identifies Sabine Wren's signature style. But the art pieces he's comparing are done in completely different styles. StarWars.com's episode guide specifically attributes all of the various artists who worked on the episodes and shows you their work, which is honestly an incredible thing for them to do. We scanned through it based on Mika's hunch, and of course, everything Sabine draws are rendered by completely different people in real life. Not only that, they're all done in different styles, which results in there being no consistency in how Sabine actually draws.
Yeah, she has like 3 different styles. It's such a cute drawing. It's such a like simplified, chibi-esque. I love how the torso is done. Like that's cute. It's very pretty. And then the other one is just a lot more like angular and geometric. Like these are not the same 2 artists. I don't know what he's talking about.
Sabine has her own special paint tag, depicting a rising phoenix, the most sanitized, marketable rebellion graffiti of all time. Not only do we never receive much insight as to what this art or tag means to her, it also doesn't feel rooted in anything the way real graffiti or art that's supposed to be subversive is.
Sabine, hurry up.
Huh?
Oh, how did she do that? Whoa!
She's just that talented.
Pull out the spray paint and she did like a perfect logo. And this is a stencil. You need a stencil for this. I don't know if you've ever seen like Banksy stuff or like stuff behind the scenes of just how his kind of art is put onto a wall. Or she's like force sensitive and like moves the spray particles with her mind, I guess.
Reminds me of Janier's protest paintings on Bith.
Janur of Bith is a major influence.
How she talks now, she talks like a professional art student, and I'm like, is that what you are? Is that your thing? You have that high art view, but then you also draw like silly cartoon characters just for the funsies and say like, ha ha ha, this is a serious piece now. Because like with, I'm gonna decorate your room or something. It feels like something that a Squidward character would do, you know? Like they look at something, they're like, ooh, the feng shui in this room isn't correct. I'm gonna correct it now. And it's like the more controlling kind of artist, but that's not what she is.
Your design aesthetic is still derivative of the pre-exile masters.
Well, Tojin was an influence, obviously, but I made it my own.
You say there's history there, but I look at them, I'm like, I don't think that is what old Star Wars art would look like in universe. I find it so sad that instead of saying something cool and legit about art, they instead just go with like the sci-fi waffle, which they usually do for the technological stuff in Star Wars. But here's obnoxious.
Star Wars Rebels has a visual style inspired by Ralph McQuarrie, concept artist of the original trilogy. Several of his drawings find their way into the series, down to Zeb himself being early concept art for Chewbacca. I think it's a really fun choice to mix up the shapes and the design language of these helmets and ships we're familiar with and pay homage to the franchise's roots. The lightsabers in Star Wars Rebels are depicted with incredibly thin blades. This choice got a lot of flack from fans, but it's not something I personally ever cared about or even really noticed. Some fans will complain about Star Wars Rebels' animation style and then criticize the lightsaber. This isn't a matter of animation style, this is a matter of art style. Animation style is how things move, art style is how things are designed. But it is a Venn diagram because assets are usually designed in consideration of how they will move. Something I find distracting is how over-animated the facial expressions often are, particularly in the eyebrows. A character in Rebels wouldn't say, "We missed our target." A character in Rebels would say, "We missed our target! I can't believe it!" moving their eyebrows 100 times more often than real human beings actually do.
Now surrender them or be destroyed.
If it's a fight you want, I hope you brought a better class of soldier than those stormtroopers.
They serve the Empire well, and I have a great many of them.
You're gonna need all of them.
In McQuarrie's concept art, this lightsaber has an interesting sort of flare effect near the hilt. Something I've never seen anyone mention is that if you look at the show's first teaser trailer, that flare is on Kanan's lightsaber, but it's not in the final episode, which implies that it was being considered up until very late in production. This is a very quippy show, but unfortunately the quips don't feel so much like the original trilogy as they do the MCU.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but could we maybe focus a little more on not dying?
The goal is not to fall.
Tell me something I don't know. We're going to die. That's no secret. Now, why would I worry? Maybe because the last time they fixed it, we nearly wound up as lunch?
Oh, right. That's why.
When all 5 speaking members of the Ghost crew are cracking one-liners, it makes them feel a bit homogenized, rather than being 5 distinct characters. Not everyone aboard the Millennium Falcon was cracking wise like this, if you'll recall. Hera, for instance, is depicted as a hyper-serious, the mission above all else sort of character, so it doesn't feel true to her when she starts saying things like this.
If you care to blast one of those ties out of the galaxy, I don't think anyone would object.
What did he say?
He said, hello, hyperspace. Kanan, what part of blast them did you not understand?
Pilots have a certain swagger to them, a certain confidence.
This idea that all pilots must act like Han Solo feels like shoving a square block into a round hole. And I feel vindicated in saying that because Hera completely stops saying stuff like this as her character gets solidified in later seasons.
Is she serious?
My daughter is always serious.
Another aspect of aging down the target audience is that Star Wars Rebels often feels the need to over-explain just about everything, multiple times a piece. Hold your hand and make sure you're absolutely following the story.
Still a bounty hunter, I see.
Tell me you don't miss it.
Wait. You were a bounty hunter?
The bolts from Ezra's bunk.
By the light of Lothal's moons.
The code phrase.
Even troopers from the films, who have only been shown to speak in garbled tones, now speak in full English.
Fall back! Take cover! Cease fire! Fall back!
Hey, Star Wars, just wondering why the Death Troopers in the Name of the Rebellion speak basic.
Well, the main reason is because they have information that they need to convey that we wanted the audience to understand, and that's the easiest way to do that.
I can't shake the feeling that we could have heard these guys speak in garbled static and then pick up the gist of what they're saying from context clues based on the urgency and the responses of the Imperial officers they're talking to. Like Stitch from Lilo and Stitch, like any robot from WALL-E. The YouTube algorithm has boxed me into talking about children's media against my will. As such, it's now my full-time job, and I have watched a lot of children's media. And I have to say, it is extremely unusual for a show to have this little faith in the intelligence of its audience.
20 seconds.
Any ideas? What did he do?
He's temporarily frozen the countdown circuit.
I think that anyone of any age, of any intelligence level, should be able to understand the bomb countdown stopped because it was frozen.
They shot my jetpack!
Yes, Sabine, we saw that. What's odd is that this really wasn't an issue in the previous series. The Clone Wars was more than willing to explore incredibly heavy moral and philosophical conflicts without the need to repeat itself.
I am free, while you have chosen to become a terrorist.
I'm not a terrorist. I'm a patriot, and resistance is not terrorism.
The compulsive need to make sure every single little detail is explained to the kids watching results in several conversations that are composed entirely of both characters in the scene, stating exposition they already know and have no real reason to be saying aloud.
He's been working on that thing for weeks. What kind of lightsaber could he possibly build with the junk we have laying around?
Well, I had a few spare parts I found over the years.
And I had some bits and pieces that might work. Modulation circuits, an energy gate. Chopper even donated a power cell.
I gave him some additional tech.
The rebel droid is attempting to access the network.
Perfect. This means I can now extract the location of the rebel base from its memory.
Another annoying habit of Star Wars Rebels is this tendency to pause and parrot everything that Chopper says.
The Empire's waiting for us in the Yost system. How do you know that? You stole an Imperial freighter?
No, I'm not running away from my problems.
Yes, I know my father betrayed us. Thanks for the update, buddy.
If you're talking to someone and they say, "Let's check the fridge," you usually don't respond with, "Let's check the fridge? Well, sure, we can try it."
Of course you disagree and want to trash it.
What do you mean, wait for it? Wait for what?
No, the first one to the bridge is not the captain.
I know that Star Wars has always done this with its astromechs and is hardly a trope exclusive to Rebels, but one, has George Lucas usually been praised for his dialogue writing?
The dialogue was appalling.
I said to George, you can type this stuff. But you can't say it.
And two, it feels 100 times more noticeable and pronounced here, because it occurs at a vastly higher frequency.
How do I know your rebels will treat me better than the Empire? Because I am your friend.
Oh yeah, that droid leg kinda does look like yours.
Following Spark of Rebellion, the series resumes with Droids in Distress, where the Ghost crew takes public transportation instead of the Ghost for the only time in the whole show. And it's for an amazing reason.
Come along, R2.
Putting R2-D2 and C-3PO in the second episode of the entire show always stuck out to me as eating dessert before dinner. This is an episode I'm not particularly high on, partly because putting them in the show so early only once feels completely unnecessary. You should have to earn a Chopper versus R2-D2 fight. For some reason here in episode 2, we're acting like Ezra, who just joined last week, is responsible for Chopper. Something no other episode of the show does.
How about you get that rust bucket under control?
If my astromech's banished.
Today's mission takes the gang to the planet Gorel, where they intercept a shipment of highly dangerous disruptor weapons banned by the Senate. While the Ghost crew is eager to sell these to their contact Vizago, Zeb begs them to destroy them. That's when Ezra learns that Zeb's entire Lasat race were wiped out using these very disruptors. That raises the question as to whether the rest of the team knows about Zeb's past, or if they're just incredibly insensitive to the trauma he incurred from the genocide of his people. For some reason, the Ghost crew allows Imperial astromechs R2-D2 and C-3PO to board the Ghost and take no security precautions whatsoever. This results in C-3PO calling the Empire, who ambush them during their drop-off with Vizago. Vizago quits as the group's contact and basically disappears from the series altogether 2 episodes in. Kallus arrives and battles Zeb, revealing that he is the author of Zeb's fate, and brags diabolically about his role in the extinction of Lasan.
Only the honor guard of Lasan may carry a bow rifle.
I know! I removed it from a guardsman myself! I was there when Lasan fell. I know why you fear those disruptors. I gave the order to use them.
Luckily, Ezra unlocks a new force power in the nick of time to push Kallus away. R2 and 3PO get dropped off with their new owner, Bail Organa, and R2 apparently recorded everything, letting Bail know about all of the Spectre's exploits. Again, are the rebels stupid? Bail Organa, later in the series, will serve as the link between the Ghost crew and the broader rebellion. That was the narrative justification for putting R2 and 3PO in this show. But surely there are other ways you could have made the broader Rebel Alliance become aware of this group who are committing acts of terrorism on a daily basis. Like, they could just watch the news, which is regularly shown reporting on what the Ghost crew is doing. Bail Organa, strangely, basically doesn't appear at all in this show. The series is just banking on you already knowing who he is. And frankly, I think casual Star Wars fans might not even know, especially at the time. This is Leia's adopted father who's mentioned once in the original trilogy and dies on Alderaan and like gives Yoda a ride once in the prequels. I think Rebels had an over-reliance on its shared universe. Because think about how odd it would be if Breaking Bad had a character who introduced Walter White to the broader drug trade but only had like 2 lines of dialogue per season and consistently never appeared. Within the context of Rebels itself, Bail Organa's role is incredibly odd, in that he's technically important to the plot but utterly irrelevant to the story. Star Wars Rebels is a show with a lot of continuity and overarching storylines per season. Episodes pretty directly reference and follow up each other, sending a loud and clear message that the things that happen in the series will matter. But taking this approach had a consequence. At the time Rebels was airing, its fan base was always raising a stink about a particularly touchy topic: the F-slur. Filler. No relation to the iOS game pigeon game of the same name. I have 260 wins. Anytime a Rebels episode came out that wasn't about the Inquisitors or Vader, fans would boo and hiss. Filler! Oh, not another filler episode. And I always resented this mentality. I don't think storytellers should feel any obligation to make every single individual story connect to each other. There's so much value in one-off adventures that explore interesting concepts or explore aspects of the characters' psyches. Not only that, but putting characters in low-stakes situations can be especially helpful as a storyteller to get a handle on your cast dynamics. In all of my favorite shows as a kid, every episode was a filler episode.
Half the audience will call them filler. I know that now. I can't be like Dower and Obi-Wan serious every week.
However, in those disgruntled fans' defense, many non-essential episodes of Rebels felt boring and didn't provide many interesting ideas or interesting character work to chew on. I can think of so many cartoons with slow burn first seasons, which take the time to responsibly put all the puzzle pieces in place, which aren't boring the way Rebels Season 1 is. Season 1 is less riveting because you're following characters you aren't invested in yet, but even as someone who is invested in the characters minus Ezra by the end, these episodes are a slog to sit through. Arguably, the quintessential example of a filler episode is Fight or Flight. Hera tries to combat Zeb and Ezra's constant bickering by sending them on a supply run to pick up fruit, which goes awry and they end up stealing a TIE fighter. They shoot up a market and it's only by sheer luck they don't kill several civilians, which is surely great messaging for an ideologically motivated terrorist group trying to win public favor. It becomes very clear throughout Season 1 that the show treats the Spectres as a family, with Kanan and Hera acting as mom and dad to Ezra, Zeb, and Sabine.
All right, kids, do mom and dad proud.
It's a lot more peaceful aboard with the kids gone.
But that dynamic in practice feels extremely forced and inauthentic. I kind of buy Hera and Kanan as Ezra's parents. It feels weird to liken Ezra and Sabine to being siblings when Ezra clearly has a huge crush on Sabine. I do not buy Zeb and Ezra as bickering brothers in any way, shape, or form. As a teenager, I would have used the word cringy to describe this, but in modern slang, the language has evolved to be cringe.
It's his fault!
I think the reason it doesn't land is that Zeb doesn't come across as a teenager. He was a military captain for the Lasat High Honor Guard. He looks like, sounds like, and is a full-grown man beefing with a small child. According to Wikipedia, Zeb in Season 1 is 39 years old. He's 11 years older than Kanan. Zeb could be Ezra's father. Trying to cram the Ghost crew into this family role feels incredibly forced. Not to mention, families usually do more than just standing around spouting exposition to each other.
You can't pull a ship out of hyperspace because you never know exactly where it is. A tractor beam can't get a lock.
That's because this isn't a tractor beam. It's a gravity well. When I was at the Academy, they were developing a new cruiser with gravity well projectors powerful enough to pull a ship out of hyperspace.
Well, it looks like they finished it.
Chances are they're still testing the system. If they follow Imperial procedure, the testing zone for this type of ship wouldn't be that large. You'll probably find it not far from where we lost contact with Commander Sato.
While Fight or Flight was never masqueraded as a crucial episode, what I've noticed is that a lot of things said to be of great importance to the characters and story within individual episodes of Season 1 don't end up ever being relevant again. Throughout the first season, we occasionally hear of a rebel sympathetic senator named Gal Travis. In Vision of Hope, the rebels try to help him escape, but learn he's an Imperial agent used to bait and entrap rebel cells. Despite his importance through the episodes leading up to this, he's subsequently never seen, mentioned, or acknowledged again. Or on Empire Day, the Empire fires a tracking device onto the Ghost capable of tracking it through hyperspace. Then the Empire never uses this again. From a storytelling perspective, I get you don't want to be repetitive. But it also becomes distracting in this show, which takes continuity seriously when the Empire has this incredibly useful device that benefited them greatly in this episode, and then proceeds to never use it again. The Spectres discover an Imperial fugitive named Sibo. Ezra spends the whole story irrationally beefing with a half-conscious lobotomy victim. The magical thing on Lobot's head is that it contained all of the Empire's most precious secrets: new TIE fighters, walkers, stormtrooper schedules, tactics, and an ominous 5-year plan for Lothal, as well as every other planet in the Outer Rim. Then we never see him again, nor those critically important plans. Our heroes learn, the Empire has a dangerous 5-year plan for Lothal? And then, I guess, completely forget about it. In breaking ranks, Ezra spends weeks infiltrating an Imperial academy. There he meets a friend named Zer Leonis. We spent a ton of time establishing that Zer only infiltrated the Imperial Academy to get more information about his sister, who mysteriously went missing at the Empire's hand. He gets transferred off Lothal to the planet Arcanus, and then we never see him again. It turns out that his entire storyline was resolved in a separate book you had to go buy. And to me, it feels cynical. Like, let's use our TV show to funnel kids into other avenues of the franchise. And as a teenager, I was so annoyed by it that I refused to read the book just on principle. It's like DLC for a TV show. This is the first instance of a huge recurring annoyance of mine, which is that this series is seemingly more concerned about being one link in the chain of a broader universe than about being its own complete story. Star Wars is a universe that starts to collapse under its own weight the more ideas get introduced to it. For instance, when Ezra infiltrates an Imperial Academy, there was an opportunity to introduce a new armor set, and these ones have cool opening faceplates. But then that raises the question, why on earth do the clone cadets have more functional helmets than the adult troopers? Graduating from a cadet to a stormtrooper would suck. I would miss this helmet. Rebels introduces interdictor cruisers capable of pulling rebel ships out of hyperspace. Where were these during the original trilogy? Why weren't they stationed in orbit above Hoth to prevent the Rebels' escape, considering that's the exact purpose they're used for in Rebels? Rise of the Old Masters is a pretty critical episode of the series. While doubting his own abilities as a teacher, Kanan learns that Jedi Master Luminar Unduli is being held in an Imperial prison on Stygian Prime. The gang embarks on a jailbreak mission to rescue her in the hope that she can take over as Ezra's full-time teacher. Here we're introduced unceremoniously to the Phantom, a smaller ship which docks inside a larger ship like a LEGO Mars mission set. But it turns out it's a trap! Luminar Unduli was apparently the only full-color hologram in the entire Star Wars universe. She's long dead, and now a rotten evil villain called the Inquisitor has arrived to stop Kanan and Ezra. This is our main villain, and he is the most generically evil dude of all time. He's just like, come to the dark side. I am evil. Your master has led you astray. I am evil. He has no sauce at all. Ezra and Kanan, two inexperienced failed Jedi, are able to escape the Inquisitor. This is what will happen every time he shows up. The Inquisitor just gets his ass handed to him at all times, sometimes by like a random alien. The Inquisitor has this horrifying spinning blade. And I remember when I was in middle school, I showed this to my older cousin, one of those wise cousins, and he was immediately like, he must not be strong with the Force, because a strong Force user would not need this.
The Inquisitor is like a cheat mode lightsaber. It does a lot of things things that Maul could do on his own. To have a weapon that cheats those abilities and makes up for a lack of ability in some ways, is very representative of who he is.
So the main villain is just like a bland, derivative knockoff of every dark side Star Wars villain who is inexplicably canonically weaker than all of them. And I say this because in all the early promotional videos for Star Wars Rebels, this is how the Inquisitor is described.
We all took care to make sure our villains have a real presence and that our heroes just can't walk all over him. This isn't like cartoons that I grew up with in the 80s where you'd have the villain lose every week and yet every week we're supposed to believe that he's some sort of threat. That's not what happens in Rebels.
This has been driving me insane for 14 years. What are you talking about? That's exactly what happens. On this note, something I think majorly holds Star Wars Rebels back is that the Empire is cartoonishly incompetent. And that would be well and good if not for the dissonance of the show constantly telling us but not showing us that stormtroopers are a huge danger to Lothal.
Failure is not acceptable. This Empire has no use for weakness.
Rebels, blast them!
Stormtroopers fail to shoot characters climbing a ladder, running in a straight line, or even at point-blank range. It's constantly alluded to that their armor sucks.
This helmet! I can't see!
This armor doesn't protect you from anything.
Even volleys of TIE fighters failed to land even a single shot on Rebel ships. The Empire has more lax security than the US government. The Rebels can sneak around Imperial Star Destroyers whenever they want. They don't even have security cameras. Like the ones the Republic had? The Rebels have no problem at all stealing whatever transport or shuttle they feel like because everyone manning them is too useless to put up a fight.
How is it the Empire lets us keep stealing these things?
Oh, I thought it was the same one we used before.
We rarely see them do anything more authoritarian than standing around and not finishing apples. It almost makes it hard to believe that this is a life or death rebellion when they're as afraid of the Empire as Jerry's afraid of Tom.
Miss me, Bucketheads? Yep, you definitely missed me.
In the Clone Wars, the battle droids were bumbling goofballs, sure, but the series always made sure to show why they were intimidating, their sheer force in numbers. We see them successfully kill Jedi and clones taking their final stand against them several times. The Stormtroopers absolutely never get a moment like this to show why we should be intimidated by them. In large part, it's probably because the show didn't have the budget or resources to show a huge army of Stormtroopers, or especially introduce characters designed only to die. Rebels had to get mileage out of every animation asset created, while Clone Wars had the luxury to model characters from scratch who'd never be seen again after one episode. I think real-world analogs prove that people who would willingly serve a regime like this, while they may not be the brightest, they're prone to violently lashing out, whereas every Stormtrooper in Rebels feels like a clueless himbo who doesn't want to hurt a fly.
That's not regulation. I kinda like it.
There's a really fascinating sticking point here because I'm finding myself frustrated by the lack of depth in Rebels, but when you go back and watch the original trilogy, it feels much the same. It's a simplistic fairy tale. So why does it work there but not here? For one, I think the novelty wears thin in Rebels because that trilogy is 6 hours of content and this is 28. We're talking 4 or 5 Stormtrooper encounters versus 100 Stormtrooper encounters. But furthermore, the Clone Wars was a series which dived into the intricacies of moral gray, heroes on both sides. And now we're continuing the story of the Clone Wars, in the storylines of its countless characters, in a narrative framework that's completely black and white. It's really jarring to see this change. In the 70s and 80s, George Lucas created a world of lighthearted action-adventure fantasy with heroic heroes and evil villains. Then in the 90s and 2000s, he created a world full of slow debates about delegation and trade restrictions and political discourse. A group of antagonists who have justified political reasons for their succession from the Republic. These are two worlds that could not possibly be more tonally dissonant from each other. George Lucas made a universe at war with itself, and argued that the sharp divide within the fanbase traces its roots back to the series of decisions that led to the prequel trilogy. Star Wars Rebels is the first major infraction point, where the worlds of the prequels and originals meld together in a single narrative, and fails to thread the needle between these two methods of storytelling that are almost completely irreconcilable. There's only one episode that attempts to humanize Imperial troops. When Ezra infiltrates that Imperial Academy, 3 of the 4 cadets we meet don't want to be there. It's established that Stormtroopers are conscripted as children and forced to serve. This story exists in a vacuum. In all other episodes, Stormtroopers getting violently killed is a punchline. It's the most bizarre tonal whiplash when the audience is expected to laugh at their suffering after learning many of them are unwilling victims. The cleverly named Out of Darkness is the only episode in season 1 which spotlights Hera and Sabine, sending them on a solo mission to pick up some fuel canisters from an abandoned Republic base. The two of them have a pretty interesting conflict, where Sabine wants to be given more information about the Spectre's need-to-know secret missions, comparing the experience of being left in the dark to her time at the Imperial Academy on Mandalore, where she didn't understand the depth of the evil system she was helping support. Hera insists the information is need-to-know, to protect the identity of her informant, Fulcrum. It's a well-structured, well-written character dynamic, but it doesn't make me feel any particular investment in either of them. I don't feel like either of them are given the opportunity to be vulnerable the way Ezra and Kanan and Zeb have been, which is the key to connecting with characters. While Sabine does allude to her time at the Academy traumatizing her, the dialogue is so vague it's impossible to feel anything, because the writers clearly had not figured out the specifics of what she did at the Academy back in season 1. The two of them end up fighting off angry creatures called Fear Nox, whose species evolves in real time to no longer be afraid of the light, just in time for a quick escape. Now, who is Fulcrum? Ahsoka. It could not have been more obviously Ahsoka. Absolutely everyone could tell. Ahsoka was Anakin's Padawan from the Clone Wars series who left the Jedi Order at the end of season 5 after the High Council wanted her to take the fall for a crime she didn't commit. Where she went after Order 66 was up until now a complete mystery. These are her crests on the crate. Her garbled radio communications is just Ahsoka's voice pitched down.
Your unit, the overall mission.
It was abundantly clear to everyone watching that Ahsoka would be making her way into Rebels eventually. It was only a question of when. Every episode of the first season is really solid, logically, structurally, and narratively. I cannot sit here in good faith and say that this is a poorly written series that doesn't feel like it has experienced professionals behind it. But at the same time, nothing in season 1 feels particularly gripping. It's really hard to get invested in the first season, especially if you just come off 5.5 seasons of the Clone Wars. I think just in general, the stories this show presents aren't as compelling. What if the 501st was deployed in an alien version of Vietnam? Or what if Godzilla attacked the city? These are the sorts of places George Lucas's mind went for inspiration. The Clone Wars had so many obvious outside influences. We're gonna homage The Fugitive. We're gonna homage The Wizard of Oz, Godzilla, Die Hard, Seven Samurai. The canceled 7th season was going to have a whole Top Gun arc. The Clone Wars was inspired by real-world military history and classical stories and folklore. My understanding is that those suggestions always came from George Lucas, who was a huge lover of film history. Meanwhile, the world building in Rebels is just like, I wonder how they got the Y-Wings from the movie. Rebels is more so just inspired by Star Wars, to a point that it becomes sort of like a snake eating its own tail. The original Star Wars trilogy was so influential that it became the template for almost all science fantasy. The formula of we have to break into the space station and steal plans, yada yada yada, break someone out of prison, which was pretty constantly in every spacefaring action story for 40 years. I think Rebels pretty successfully taps into the same campy feeling and energy as the original Star Wars trilogy. But the issue is that thousands of stories have been trying to capture that exact same energy for the last 40 years, leaving so much of Rebels feeling a bit samey and played out. There's a constant lingering feeling across the series that I've seen it all before, and it's missing the fresh ideas and creativity that the Clone Wars was constantly introducing. Adding to the feeling of repetition is that nearly every story in this show is about battle with the Empire. Every episode is an Imperial prison break, or sneaking past a blockade, or battling TIE fighters, or shooting stormtroopers. And that's part of why I don't feel much of a need to recap the episode plots in this retrospective, because largely every episode is just reshuffling the plot points of the original trilogy. Out of 75 episodes, I count only 8 that don't feature an appearance from the Empire. But included within these episodes are mentions of the Empire, force visions of the Empire, abandoned Imperial ships, Imperial security droids, and a mining guild who works for the Empire and has their own TIE fighters. So I'm being generous by counting 8. Thinking back to the Clone Wars, maybe only 1/3 of episodes were about fighting the battle droids. There was such a wide variety of stories with bounty hunters, spiritual journeys, zombies, Jedi on Jedi violence, and it's this variety that Rebels absolutely lacks. A little bit more distractingly than the Clone Wars, Rebels finds itself making winks and nods towards the movies.
Hello there.
That's not the tie you're looking for.
Do or do not. There is no try.
What does that even mean?
Actually, that one always confused me too, but Master Yoda sure used to say it a lot.
This creative team grew up with the original trilogy, whereas the prequels were incredibly recent films where they were making the Clone Wars and the team didn't have the same reverence or nostalgia for them.
So this is a whole new era to get into, in between episodes 3 and 4.
Yes, the opportunity to work in the era that I grew up with, you know, even though it precedes that era, this show will precede episode 4. It's still tremendously exciting.
Even music from the original trilogy materializes constantly in the series during thematically appropriate moments. Ezra regularly calls himself Jabba as a sarcastic codename.
Jabba the Hutt. Jabba the Hutt.
That'd be like turning yourself into police and claiming your name is Al Capone.
Kanan Jarrus, Jedi Knight, Padawan Jabba?
On the flip side, a lot of the moments that feel like fan service could also be argued as simply being functional parts of the universe, like Jedi mind tricks, or hollow chests, or interrogation droids, or probe droids. It's basically Schrodinger's fan service, where it feels like their usage is pulling on nostalgia, but also stands to reason that things like this would be used in the world. The quarantine marker from deleted scenes of Empire Strikes Back shows up in the show, and I think there's a good chance that the creative team is so deep in the weeds of the Star Wars universe that they don't even think of this as a reference. They just think, oh, this is the symbol we need to use according to the established lore. Season 1 spends a lot of time focusing on Ezra's Jedi training, tracking his progression of abilities story by story, as he learns how to block and deflect with a lightsaber, perform mind tricks, move objects. It's interesting that Ezra seems to have considerably more training than Luke or Rey ever got, but doesn't accomplish nearly as much as them, implying, I suppose, that he isn't as naturally gifted as they are. Ezra is, however, shown to have a natural ability to connect with creatures, most of all animals. This is his particular Force gift, so to speak, which will go on to be seen in countless episodes of the series. While I do appreciate how much time the show took for Ezra to learn about the Force in this very slow and methodical way, every aspect of the Jedi training in this show feels completely derivative of the original movies. It doesn't feel like there's anything new being brought to the table besides a few specific characters who we'll meet later in the series. Learn how to let go, trust your feelings, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, resisting the temptation of the dark side. Multiple episodes of the Force Cave where the characters have to go face their fears. Sure, it's good character work for Kanan and Ezra. It's also plain out, and I've seen it all before. I even thought this at the time. Midway through the season, Ezra, in the crosshairs of the Inquisitor, briefly taps into the dark side and summons an army of Fear Knocks. Frightened by this, Kanan leads him to a Jedi temple on Lothal to seek guidance. What follows is kind of just the sloppy seconds of the Force Cave and the Empire Strikes Back, evoking similar feelings but not bringing anything especially new to the table. Ezra and Kanan speak to the voice of Master Yoda, with Good Luck Charlie star Frank Oz reprising his role. Kanan gets a nice pep talk, don't give up, and Ezra gets a Kyber crystal for his lightsaber, which he constructs out of random space junk. Ezra's lightsaber has a really fun design, where it's simultaneously a gun and a saber that fires blasts in combat as well as deploying a blade, and I think that's really unique and inventive. In my opinion, the strongest episode of the first season is Idiot's Array, in which Zeb accidentally bets away Chopper in a card game against famous smuggler Lando Calrissian, Han Solo's estranged bestie from the original trilogy. Lando, running an illegal mining operation, needs the Ghost Crew's help sneaking past an Imperial blockade.
For some reason, this planet has an unusually large Imperial presence.
Something the show glosses over is the cruel irony that the rebels are making life more hellish for everyone on Lothal by increasing the Imperial presence, in direct response to their terrorist action. Lando is an incredibly fun character as used in the series, raising up all of the women while pissing off all of the men and pitting the entire team against each other.
We really should have more faith in our captain.
Our captain?
Even Chopper is on super good behavior around Lando, because he seems to like him more than everyone on the ship. He has so much natural chemistry with every single member of the team, and I genuinely mean this when I say that Rebels would have been a vastly more entertaining show if Lando was on the main cast. And I'm not even a Lando stan. This is a character I truthfully have little to no emotional investment in. His use in this story was just absolutely electric, recontextualizing him as a mischievous con artist who steps in and flips the entire dynamic on its head by subtly manipulating everyone to his end. Lando ropes the Spectres into making a shady deal with this weird creep named As Morrigan, who's based on Macquarie's early Jabba the Hutt concept art and is played by James Hong, best known in all of pop culture for his role as Elder Number 1 on Pair of Kings.
Till we meet again.
They never do, and the show is worse for it. This episode depicts Lando as a smooth talker, stealing the attention of Hera and Sabine from Kanan and Ezra. And this seems like a great opportunity to talk about how the show depicts romance. Kanan and Hera are in love, but you really wouldn't know if not for a few small terms of endearment that slip through.
He has a point, love. We've got 4 TIE fighters closing in.
Even when they're completely alone, they have no real chemistry and just speak like coworkers or classmates randomly assigned to a project together.
No, we've checked these systems. There's nothing close to a viable location for a base.
I checked our current trajectory. If you can modify the hyperspace coordinates.
If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say Disney XD is responsible for this. This was the channel created solely to appeal to young boys and fight Disney's reputation as a girls' channel. And you know what doesn't test well with teenage boys? Romance between adults. Yuck! Those little dorks Disney Channel had in their focus rooms would gag involuntarily at Han kissing Leia. I have seen a lot of defense of the relationship, showing that love manifests in other forms. But to me, this feels a lot more like a creative compromise. Especially because in the last season, when they have nothing to lose, Kanan and Ezra finally act like a true romantic couple. I feel like if the creative team had the freedom to do this from the beginning, they would have. Frankly, it feels like the show was held back from its potential. A Jedi, far removed from the original order who's accepted the romance isn't a weakness and embraced a marriage, is so interesting. The Clone Wars would absolutely explore this, the way they did with Clone Trooper Cut defecting to raise a family. Scandal in the Outer Rim. Jedi Master, Ima Gordon Fook has been caught sleeping with a Twi'lek courier on the planet Orgasma. The Jedi Council has dispatched Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi to conduct a methodical internal review. The Anakin would like abuse Padme or something. Master, your plan to trick the Jedi into adopting a policy of celibacy has gone according to plan. Excellent, Lord Tyrannus. This may be the key to turning young Skywalker. Ezra and Sabine, meanwhile, follow the tried and true Disney XD romance roadmap, where the charming protagonist boy just hounds the uninterested girl over and over and over, who simultaneously doesn't reciprocate any feelings, but also humors him and is charmed by him, in a seemingly endless, one-sided pursuit that's amusing to no one besides the people who wrote it and the executives who approved it.
My name's Ezra. What's yours?
Where were you?
Why? Did you miss me?
Yeah, right.
Thanks for saving me back there.
Don't read too much into it, kid. Happy birthday, Ezra Bridger. Speaking of which, it does smell like you. I was talking to Ezra.
Wait, you know what I smell like?
I always found Ezra's crush on Sabine obnoxious because he was so annoying about it. And also, the show kept likening them to brother and sister. Did we learn nothing from Luke and Leia? Looking at it now, it's notable to me that Sabine never gets any agency in this situation. She doesn't get to sit Ezra down and say, hey buddy, I'm not interested. We, at no point, get any insight from Sabine's perspective as to how she feels about Ezra. If this were an actual ensemble, you'd surely show Sabine talking to Hera or someone and saying, no, I'm just not into him, but that doesn't happen.
You know, if you ever need a little inspiration.
Yeah, then I'll be sure to look elsewhere.
Eventually, the show phases out this crush. There's no dedicated story to let Ezra move on from her. It sort of just randomly disappears, showing up less and less until it's never brought up again, and neither Ezra nor Sabine reflect on it. The season finale arc begins with Call to Action. In it, Grand Moff Tarkin triumphantly arrives on Lothal. Tarkin was the evil British man in charge of the Death Star in the original film. Tarkin's here to manage Lothal leadership's constant failure to deal with the Spectres, and thinks they might have knowledge of other rebel cells. Tarkin's first order of business is murdering guys. I don't remember their names, and they deserve to die because they're ugly. This is the show's first on-screen murder. Despite feeling way more Weenie Hut Jr. than the Clone Wars, this was still a huge leap forward from anything in the show's first season previously, and Tarkin's statement,
"From now on, failure will have consequences,"
almost feels like a mission statement for the series going forward. Unfortunately, it's not. When the rebels attempt to hijack a transmission tower to project an inspirational message of hope across Lothal, Tarkin blows up the tower and captures Kanan in the process. Tarkin, unlike his A New Hope co-stars R2-D2 and C-3PO, goes on to integrate himself into the world of Rebels really well as a super formidable threat. Ezra and Sabine spend the entirety of the next episode, Rebel Resolve, trying to track down info on Kanan's whereabouts, which Ezra interrogates out of Vizago, accidentally revealing his Force abilities in the process. The story ends with Ezra owing Vizago a favor down the road in exchange for Vizago keeping this information a secret. The finale, Fire Across the Galaxy, opens with the Spectres incredibly casually stealing a massive Imperial transport ship. Like they barely even break a sweat. What Sabine does break is the laws of physics. How's she doing that? How the hell is that? The rebels use this ship to infiltrate the Imperial fleet over Mustafar. The Inquisitor taunts.
So predictable.
And then he goes on to lose. Ezra crawls through a vent system to rescue Kanan. Crawling through vents is kind of his whole thing. And then for some reason, the two of them have to walk through the Star Destroyer's engine room in order to get back to the hangar bay from the cell block. I'm not sure why that was the most direct route. The Inquisitor's waiting for them in the engine room. Why wasn't he guarding Kanan? He was in there saying, so predictable, and then he disappears for 4 minutes of screen time, and the next time we see him is in the engine room with no justification for why he left his post. He was like, I know that Ezra's going to rescue Kanan, and this is their only route back to their hangar bay, so I'll be waiting here to stop them. But you could have stopped Ezra before he rescued Kanan by just staying where you were, because you knew he was gonna be coming there. Ezra and Kanan score off side by side against the Inquisitor, who says,
"At last, a fight that might be worthy of my time,"
and then loses. Kanan unleashes himself during a brief moment where he thinks Ezra's dead. But Ezra's fine, as one could reasonably predict. Ezra gets nicked by the blade and ends up with a small scar on his cheek for the rest of the show, the only lasting impact the Inquisitor left on his life. Kanan discovers a game-breaking strat of simply sticking his lightsaber through the giant hole in the Inquisitor's lightsaber and cutting it in half. The Inquisitor, realizing he's lost, just kills himself. This shocked the hell out of me because I thought this was going to be a series-long villain, not a season-long one. I bet he really regrets waiting in the engine room now.
The Inquisitor's time!
Well, we know he's not gonna use it.
The Spectres unite with Bail Organa's ships, where the mysterious Fulcrum finally reveals herself as Ahsoka Tano.
Ahsoka. My name is Ahsoka Tano.
Ahsoka tells the rebels that they're now part of a larger rebellion. Licking his wounds after his defeat, Tarkin returns to Lothal, and out of a shuttle emerges Darth Vader. I remember the Disney XD commercials marketed this episode based on the fact that Vader was gonna be in it. The plot twist cliffhanger ending. As I've talked through, Rebels Season 1 has a lot of strengths and a lot of weaknesses. If you were to compare the first season of the Clone Wars to the first season of Rebels, Rebels is by far the better show. There's no competition because the Clone Wars did not start as a good series, but Rebels was structurally solid from the beginning and clearly knew its identity. All in all, Season 1 feels really unimportant. I think going into Rebels, from the writer's perspective, there was a lot of excitement towards showing the organization of the Rebel Alliance and continuing Ahsoka's story. But there was also an intuitive and correct understanding that those elements would work better being built up to. That starting small with a focus on only one team would make it more satisfying when everything comes together. However, it doesn't feel like they had a strong vision about what they actually wanted to do in Season 1 until then. Almost nothing in the first season is ever meaningfully important again, and it feels like the writers were just spinning their wheels, waiting for the stories they were actually excited to tell in Season 2 and beyond. The good news is that there seems to be a lot more focused passion and interesting ideas in the episodes we're going to watch going forward. First time, I didn't have to make a series of graphs for this. I already had these from when I was in middle school. The second season picks up sometime after Season 1, and 4 BBY. It's said to be quite a while since Ezra's been to Lothal. The rebels find themselves on the run like the A-Team, constantly fleeing from planet to planet in search of a permanent base of operations. The good news is that they've organized into a larger fleet known as Phoenix Squadron. It's never clarified if this group is named after Sabine's Starbird tag or if it's just a coincidence. Phoenix Squadron ups the scope and scale of its efforts to help people in need. Every episode has a little mission. The citizens of Glup Shatopia are starving. We have to break past the blockade to drop them rations. It's retread ground from the Clone Wars, but I'd argue it fits better in this series because it's continuing this idea of community action and putting it on a larger scale. In the Clone Wars, we get to see the surface of the planet the supplies gets dropped on, but in Rebels, we see a far less expensive to produce hologram. The Siege of Lothal opens with one such mission that leaves Kanan dissatisfied. In a conversation framed identically to Han and Leia's bickering in The Empire Strikes Back, Kanan isn't too pleased being part of a larger fleet, preferring the smaller scale operations of their origins. Hera, meanwhile, is extremely dedicated to the cause of Fleet Commander Jun Sato. Sato is a pretty major character in Rebels in terms of number of appearances, but an incredibly minor character in terms of cultural impact because he's about as compelling as a sheet of cardboard, and he never does anything interesting or notable despite how much screen time he gets. At least Admiral Yularen in Clone Wars had a funny voice. The wicked Darth Vader threatens to punish her Minister Tua for her failure to locate the rebels, and she becomes extremely concerned with her well-being. She wants to defect from the Empire, seeking a rescue operation in exchange for valuable info about the Empire's true plans for Lothal.
There is another reason, known only to a few, and ordered by the Emperor himself.
Unfortunately, she's not smart enough to ask to be picked up from the Empire-free safe space she's currently hiding in, and she will surely wish she had this idea later. The rebels decide to take a stolen transport ship back to Lothal for an extraction. Let me tell you a pattern in this series that has absolutely no exceptions. Whenever the rebels go on a mission in a ship that isn't the Ghost or the Phantom, that ship will end up destroyed. It's basically like Hera's piloting a red shirt. Once there, it turns out that everything's playing out exactly how Darth Vader anticipated. The rebels' plan goes awry, the ship gets destroyed, and Minister Tua gets killed in an explosion. And when the Empire firebombs Ezra's childhood home to further draw them out, the rebels are actually screwed over for once. Made even worse is that as they attempt to flee in an Imperial shuttle, Darth Vader arrives to beat the shit out of them. There was a lot of trepidation going into this from fans. Are they gonna make Vader a nerfed lame loser like the Inquisitor? How would they justify Kanan and Ezra beating him? But in my opinion, they handled Vader excellently. He is clearly just toying with them, only using like 1% of his power, intentionally letting them escape in a tracked shuttle to lead him to the larger rebel fleet. Vader's depicted as a badass and totally in control, and they clearly put a lot more thought and effort into treating him like a legitimate threat than they ever did with the Inquisitor. In order to escape Lothal, the rebels have to call their old friend Lando Calrissian, who lends them signal transponders to escape Lothal's orbit. It's frustrating because Lando showing up so casually here really solidified to me at the time that he would be a recurring face our heroes could call on for help in a pinch. He's regularly mentioned throughout the show, which continued giving me hope.
Lando Calrissian.
But this 40-second scene is legitimately his final appearance in Star Wars Rebels. This episode gives us a glimpse at how much worse life on Lothal has become, with a permanent Imperial blockade in orbit. Vader orders the mass burning of Tarkin Town, taking all of its impoverished inhabitants into Imperial custody. Unfortunately, the Ghost crew recognize that this is a trap and have to refrain from rescuing them.
This happened because of us?
There's a cost for any action we take now, Ezra.
Somewhat bizarrely, this never comes up again in the series. They never make any attempt to track down the inhabitants of Tarkin Town that they spent so much of Season 1 helping out. Returning to the Phoenix Squadron fleet, Darth Vader's TIE Advanced bursts out of hyperspace and begins opening fire. This creative team just came off of 6 seasons of storytelling about Anakin Skywalker, famously one of the greatest pilots in the galaxy. And this episode was their first chance to demonstrate that Darth Vader hasn't lost any of those skills. Ahsoka tries to sense the presence of the Sith Lord, and that's when she starts to develop a hunch, while Darth Vader comes to a definite conclusion.
The apprentice lives.
And it was now clear to fans of the Clone Wars the direction that Rebels Season 2 was probably going to go, as Dave Filoni hinted at many times in Rebels Recon.
People want a certain confrontation to happen. I don't think you can go a whole season without that confrontation happening. But you'll see by the end of the season, there's some other sword fights coming up, which are a little bit more important. If she fought Darth Vader, I'll say this, she won't be a pushover.
It's interesting with hindsight, the Star Wars Rebels doesn't really do anything to introduce Ahsoka or explain who she is. We never get a moment where Kanan and Ezra learn, wow, she's force sensitive just like us? She has lightsabers? Which strikes me as odd because you'd think that would be a huge deal for them, especially given how they reacted to Luminara Unduli. Imagine if you were watching this without having seen the Clone Wars, and this character just starts using the Force at the end of the 3rd episode she's in with no setup. After the Rebels narrowly escape with their lives due to Vader's TIE fighter getting caught in a misfired tractor beam, Kanan accepts his role in a larger rebellion and dedicates himself to serving among Phoenix Squadron. Meanwhile, Darth Vader FaceTimes the Emperor to report his findings, the two salivating at the idea of Ahsoka potentially leading them to Kenobi.
Skywalker's apprentice could lead us to other lost Jedi.
Such as Kenobi.
I can't help but notice that there wasn't any budget to actually show the Emperor, so he's just a light source off.
For now, dispatch another Inquisitor to hunt them down.
As you wish, my master.
And there's the rub. They go through all the trouble of introducing Darth Vader and then immediately take him away to replace him with 2 wimps. Evidently, the amount of effort they put into making Vader seem competent was not something they were willing to keep doing, as the next Inquisitors will be even lamer than the first. Regardless, I think this was hands down the best episode of Rebels thus far. They came out of the gate swinging with a second season that I find vastly more compelling in every way. The second season still visibly has the same budget limitations as the first. Every Rebel trooper in Phoenix Squadron is completely identical, which makes it really funny when Hera's wearing the same helmet as them, but her eyes are visible and theirs aren't. Season 2 is finally freed up to explore new planets. Pretty much every episode begins with the Ghost emerging from hyperspace towards a new location, creating a very nice adventure of the week feeling. However, every single planet that gets visited in Rebels is a sad, empty wasteland of a variety of colors, because that's seemingly all they can afford to model. The good news is that the digital lighting has greatly improved, and it goes a long way to create some pretty looking shots that Season 1 so often lacked. Following the siege of Lothal, Star Wars Rebels' marketing strategy became perfectly engineered to debut season trailers at Star Wars Celebration. And a trailer for the next stretch of the season had a pretty major reveal.
My name is Rex. A friend of hers is a friend.
Captain Rex, a huge player from the Clone Wars, was joining the series alongside fellow troopers Wolf and Gregor. Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, and Rex basically became the 4 main characters of the Clone Wars by the time it ended. And while Anakin and Obi-Wan's fates were made clear as day by the movies, Rex and Ahsoka's were up until now a big question mark. Rex was Anakin Skywalker's right-hand man. There were a lot of clone troopers, but Rex was the coolest looking one. Over here is Commander Wolf. Background about Dave Filoni. He really likes wolves, and so he created a clone trooper called Wolf. He lost an eye off-screen between episodes. There were a lot of clone troopers, but Wolf was the coolest looking one. And then there's Gregor, who was amazingly memorable for only being in one singular episode. Colonel Gascon, who needs no introduction. Even if you've never seen a single piece of Star Wars media, you almost certainly know who Colonel Gascon is. He gets stranded on a wasteland planet void called Abafar, where they find a missing in action clone trooper and help him restore his memories. He sacrifices himself in order to help Colonel Gascon and the far less important character R2-D2 escape the planet. There were a lot of clone troopers, but Gregor was the coolest looking one. And then for some reason, Dave Filoni said this in 2012.
I very much believe in keeping promises, so I'd put my money on Gregor surviving that.
I never really understood why he said this. Don't worry guys, I promise! Gregor's emotionally impactful and super effective sacrifice will be completely undone, rest assured. But sure enough, Dave Filoni delivered on his promise. And now this dude who was a stoic badass got severe brain damage from the explosion and is kind of just insane now. And is kind of sad, but the show leans into him as a source of comedy. How incredibly respectful to the suffering of a disabled veteran. To actually explain the story of why the hell these guys are here, we pick up in The Lost Commanders, as 15-year-old Ezra has been fully embraced as a commanding voice in the military. Despite his apparently high rank in the chain of command, no one has ever given him non-ripped clothes, and he evidently can't afford them himself either. In the vague pursuit of potential allies,
if only we had more allies,
Ahsoka recommends an old friend of hers and sends the Ghost Crew in pursuit, with an admittedly flimsy reason as to why she couldn't just go with them.
There are questions that need answering.
The trio is hiding out in what looks exactly like Abafar, where we last saw Gregor, but for some reason it's a completely unrelated wasteland planet called Selos.
67676767. Hey, does the number 67 mean anything to you?
What did you just say?
I said 67?
When Kanan meets Rex and discovers he's a clone, he's pissed, because clone troopers wiped out the Jedi race, including his master Depa Billaba, as revealed by the Inquisitor's interrogation at the end of last season. Ahsoka knew this had the potential to go extremely poorly, and still chose not to go.
Kanan, if you find my friend, you must trust him.
If he's all the things you say, we can't afford not to.
Trust him.
From her perspective, why on earth would she send Kanan into this situation that would trigger severe PTSD for both him and Rex? And why would she put Rex in a position to have to deal with it?
I watched them kill my master. She fought beside them for years and they gunned her down in a second. And then came for me.
I feel like it would have made infinitely more sense from a character perspective for Ahsoka to go with them to negotiate this interaction. The idea of a Jedi and a clone having to work together and trust each other in the aftermath of Order 66, overcoming both of their trauma from it, is really compelling, and this is great character work for Kanan. But I can't get over how flimsy the foundation is. Why didn't Ahsoka at the very least warn Kanan specifically that Rex is a clone, or ask Kanan to stay behind? This confrontation could have ended with either of them dead. Was this really the time for her to speak in vague Yoda-like riddles when so many lives are on the line with this fledgling rebellion? If anything, it makes her look a little tone-deaf and insensitive. It's made very clear in Rebels Recon that the creative team behind Rebels didn't want Ahsoka to overshadow the Ghost Crew, but I feel like leaving her out of these missions came at the expense of logic and characters' motivations. Rex mentioned serving alongside Ahsoka in the Siege of Mandalore.
From the Battle of Christophsis to the Siege of Mandalore.
A reference which at the time just confused everyone because there was no Siege of Mandalore which featured Rex fighting alongside Ahsoka. There's a super fascinating production backstory here. Because while the Clone Wars was cancelled, production had gotten far enough to where Dave Filoni had a decent, although still fuzzy idea of what the series finale was going to be. So to him, in his head, this whole story was canon, but no one in the viewing audience was ever going to get to see it, or at least that's what was believed at the time.
The last time I saw him, he was rushing off to save the Chancellor.
Eventually, we got clued into what actually would have happened in the Clone Wars finale during the Clone Wars Untold Stories panel at Star Wars Celebration. And even later, we got to see the finale during the Clone Wars surprise final season in 2020. Rex comes in to assure Kanan that his inhibitor chip was removed, and he never executed Order 66. What's funny is that when this story was actually written, it was decided that Ahsoka should remove Rex's inhibitor chip instead of Rex himself. Something she only does in response to Rex having already executed Order 66. Which retroactively makes it so that Rex is completely lying to Kanan in Star Wars Rebels, which wasn't the intention at the time the episode was written.
I didn't betray my Jedi.
The clone troopers say that they'll only help the rebels if they help them go fishing, but it turns out that Zeb is the bait.
Troopers supposedly love Lasats.
This incredibly rare species who got genocided down to single digits is specifically this monster's favorite food. Rex, who's trying hard to appease Kanan and assure him that he means no harm, just lets this happen to Zeb without saying a word.
Oh, Hunter, bait, it's all the same.
No, it's not!
Once again in this episode, it feels like the writers are looking the other way and not fully thinking through the character motivations in exchange for jumping from set piece to set piece. What I find extremely funny is that the Bad Batch series later showed how Kanan escaped Order 66, in which the clone troopers were just trying to help Kanan, but he completely misunderstands and runs away, meaning that his intense PTSD in this episode is born entirely out of a contrived misunderstanding from him being a dumb, overreactionary child.
I'm on your side. I can help you.
Stay back!
An Imperial probe droid arrives and reports the rebels' location to the evil and rotten Empire. It turns out that Wolf reported Kanan to the Empire due to his inherent distrust of Jedi. And he has a complete 180 heel turn of character motivation based on one sentence from Rex.
I wanted to protect you guys. Protect our squad. The war is over. We are free men. We can't live under the fear of the Empire for the rest of our lives, Wolf. That's not freedom. You're right. They're not our enemy. I'm sorry.
In Relics of the Old Republic, the Empire attacks. The TIE fighter pilots are so incompetent that they can't even hit this borderline stationary giant target. So then they have to deploy AT-ATs in their first appearance in the show. What follows is a really neat creative sequence, which is basically a slow game of Battleship, where Ezra and Kanan use the Force to sense and destroy the AT-ATs through a dust storm.
I always trust my general.
Imagine if Ezra shot the walker with Callus and he died here. Something that keeps happening throughout this entire show is that whole ships get blown up and just coincidentally aren't the one Agent Callus is on. Then, just as it seems as the Empire is about to gain the upper hand, they're urgently ordered to leave by Darth Vader. I think the writers had this dilemma where if the Empire loses every episode, they seem incompetent. So they have to put the Empire in winning situations, but they ultimately can't win or else the rebels would all die. So they just have to cheat by pulling them away mid-fight due to communication breakdowns. It turns out that Vader wanted to introduce the fleet to a new Inquisitor called the Fifth Brother, who declares,
I will succeed where you and Callus have failed.
He does not. The most ridiculous part of this is that the Empire was literally just about to beat the rebels, but then Vader was like, stop trying to engage the rebels! You must abandon them and come here right now for this help engaging the rebels! Why on earth did the Empire just drop everything they were doing for the Fifth Brother to join them right at this instant? It's so that the Ghost crew could survive. Rex and Kanan, who have sort of learned to work together, return to the Rebel fleet, where Rex and Ahsoka finally reunite after all these years. This is one of 2 interactions they have in the entire series. And for the rest of the show, Rex is just shy of being a main character. He becomes by far the most frequently recurring face outside of the main 6, just regularly going on missions with them super casually, and I have to say that he fits perfectly. He has so much natural chemistry with the entire team in a Lando-like way, and I think he is a really outstanding addition to this series. For some reason, Wolf and Gregor don't come back with the Rebels, and Rebels Recon explains that they stayed behind on Selos. And I low-key don't understand why the Empire would allow them to do that. If you're the Empire, you know exactly where these guys are, exactly where to find these allies of the Rebels who might point you towards them. Oh well, let's just leave them alone. It's because Rex is the only one the writers wanted to become an important character, so they just ignored whatever details they needed to make that happen. There were so many odd, logical inconsistencies in this 2-parter which introduced Rex, but the good news is that they seem pretty neatly contained to just this individual story. These new Inquisitors are explored in Always 2 There Are, which basically serves as Star Wars Rebels Halloween episode. Ezra, Zeb, and Sabine explore a spooky, abandoned, reused asset from Star Wars The Clone Wars. I love the vibes of this one, as Ezra uses his lightsaber as a flashlight. It really does feel like kids exploring a haunted house here. Unfortunately, they run afoul of not only the 5th brother, but also the 7th sister, who are excited to capture Ezra. Strangely enough, Ezra was never actually assigned on this mission. He just opted to go on his own. So I'm not sure what the Inquisitors would have done if Ezra didn't show up. Zeb's genocide is played for laughs.
I don't want to die this way. I'm the last of my kind.
The 7th sister and 5th brother established that the Inquisitor we spent all of the previous season following was actually called the Grand Inquisitor. the highest ranking amongst the whole organization.
The death of the Grand Inquisitor was a surprise to all.
So now we're claiming retroactively that incredibly weak villain Nothing Threat from season 1 was way more powerful than the new villains who were coming in to replace him.
I mean, there's a limit to how specific we want to get. Someone like the Emperor is not into sharing power. The Inquisitors that he has represents what he allows to exist, and he keeps them on a fairly tight leash.
Both of these Inquisitors are just the most generic bad guy McBad guy humanly conceivable, just saying, my darkness powers make me more powerful than you, Ezra Bridger. And then they lose. The show desperately wants us to think of the Inquisitors as a scary threat, as Kanan and Ezra constantly hype up how powerful they are.
We really have no idea what we're up against. Everywhere we go, we run into those guys.
When they could not possibly come across as less intimidating. They both argue in front of prisoners, and then apparently just don't have the Force as they completely miss the Phantom parked on the roof above them. Then when the seventh sister tries to grab it, she gets humiliatingly flung onto the ground.
I can't hold them alone!
This is our introduction to the season's big bads, falling on their face and failing in even more cartoonish ways than the last Inquisitor. I'm sure glad they sidelined Vader for these guys. Despite the fact that Kanan discovered the battling Inquisitors meta with his kill move to just slice the lightsaber in half through the giant hole in the middle, neither he or Ezra ever attempt this again. The seventh sister is played by Sarah Michelle Gellar, the wife of Kanan's actor Freddie Prinze Jr. As a result, Kanan and the seventh sister flirt at various points this season, which never made sense to me as a kid, but I now understand is a reference to the voice actors being married at the expense of making absolutely no sense in universe.
Such a handsome face.
I don't go for crazy anymore.
Sarah Michelle, what can you tell us about the seventh sister and what draws you to this role?
I always look for strong female characters.
In what world is the seventh sister a strong character? It feels like a stretch to call her a character.
You introduce Padme and Ahsoka and all of these women that battle on their own, and specifically now with Rebels, and I see it with Sabine and Hera.
It's the first female villain in this era that we've seen, so that's pretty exciting.
You don't get to make a whole first season where Hera and Sabine are by far the least developed main characters and then pat yourselves on the back for saying, well, at least they're in the show.
Unlike you, I can shut up.
Because Star Wars Rebels takes an every scrap with a buffalo approach to preserve its scarce and precious budget, Phoenix Squadron starts hiding out on Garel, the planet from Episode 2 with the spaceport. On that note, Season 2 continues Season 1's trend of reusing animation assets from unproduced episodes of the Clone Wars. These flying monsters are from the Utapau Crystal Crisis arc. This two-eyed alien is from the Ahsoka Underworld arc. This gun is reused from Stila Guerrera's gun. Sato's ship is a Republic medical frigate, not unproduced episodes, but still. And there's one singular episode of Season 2 which introduces a new alien world which is actually populated and has interesting buildings. And that's because it's reused from the Asajj Ventress Dark Disciple arc. An upcoming character, Ketsu Onyo's bounty hunter ship, was going to be Asajj Ventress' ship in Dark Disciple as well. As evidenced by the presence of Ahsoka and Rex, the second season is very much a love letter to Star Wars The Clone Wars, and as a result, we get a pretty constant barrage of references.
The Jedi General I served combined the Force with his wits. The General I fought with was among the greatest of the Jedi. He's no Skywalker.
I heard that.
Let me tell you about the Battle of Geonosis. I know from experience the bugs down there don't take to unexpected guests when it comes to Jedi. The worse the plan, the better the result.
The show loves recapping episodes of the Clone Wars through the context of old war stories, and it kind of strikes me as unnecessary nostalgia bait. When Ezra responds to a distress call from Vizago to fulfill his favor, he discovers the ship's been taken over by yet another character from the Clone Wars making his Rebels debut, Hondo Ohnaka. In the previous series, Hondo was a profit-seeking space pirate who frequently faced off with Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka. He excellently threaded the needle between comic relief and a legitimately intimidating threat. Hondo had no unresolved story to speak of, so his inclusion here evidently comes solely from enthusiasm for his character. Here, he's a silver fox past his prime who's lost his entire pirate crew, because there's not a budget for them.
I lost my whole crew, thanks to the Empire.
He's also hideous, and is probably the worst casualty of the art style conversion. His lack of facial texture leaves him looking naked and rubbery. He's also completely lost the edge to him. He's not intimidating more, pushed into a goofier direction as Hondo takes Ezra under his wing, and basically serves as the bad role model slash wacky uncle who the rest of the crew aren't too fond of. He's genuinely funny and definitely one of the show's greatest supporting characters.
Oh, the stories I could tell. So many of them true.
Hondo comes to learn that Ezra is a Jedi, and likes to hold this information over Ezra's head for the rest of the season. Lando gets name dropped in this story.
I'm Lando Calrissian.
Which is ironic because Hondo basically steals his role. He also steals Vizago's role. Vizago won't appear again until the 4th season. Anytime an episode is about the galaxy's criminal underworld, Hondo serves as our gateway character because the writers pretty clearly favor him. I always felt like it was a missed opportunity the show didn't feature a story with Hondo and Lando together. Smooth talking and double-crossing, betraying each other every step of the way. I also find it funny that Ahsoka and Hondo, despite fully knowing each other, never get to interact in Rebels. A particularly strong episode called Homecoming introduces us to another character from the Clone Wars, Hera's estranged father, Cham Syndulla, who makes Kanan act like the awkward boyfriend nervous to meet his girlfriend's dad.
This is the rest of our crew. Ezra, Sabine, and Zeb.
I think Cham is used to great effect here. In the previous show, he was a freedom fighter on the planet Ryloth, who teamed up with the Republic to defend the planet from the Separatists. Now, 15 years later, the Republic has become the Empire, and he's basically leading a rebellion against them the way he did against the Separatists. This doesn't come across as jingling keys. No one's screaming and crying over Cham Syndulla coming back. He's not an overwhelmingly beloved character or anything. There was just a legitimately interesting story they wanted to tell, reframing this hero of the Clone Wars as an antagonist to the Ghost Crew. Here, Cham wants to blow up an Imperial carrier in orbit as a visual symbol of hope for the people of Ryloth, while Hera wants to commandeer it as a troop transport for the Rebel fleet. It's a really interesting, fun conflict between two disorganized Rebel cells. Here on Cham Syndulla's team is Numa. She was a little girl that clone troopers Waxer and Boyle spent a very memorable episode rescuing during the Siege of Ryloth. And I think she's a really perfect example of franchise interconnectivity. They don't pause the story to have her be like, 2 good friends of mine long ago did something similar. Within the purposes of Rebels, she is just one of Cham's soldiers. But if you remember the character, then you can take an extra deeper meaning from her presence here. But then on the flip side, Cham Syndulla makes a long and not necessary reference to be like, hey yo, remember Mace Windu?
Master Windu spoke highly of your heroics at the Battle of Lesu.
Mace Windu. Outnumbered 100 to 1. We charged across Lesu's energy bridge to certain doom.
See Season 1, Episode 21, Liberty on Ryloth for more information. Cham Syndulla is French. Apparently this alien planet just naturally has French accents. And whenever Hera speaks to him, her natural French accent comes out. But the thing is that these are American actors, and they're doing like the worst French accents of all time.
This is different. The rebels are fighting to free everyone.
It's particularly bad in this 1-2-parter from the Bad Batch, which brings back Hera and Cham, and it's just bad French accents for 44 minutes. And if I were French, this would make me kill myself.
Tech showed me how to scramble a ship's signature.
If I were French and I saw this American production, I would plant a thermite bomb on the Statue of Liberty. The TIE bomber crashes into Hangar Bay 2, but later it's said to be Hangar Bay 3.
Proceed to Bay 2.
The fire in Hangar Bay 3 is out of control.
Season 2 dedicates a lot of time to the rift and trust between Kanan and Rex, who both become competing mentors to Ezra, with Rex determined to train him as a soldier, and Kanan determined to train him as a Jedi. Ezra finds himself caught in the middle of their tension and tries to escape it at every opportunity. Kanan comes out of this conflict looking a lot worse, because he's kind of just a dick.
Never expected to make it this far with you for a partner. Well, my expression is wrong. I'm not happy about being on this mission.
Really? That wasn't clear.
Their feud culminates in an incredibly fun episode called Stealth Strike, where the two of them have to work together to infiltrate an experimental gravity well, a Star Destroyer, which is pulling Rebel ships out of hyperspace. Kanan ultimately puts his full trust in Rex and rescues him from Imperial interrogation. Beyond Ezra and Kanan, the season dedicates a lot of time and energy to developing Zeb, Hera, and Sabine, making them finally feel like proper main characters of an ensemble rather than supporting cast. Wings of the Master explores Hera's deep-rooted love of flying as she pilots an experimental B-Wing to prove to its creator, Quarry, that the Rebel Alliance is worthy of it. Imagine if Hera crashed and died in this episode. Frankly, the Phantom crashing into a large rock at high speeds feels like it should have been more consequential than it was. There are some notable developments here. For one, Hera gets promoted to Phoenix Leader by the end of the story, and Quarry apparently upgrades the Phantom with a hyperdrive and an astromech slot in a cave with a box of scraps, allowing the ship to leap into hyperspace independently of the Ghost for the rest of the series. This shuttle totally does not have a bathroom. If you're traveling through hyperspace for days, what do? Like, we can see the whole inside of it. Why didn't Quarry get a bathroom? We never see Quarry again.
Say the line,
Bart!
Bart!
In my opinion, they ate him.
Yeah!
This episode's another instance of the show not functioning as a self-contained entity, because after a huge amount of emphasis on how paramount the B-Wing will be to the Rebels' efforts, we never see it in the show again. The payoff to this episode is the climax of 1983's Return of the Jedi. Remind you, the B-Wings are substantially less powerful than they're depicted in this episode, and lack the ability to shoot giant lasers. It's like when the final product of a Kickstarter campaign is 100 times less impressive than what was promised. The show's devotion to fitting into a larger universe handicaps the experience here. The writers went, "Aw man, the Rebel Alliance doesn't have B-Wings in A New Hope, so let's say this B-Wing prototype was being perfected by the manufacturer for the next 8 years, which means the final product won't be ready for commercial use until after Star Wars Rebels is over." On the exact same note, every season of Star Wars Rebels dedicates a minimum of 1 episode to foreshadowing the creation of the Death Star, as the Ghost Crew personally stumble onto the trail of breadcrumbs left behind by its construction. In Season 1, the entire crew embark on a multi-day stealth mission to track down a giant kyber crystal needed for the Death Star's laser. In Season 2, they stumble upon the remnants of the Death Star's construction left over Geonosis. A 2-parter in Season 3 is dedicated to exploring the mysterious disappearance of Geonosis' entire population, who were wiped out to hide the existence of the Death Star. And a 2-parter in Season 4 is dedicated to intercepting another giant kyber crystal. All of these stories end with our protagonists asking, what on earth is the Empire building? What do they need these for?
We need to find out what the Empire's building.
And there is no payoff within the series itself. That to me is one of the most egregious consequences of Star Wars Rebels' dedication to a shared universe. Imagine any other show dedicating 6 full episodes and countless full minutes of dialogue to unraveling a conspiracy and then never presenting the answer or even acknowledging its lack of an answer.
The Empire was building something over Geonosis.
Yeah, but what? I've never seen an orbital construction field this big.
The Genosians made weapons back in the Clone War. Whatever they were up to, I'm betting we're not gonna like it.
Must have been huge if they had to build it up here instead of down on the surface.
This to me is the beginning of the slippery slope, which leads to things like an entire episode of the Book of Boba Fett dedicated to Luke Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano training Baby Yoda. Viewing every element of Star Wars as completely interchangeable building blocks which can weave in and out of stories at will and without explanation. Star Wars Rebels fully expects you to have seen the movies. But if you've seen the movies, then there's absolutely no mystery or intrigue to this grand conspiracy. This doesn't get to function at its fullest for any viewer.
We know the Empire wiped out the entire population of this planet. We need to find out why.
I'm aware that Star Wars Rebels was never intended to be viewed in a vacuum. A large reason for its existence was to encourage a new generation of kids to find their broader franchise in the lead up to The Force Awakens. But I personally resent the idea that a TV show should have 6 movies and 6 seasons of required reading in order to understand the significance of what's happening. One example of a TV show occupying a shared universe is Better Call Saul coexisting with Breaking Bad. But the thing is that both of these shows can be viewed completely in isolation without missing anything. Every major character, plot beat, and story arc is fully introduced and ingrained into the fabric of Better Call Saul. Watching Breaking Bad would greatly enhance the experience of Better Call Saul and vice versa, but it's not a prerequisite. But that's not how it works in Star Wars Rebels. I think my least favorite episode of the entire show is called Blood Sisters, where Hera says,
"Keep a low profile,"
and then sends a rainbow-colored Mandalorian and a graffiti-tagged Imperial uniform-wearing teenager into a passenger depot to repeatedly say a code word to hundreds of unsuspecting passengers until they find a courier.
It's a long way to Alderaan.
It's a long way to Alderaan.
Throughout the first season and a half, we've been left with no real insight into who Sabine even is, besides
the Empire,
as an explanation of what happened to her parents. We can see she's a Mandalorian, but she's never brought it up before, and we have no clue how it affects her. This was made even more confusing by a Rebels Recon segment where Dave Filoni said Sabine was going to become as important as Ezra later in the show.
Sabine kind of elevates and is every bit as important as Ezra as far as what you think of as dynamically who's the show about and where does it go.
This episode finally puts Sabine in the protagonist position, and instead of exploring the most pressing questions about the basics of who she is, it explores her past as a bounty hunter that apparently exists as well. We're supposed to believe that 16-year-old Sabine Wren has a massive, long-forgotten past as a bounty hunter.
She goes through an interesting state of extremes, and I think that's probably not unusual to see among teenagers. One year she's a cadet and a star cadet, and the next year she's an extremely expressive and dangerous bounty hunter.
I can accept magical wizards who fight with laser swords, but this is unironically where my suspension of disbelief ends.
Albin Leloup asks, Sabine was 16 at the start of Rebels, but one enters the Academy at 15. When was she a bounty hunter then?
Well, I mean, Sabine's proven herself to be quite exceptional, and we have every reason to believe that she was a prodigy as a child, so they could have fast-tracked her entrance into the Mandalore Academy at a very young age, maybe as young as 13, definitely by 14, so there's enough time in there to accommodate her background.
It's even stranger because this idea of Sabine being a bounty hunter exclusively exists in only this one episode. If you were to watch Star Wars Rebels but skip the episode Blood Sisters, you genuinely would never know that Sabine was once a bounty hunter, which tells you how meaningful this episode was to actually fleshing out Sabine Wren. Here, Sabine's search for a gonk droid courier brings her face to face with her bitter rival and former friend, Ketsu Onyo, who's also a bounty hunter. The two of them were classmates at the Imperial Academy on Mandalore. Star Wars Rebels pulls out a level of tell, don't show not seen since the Transformers movies by having two characters declare, "We were like siblings," and rely entirely on that exchange to get the audience emotionally invested in the relationship while not elaborating any further.
Once we were like sisters.
We were brothers once.
At no point do I actually buy this relationship. All of their dialogue is very clunky. Most of it's just exposition of like, oh yeah, we knew each other.
She never told you how we broke out of the Imperial Academy?
That was a long time ago, before you got greedy and left me for dead.
But there's just no chemistry between them in any way, shape, or form that makes this feel like a past strong relationship. Ketsu gleefully reports that there's a bounty on the Ghost Crew, and she is apparently the sole and only bounty hunter in the entire galaxy who's ever tried to pursue it. This bounty seems like it should be a terrifying revelation that would put the Ghost Crew on edge, but it never comes up again. The plot of this episode is a fairly basic cat-and-mouse struggle as Sabine and Ketsu compete to claim this gonk droid. Ketsu destroys the ship's hyperdrive by firing one shot at the outside of it, the only time I believe this feat has ever been accomplished in all of Star Wars. In the end, Ketsu and Sabine become best friends again, because Ketsu is so inspired by the fact that Sabine has friends who care about her, I suppose.
It must be nice to have people backing you up. I had that once, when we were friends.
And Sabine then fully invites Ketsu Onyo, a bounty hunter actively taking jobs on behalf of the Empire, to a secret rebel base. R2-D2 is here for no real reason in his second and final appearance. And according to an episode guide on StarWars.com, that's a leftover fragment from an earlier version of the script where C-3PO was supposed to be the courier droid. I think that would have at least helped droids in distress feel less bizarre and superfluous by letting R2 and 3PO become recurring characters, but that wasn't the direction they went with. The Rebels Recon segment gives a lot of information that seems extremely pertinent to Sabine's history.
And Ketsu's important in getting her out of the Academy.
I think it came out of a desperate time. These are two characters who might not have gotten together, except they found themselves in a desperate situation and they wanted to change, so they had to rely on each other to get out. But then as time went on, they were sort of stuck with each other, formed this bond, but Sabine gradually began to realize that Ketsu might have not been the best person for her.
But the thing is that none of this is in the episode. None of this is in the show. Why not do a flashback episode showing how Sabine escaped the Academy with a young Ketsu Onyo? See Sabine and Ketsu in their prime when they were friends, and then their fallout means something, and then when Ketsu comes back in the present, there's a history that we've seen. I know the show had extremely limited resources and assets, but I think you could get away with doing this. We already have an Imperial Academy set from season 1. We have all the Imperial officers and stormtroopers you could want. I don't think you'd even have to change Sabine's character model. She's not that much younger, maybe just give her a new hair color. This episode had some location design budget because there's this whole new rebel base that's only in this one scene. It's really pretty, by the way. Why'd they make this the best looking location in the entire series when it's on screen for 40 seconds? Another aspect of this episode seeming to exist in such a bizarre vacuum is that Ketsu Onyo basically never appears again. The show always worked with 2-episode cycles for its new characters. If a character was introduced in an episode of the first half of the season, then they'd almost always appear in an episode in the second half of the season. So while Ketsu shows up in the second half of season 2, she only has about 5 lines, participates in a space battle, and does nothing of note. She was kind of just shoved into another episode out of obligation, but she didn't really fit there. Then she doesn't show up ever again until the series finale, because there clearly wasn't any natural role for bounty hunting within the story framework Star Wars Rebels created. Again, making it feel even more bizarre to claim, oh yeah, Sabine was a bounty hunter, as basically a throwaway thought, when there are so many more pressing questions about her left unanswered. In a vacuum, this is just a kind of subpar, awkward, clunky episode. But in the broader picture of Star Wars Rebels, I've always found this to be such a bizarre episode that makes really baffling creative decisions. This was the very first episode to focus on Sabine, and I feel like I came away from it knowing even less about her than I did going in. It didn't give her any worthwhile dimension. It didn't even remotely touch on her family, her culture, her relationship to Ezra. Every aspect of the character I think you'd intuitively want to explore to flesh her out. To me, it just makes it so abundantly clear that they had no idea what they really wanted Sabine to be as a character, that she was just a nebulous void of a badass warrior. And I always thought that was a shame. Luckily, later in this season, they made some steps to start pointing Sabine in a specific direction. The Protector of Concord Dawn, in which Phoenix Squadron attempts to negotiate with Mandalorians for free passage through the Concord Dawn system. The Mandalorians, a group of militant savages, don't take too kindly to this. Hera's flying an A-Wing today with no explanation provided. You know what that means. Nerds watching, should a ship this damaged be able to successfully jump to hyperspace and hold together? Let me know. With Hera in critical condition, Sabine wants revenge, Mandalorian style. The barbaric warriorness in her blood finally showing its face. Not for the pilots who actually died, just for Hera. Kanan, the noble Jedi who can put aside his feelings, takes a trip to Concord Dawn to attempt to recruit the Mandalorians to the rebel cause. Do you think there's anyone else in Phoenix Squadron who'd have an objection to making an alliance with these Mandalorians? Like the 3 pilots who died, did they have friends? Did they have loved ones who were also in this fleet who were thinking, are we making a deal with the people who murdered the love of my life, Angelina, 2 hours ago? Their opinions don't matter because they don't have names. I think Kanan and Sabine are a really underrated character pairing who bounce off each other well with super conflicting worldviews.
One of you came here to befriend me, the other came to kill me.
Sabine squares off with the Mandalorians, reveals she's from House Vizsla, the sect Maul commanded in the Clone Wars show.
Clan Wren, House Vizsla.
House Vizsla? She's Death Watch.
And she blows up all of Concord Dawn's fighters. Kanan squares off with the commander. Fen Rao hates the Empire, but he doesn't think the rebels would stand a chance against them, so he refuses to join. Fen Rao runs off to the one singular, still-standing ship that Sabine was not able to blow up due to plot convenience. And then an exciting space chase features Kanan clinging to the outside of a Fang fighter. Fen Rao should just spin the wings. This thing spins. Kanan could be dead in seconds if he spun the wings. Spin the wings. He doesn't. We end with Fen Rao captured as a prisoner of the rebellion, and he agrees to grant their ships safe passage through Concord Dawn. Hera lives, yay! I think that this episode does a vastly better job at letting us know who Sabine is and letting us in on actual character flaws, her propensity for revenge, the Mandalorian savagery deep within her that she's buried for all this time. While at this point it didn't seem even remotely clear how she could ever become as important as Ezra, this episode finally made her feel like an actual character, not just a couple shallow archetypes stitched together. And while Zeb only gets one showcase episode in season 2, I think it's a series best episode. In Legends of the Lasat, Zeb discovers a crate full of other Lasat, who recognize Zeb immediately as a military captain, apparently well known by his people. A Lasat elder speaks of a mystical chosen one who can provide passage to the lost Lasat homeworld of Lira San, and Zeb must reluctantly embrace his role as this chosen one. We get a really fun exploration of how other religions interpret the Force in this story. It feels like Clone Wars levels of creativity and storytelling that much of Rebels is missing. During a genuinely breathtaking sequence, the Rebels find themselves in a beautiful star cluster anomaly. I remember being beyond blown away by this whole scene and how visually impressive it was. Carried heavily by the score by Kevin Kiner, Journey into the Star Cluster. As a cherry on top, this episode adds a comedic relief subplot in which Hondo keeps repeatedly selling out the Spectres to the Empire and then selling out the Empire to the Spectres, betraying both back and forth. His absurdity counterbalances the overly serious mystical elements of the episode extremely well. Zeb transforms his staff into a channel of Force energy, magically activating the hyperdrive on its own and transporting the Ghost to Lira San, where Zeb discovers his original ancestral home, which is full of Lasat who weren't wiped out on Lasan. Unfortunately, there isn't any budget to see them or visit the planet, so we just hear about it.
There are already Lasat down there.
May I see it? No.
And that's my one criticism of this episode. Clone Wars would have absolutely had the resources to visualize this sequence, and actually seeing Zeb discover he's not the last of his kind would have been a way more beautiful moment than just hearing about it afterward. Unfortunately, this being such a great episode for Zeb comes at a cost. This is quite literally the end of his character arc. only halfway through season 2 in a 4-season series.
Now that the ghost has been here, we can always come back.
And if we meet any other Lasat, I will show them the way.
Zeb spends the last 2.5 seasons with largely nothing to do at all, and most of all, no meaningful character work going forward. It's no coincidence that in the Ahsoka series, a follow-up to Rebels, every member of Rebels' main cast comes back except for Zeb, who was given a role in the Mandalorian and Baby Yoda movie as a consolation prize. It's because his narrative purpose has been fulfilled, and I think the show might have benefited from saving this episode for later to prevent Zeb from feeling as rudderless as he does going forward. To be clear, I don't think this needed to be the end of his story. I think time could have been spent rebuilding Lyrasan, reintegrating himself into the society, but instead the show never visits the surface of this planet or returns to it. I remember when I was a freshman in high school, I wrote a script about how Zeb was being underutilized, and I was like, maybe I'll make a YouTube video someday. It took a while, but here we are. 1 page, that's cute. To continue following through the season's overarching narrative, a string of 3 episodes in the middle of the season all lead directly into each other. In The Future of the Force, the Inquisitors are abducting pathetic, ugly babies, and the rebels want to know why. The strange conundrum at the center of this is that the episode treats this as a giant mystery, but meanwhile, The Clone Wars, which the show so clearly expects you to have also watched, has a multi-episode arc about exactly this, babies getting stolen by the Emperor. We know exactly why this is happening. They're abducting Force-sensitive children to groom them to the dark side, the Minecraft YouTuber playbook. Much like the Death Star stuff, this doesn't work at its fullest for any viewer, because if you haven't seen The Clone Wars, then you have no idea who Ahsoka is, and her presence really means nothing, but if you have seen The Clone Wars, then you know the answer to this mystery going in. Ahsoka, Kanan, and Ezra head to the planet Takoba, named after a taco bar the writers went to. Zeb tags along too, and from a real-life writing perspective, that choice is because, oh, wouldn't it be cute for a silly big tough guy like Zeb to deal with babies? But something I find super quirky is that normally there's a very specific explanation given for why certain characters go on certain missions.
Rex's military experience will be invaluable, and he can also impersonate a stormtrooper.
But today it's just, Zeb goes, Sabine's not invited, and we never find out why. The Inquisitors continue to be incompetent. In this episode, non-Force sensitive Zeb manages to lose both of them while they're chasing him. They cannot accurately deflect blaster bolts at Zeb. There's an entire sequence where everything the fifth brother says is wrong.
They are here.
Are you certain?
You would question me, seventh sister?
And then Ahsoka uses her white lightsabers for the first time in the series and effortlessly beats both of their asses.
She's extremely skilled, and I think over the years, there hasn't been as much day-to-day ongoing battling as she was doing in the Clone Wars.
She's never really in jeopardy, Ahsoka, in that fight.
But the show simply tells the audience at all times that the Inquisitors are horrifying, unstoppable threats. Star Wars Rebels told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. Unfortunately, one of the Seventh Sister probe droids captured Ezra doxing the Rebel base by saying super specific exposition out loud.
Once I get you back to your mother, maybe you could come live with us on Garel. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
In Legacy, Ezra is awakened by a vision of his parents and becomes convinced they might be on Lothal. But before Ezra and Kanan can leave to investigate, the Empire attacks Garel. Luckily, stormtroopers cannot hit 4 guys running in a straight line for 500 feet. Callus doesn't even wear a helmet into an active combat zone, and the Inquisitors get defeated by closing a door, so it's really not much of a problem. All of the villains keep calling each other out for being ineffective, lame villains, and the rebels escape pretty effortlessly.
I merely look to the day when you produce results.
They represent your constant failure.
One ship explodes, and I think we're supposed to feel something. But the thing is that even when the rebels lose ships, we don't know anybody on those ships. It's just nameless, faceless, identical extras who died, not people that Ezra or Hera or Kanan have seemingly ever met before. The Imperial fleet has left Lothal, and Ezra follows his vision, as well as a white Lothcat, to the truth.
Hey, stop! Stop! Wait! Stop! Okay, I can track it.
What? The cat? You've grown powerful if you can track that Lothcat with the Force.
The Force? I planted a tracker on it, Kanan.
Why is he desperately yelling wait if he put a tracker on it? In the wastelands of Lothal, he meets the former governor, Ryder Azadi, who recently escaped Imperial prison. Back in the day, he backed Ezra's parents' revolutionary messages and paid the price. And unfortunately, he has bad news.
They're dead, aren't they?
I'm sorry, son. They are.
Even Chopper knows to lock in right now. To make matters more upsetting, Ezra's transmission in Call to Action was the last time his parents ever heard him. He inspired them to lead the prison break, and indirectly, he is responsible for their deaths. This is a genuinely impactful moment, with more absolutely stunning and haunting music from Kevin Kiner. For all of the shaky, rocky moments in Star Wars Rebels, it has deep emotional moments that hit, and this is one of them. At this point, we reach the mid-season 2 hiatus. And during this hiatus, the first film from Lucasfilm under Disney's tenure releases, Star Wars The Force Awakens, which makes an unbelievable smash at the box office and revives enthusiasm for the Star Wars franchise, which lasts for about 4 years and then abruptly ends.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
About a month later, Lucasfilm releases a trailer for the second half of Season 2, which features so many familiar faces from the franchise. Leia, Jun Sato, we already talked about him, an extremely ugly looking Yoda, a cross-guard lightsaber. Maul?
Call me Old Master.
Why would they put that in the trailer? That could have been such a good surprise. Ahsoka seems to learn that Vader is Anakin and challenge him, finally paying off all of Dave Filoni's hints in Rebels Recon. And most notably, the trailer seemed to very ominously hint at the dark side pulling at Ezra in the aftermath of his discovery about his parents, and the imminent danger it posed to him.
The dark side. It pulls at him. It calls to him.
Most of all, Ahsoka claimed,
"There's always a bit of truth in legends."
The top comment once upon a time said, "There'd better be, Ahsoka. There'd better be." The series returned in January, seemingly celebrating The Force Awakens with the introduction of Princess Leia. Bail Organa has sent his teenage daughter to deliver 3 transport ships to Lothal under the guise of a humanitarian mission. In reality, the intent is to let the rebels steal these ships to support their fleet, but the Empire has become suspicious of an apparently well-documented pattern of Alderaan ships getting stolen by rebels. So the Empire deploys gravity locks and AT-ATs to keep them secure. Kanan and Ezra meet up with Princess Leia, and Ezra gets completely bitchy after Leia doesn't say anything unreasonable at all.
I know who you are. And unless you want the deck officer to know too, I suggest you put your helmets back on and keep your mouths shut.
Excuse me? Wait, why does she get to give orders? I don't get to give orders.
I think they forgot to cast someone who sounds like a 14-year-old, because Leia should in fact be 14 here. But she sounds 35. Also, it's never explained where Kanan and Ezra get this armor. Kanan just has it with him at Ryder Azadi's house. Apparently they brought 2 sets of armor with them in their last-minute slapdash escape from Garel. After a pickup from the Ghost, Leia meets up with Ezra about his grieving parents, and reveals that she heard his transmission and it inspired her, and now she wants to inspire him. With the Ghost crew despondent over the tactical difficulty of procuring the ships, 14-year-old Leia tells this room full of experienced military veterans to just lock in, and they're like, "Yeah, you're right."
So don't tell me why we can't get them. Tell me how we will.
Thus leading to a really well-lit action climax, where Kanan uses a lightsaber to slice the legs off of an AT-AT. I want to remind you that the Empire has been completely ineffective in every single episode of this show, but a princess on Lothal may be their single most incompetent outing. The Empire fails to recognize the most obvious treason, not even questioning that these 2 troopers who spent the story escorting Leia turned out to be traitors. Leia proceeded to pick up a blaster and fire at stormtroopers. Mind you, the AT-AT pilot should be fully able to see this, but don't.
Just wait until I tell the Senate that the Imperial presence on Lothal is helpless against the rebels.
Imagine a 14-year-old talking to you like this. Leia kind of doesn't do much. I feel like the show could have done more with her. Like, the rebels having this secret ally in the Senate is super interesting and seems like it could have contributed to multiple stories. Honestly, I always thought Leia and Ezra had a lot of chemistry.
You have my permission.
See you later, princess.
Imagine if they dated or something over a multi-episode arc. I mean, cocky street rat, that's Leia's type, isn't it? Having to keep their secret a relationship from the Empire, and probably the rebels too, would be concerned about it blowing their cover. Sort of a Romeo and Juliet-esque dynamic where they're from separate worlds could have been fun. Remember how C-3PO was going to be in Blood Sisters? The episode guide says the presence of such a legacy character overshadowed the interaction between Ketsu and Sabine. And in my honest opinion, if you're just inserting C-3PO into the spot of this courier droid, maybe he's just going, oh my, in the background, I don't see how that would overshadow Sabine and Ketsu. It's like they don't have faith in the new characters they've created. This show seems to treat characters like Leia, R2, 3PO, and Lando as super sacred, but I feel like they're holding themselves back from actually letting these characters leave a true mark on the canon and world of Rebels. But on a more positive note, Star Wars Rebels is always very good at having high stakes. Take the episode The Forgotten Droid, where not only are the rebels getting fired on by an Imperial fleet and have to jump to new coordinates, but Chopper's on a Star Destroyer and needs to get back to the Ghost, and an Imperial officer's trying to catch him. And the entire Rebel fleet is out of fuel and needs to be refilled. Every single episode's climax has multiple chaotic complications, and it earnestly does a good job at evoking the feeling of classic pulpy Hollywood. But the funny flip side of making as many things go wrong as possible is that it makes the Rebels look a little bit unorganized and unprepared. Like how'd they let their fuel get this low in the middle of active combat? I couldn't even imagine letting my car run out of gas. And I'm not running a military operation. One example is in the episode The Call.
The Call.
The Ghost crew is not only on a mission to steal fuel from a mining guild outpost, but the Ghost is almost completely out of fuel as well, and has never really brought up what their contingency plan is if they fail to acquire the fuel. Because the Ghost would just be set adrift in enemy territory in deep space with no means of escape if they run out. Why didn't they just bring some backup fuel so the stakes can be high? This episode introduces the Purrgil, a bunch of pseudo-legendary space whales who have the ability to jump into hyperspace. We learn from Hera that the Purrgil inspired ancient travelers to jump into lightspeed in the first place. But Hera hates these whales because they have a bad habit of traveling through hyperspace lanes and causing life-ending collisions. I remember these caught so much flack from fans online who complained endlessly about how dumb they were. But I have to be honest, space whales feel like something Clone Wars would do and George Lucas would come up with. Please remember that the final Star Wars story George Lucas was involved with saw Yoda visiting the Wills of the Force, 5 mysterious floating women who control the Force and live in an ethereal realm called the Wellspring of Life. All of George Lucas's ideas were so weird. You're telling me the space whales are weirder than the Zillo Beast? They're fine, calm down. There's a sequence where Kanan, Ezra, and Zeb skydive onto an oil platform, which is said to be low atmosphere. Zeb's wearing an oxygen mask, while Ezra and Kanan put on custom painted stormtrooper helmets. I remember the day after this episode aired, my 8th grade English teacher, Mr. Ray, was very quick to point out that these helmets don't have filtration systems. They're not airtight, and if Zeb needs an oxygen mask, then so do they. I remember the next week on Rebels Recon, there was like a 4-minute segment dedicated to making it make sense.
That planetoid with the Clouzone gas breath masks as well. So there is a trace atmosphere. The Ghost, and it's taking off with the Purrgil. We never actually see it source like a big tank that you see on TIE fighter pilots that allows them to breathe. It's just that the Clouzone gets in the way.
Also, I love that the nerds who write the episode guides on StarWars.com had to clarify that the episode script said the plural of Purrgil wrong.
Purrgils!
Which means that after this episode was written and produced, the Council of Nerds all gathered and decided, Purrgils is wrong actually. It's just Purrgil. Why'd they need to decide that? At this time, the episode was singled out as the quintessential example of pointless filler. And I was lukewarm on it as a kid. I didn't dislike it as much as everyone, but I didn't really care much about it. I have to be honest that in revisiting this, I really vibed with this episode. It's just a really interesting exploration of this aspect of the galaxy, how the mining guild operates and collects fuel in partnership with the Empire, plus this inspired new addition to hyperspace canon. It's also a visually stunning episode, with incredibly strong lighting and color all throughout it. I sound like Sabine.
Look at the color.
I think all of the disparate story elements congealed incredibly well into one cohesive little narrative, and frankly, I would take this over largely anything in season 1. Having fallen by the show's wayside a bit, the Honorable Ones thrusts Agent Kallus back into the limelight, in a story where he and Zeb are forced to rely on each other to survive after they get stranded on the barren moon of Geonosis. And it's here that, as I predicted before a single episode even aired, the show plants its seeds of Agent Kallus's redemption arc. And having rewatched this as an adult, I realized that the show doesn't spend enough time grappling with the ethics of forgiving Kallus. Kallus was literally boasting about committing a genocide back in season 1.
I was there when Lasan fell. I know why you fear those disruptors. I gave the order to use them.
Throughout the series, this has been a comically evil man who derives joy from suffering.
Oh, they will return. They can't resist helping people in need.
But now the show is walking that back and being like, oh, we changed our mind. He's not evil.
Afraid you learned the Geonosians were wiped out by your precious empire.
And why would we do that? What could possibly be the point?
Are we now acting like Kallus is totally blind to the Empire's atrocities? Is he just a little ooh-woo baby boy in over his head, caught up in this regime against his will? Zeb and Kallus talk everything out, and he's like, one of your Lasat killed my men, and I got so hurt that I killed your men. And Zeb's like, wow, I never thought about it that way. We're not so different after all. Dog, what? Those are not the same. The Lasat were defending themselves from the oppressive force actively committing a genocide. Zeb, you were there being genocided. Why on earth are you just backing down and being like, oh wow, I'm sorry about killing your troops, Agent Kallus. I didn't know it hurt your feelings. We're both just victims here, aren't we? Don't get me wrong, I think a major theme of Star Wars is that no one is above spiritual redemption. But there's a difference in how it's depicted in these films and how it is in Rebels. Return of the Jedi was not trying to justify Vader's atrocities. Luke, the people of Alderaan killed some of my stormtroopers, and it hurt my feelings. That's why I blew them up. Wow, Dad, I had no idea. I'm sorry you went through that. If they'd framed this as Kallus being plagued by guilt over what he did, it would play so much better. But instead, it's played as Zeb and Kallus finding a middle ground over Kallus wiping out Zeb's entire species. It's also worth noting that Kallus used to kill his own troops completely casually. This is a violently sadistic individual, but the show has decided that it wants us to forgive him. Look at these cartoony antics. That awkward moment when me and Adolf Hitler fall asleep on each other's shoulders.
On Lasan, it wasn't supposed to be a massacre, but I realized the Empire wanted to make an example. I know before I took credit for it.
Literally, why did he take credit for it? Why did he feel compelled to do that? It doesn't quite work when you have seen Kallus being like, yeah, I killed your people. No, that's totally different. No. Kallus spends the story being like, your rebel friends would never come back for you. We're gonna die here.
You're expecting your rebel friends to come to your rescue.
And it strikes me as so odd that Kallus is so skeptical the rebels will come back to rescue Zeb. He's seen them rescue Ezra before. He's actively banked on the fact that the rebels have a tendency to rescue people before. The episode ends with the Ghost Crew rescuing Zeb, and for some reason choosing not to take Kallus as a valuable prisoner of the rebellion, but just let him go. And then Kallus realizes, oh man, those rebels sure love each other. The Empire's so cold and mean to me. Kallus's redemption arc is just triggered by realizing the Empire is mean to him specifically. Not that the Empire is mean to billions of oppressed people across the galaxy, including the ones he bragged about committing a genocide against. As a kid, I was like, wow, they're redeeming Agent Kallus. That's so cool. But as an adult, I'm like, okay, wow. Agent Kallus has a lot to answer for that he never really will. The episode Shroud of Darkness begins escorting us towards the season's endgame, as the Inquisitors pose such little threat to Kanan and Ezra that they're able to casually banter exposition to each other.
I'm thinking this planet's not gonna work out as a base after all.
Saying that the key part of secret base is the secret location, no, it will not work out.
They hitch a ride on Toothless at Home, a creature design they had to reuse from season 1 despite being on a totally different planet. And the Inquisitors forget that they have the Force and do nothing to stop them from escaping, despite grabbing the far heavier Phantom earlier in the season in an identical scenario. Kanan and Ezra become concerned that their presence is jeopardizing the safety of the fleet because of how easy they are to sense with the Force. So they and Ahsoka go to seek guidance from Master Yoda at the Jedi Temple on Lothal. We split into 3 storylines. Kanan discovers a Jedi Temple guard who warns him about the danger the dark side poses to Ezra. After Kanan accepts his role as Ezra's mentor in spite of the challenges, the guard takes the time to properly promote Kanan to Jedi Knight. Earlier in the season during Rebels Recon, Dave Filoni made this hint.
You'll be able to guess at who the Grand Inquisitor was. He has been in the Clone Wars. You just didn't know it.
And I remember watching a YouTuber at the time who theorized that the Grand Inquisitor was a Jedi Temple guard.
The two groups shown to be proficient with variants of double-bladed lightsabers are, you guessed it, Temple Guards and Inquisitors.
And I was thinking that would be the most underwhelming, lame possible outcome. They're not even named characters.
It means you are what I once was. A Knight of the Jedi Order.
It's weird to do this reveal like a full season after the character died. He's already been dead for longer than he was alive. But I think this visualizes the danger of Ezra falling to the dark side. Ezra sits down face to face with Yoda, who just looks so bad. Anakin also appears as a hologram in this episode. They both look so much worse in this art style. And when Ezra asks for knowledge to help defeat the Sith, Yoda tells him to go to the planet Malachor.
Malachor.
And Ahsoka, meanwhile, learns in a vision that her beloved master Anakin Skywalker did in fact become the rotten and evil young man, Darth Vader. And this art style does not do her crying justice, because you can barely see that tear. When the Inquisitors arrive to attack the temple, everyone flees. Yoda waves at Ahsoka, which is very cute if you've seen the Clone Wars. Then these losers somehow get attacked by visions of temple guards who aren't even real, and they lose. Watch them activate their swinging blades and cowardice. I hate them. Darth Vader shows up for the first time since the season premiere, so the Inquisitors can show him their grand discovery of a Jedi temple, like a cat eagerly bringing its owner a dead bird.
My master will be most pleased with this discovery.
This episode really lets it sink in for me how shallow the relationship between Ezra, Kanan, and Ahsoka is.
Ezra, you're from Lothal?
Not knowing someone's home planet is one thing, but this also appears to be the first time they learned this.
Why?
Because I'm no longer a Jedi. It was my choice. I left the Order.
Kanan and Ezra have no follow-up questions. Kanan and Ezra, who are training vigilantly to honor the Jedi lineage, don't ask what issue she has with the Jedi Order. How do they feel about that revelation? How does Ahsoka feel about them being so steadfastly dedicated to an ideology she no longer believes in? These could be very interesting conversations, but they don't happen, and I find that emblematic of Star Wars Rebels' hesitation to engage with anything deeper than a surface level. Before the trip to Malachor, Phoenix Squadron is able to settle down on a permanent base on the planet Atollon, which Chopper discovers while infiltrating an Imperial freighter in a Chopper solo episode, The Forgotten Droid. This episode notably introduces AP-5, who is basically Chopper's own C-3PO, but a lot more stoic and confident, and with a really great voice. I always had a soft spot for him, and I found him to be a great addition to the series, even if he wasn't ever given much to do.
You're an inventory droid, not a navigator, you old clanker.
The language used in this program is a product of its time. It wasn't okay then, and it's not okay now.
You better, old clanker.
With the show's A-Team arc finally over, the mystery of Chopper Base serves as a very ominous calm before the storm. Kanan and Ezra prepare to depart on a spiritual mission with Ahsoka, while Phoenix Squadron contends with the wild giant spiders who inhabit Atollon, all based on early Empire Strikes Back concept art from Ralph McQuarrie. But here they only have 6 legs because 8 was too many to animate. This pilot, Phoenix 6, Lieutenant Dicer, gets taken by the spiders. The Ghost crew is assigned to go investigate. Then Rex gets taken by spiders during this investigation, and the story switches gears into becoming a Rex rescue mission, a Rex-Q mission. And Dicer is never mentioned again. The story completely forgets about her. There's no conversation like, oh man, Dicer must be a goner. The Ghost crew just seemingly stops looking for her because she's not a main character. At least she got a name this time. Hera, Sabine, and Zeb decide to split up from Ezra and Kanan inside of the ominous spider caves. The episode does a great job building this feeling of dread and making it feel like whatever's gonna happen to the finale will be world-shattering.
We've got to get used to not having them around.
The Season 2 finale, Twilight of the Apprentice, is usually regarded as the peak of the entire series. We open with Ezra, Kanan, and Ahsoka en route to Malachor, as Ahsoka and Rex have a conversation directly reminiscent of their very first meeting in the Clone Wars movie. Ezra accidentally triggers some sort of dark side reaction, causing the trio to plummet beneath the surface to an abandoned Sith temple, and the site of an ancient battle between the Jedi and the Sith. The group are in search of knowledge to defeat the Sith.
Something to help us stop the Inquisitors.
Knowledge.
What kind of knowledge?
The forbidden kind.
The group ends up split up as Ahsoka and Kanan battle the Inquisitors, including a new third Inquisitor hunting someone else. This Inquisitor gets defeated by Chopper. Also, out of nowhere, their lightsabers function as fucking helicopter blades, and to this day, this is the funniest thing I've seen in my entire life. I have no idea how it makes any sense, because the blades aren't even made of matter. Ezra, meanwhile, comes across none other than Darth Maul, a major villain from the prequel trilogy who got resurrected during the Clone Wars and became hands down one of the most compelling parts of it. I'm so glad that they spoiled this in the trailer. The last we saw him, he was getting captured and tortured by Emperor Palpatine. Then a cancelled story arc showing his escape called Son of Dathomir was turned into a 4-episode comic miniseries. But besides that, Maul's fate across 15 years of the timeline was left a complete mystery. Here, Maul and Ezra endure the trials of the temple to procure a Sith holocron. What was interesting at the time is that Ahsoka and Maul interact with a huge degree of familiarity in this episode.
Running away again, Lady Tano.
However, they never met during the Clone Wars. They never even learned of each other's existence. This is yet another remnant from Clone Wars' canceled finale, The Siege of Mandalore, about which at the time we knew absolutely nothing. Maul begins very effectively tempting Ezra to the dark side by promising knowledge and power. Going forward, Maul occupies a really fun story role as a dark mirror of Kanan, tugging Ezra to the dark in pursuit of his powers.
Maul sees what I could be, you don't.
Maul continues to make a huge mark on the show, effortlessly killing all 3 Inquisitors as the ultimate testament to how lame they were. At least the Grand Inquisitor had the dignity of killing himself. To make matters more intense, in a moment I cannot understate how shocking it was to watch live, Maul slices out Kanan's eyes, permanently blinding him. I'm not sure from Maul's perspective why he didn't just kill him. It's like in Survivor when your number 1 is loyal to someone else, so you vote out that person, ensuring your number 1 must come back to you. Maul confesses in Season 3 that he was actually trying to kill Kanan.
Try again!
You're telling me that this Master Sith Lord, who just mowed down 3 Inquisitors with 100% accuracy, just missed? Just delicately grazed Kanan's eyes by accident? To make matters worse, Vader himself descends on the Sith temple, riding on top of his TIE fighter. Vader destroys Ezra's lightsaber using the Inquisitor meta. That's when Ahsoka swings in to protect Ezra, finally facing her former master head-on in a moment that is unbelievably emotional and impactful if you've seen the Clone Wars and followed the relationships of those characters across 5 seasons.
Ahsoka.
She slices open his mask, seeing the real Anakin's face. A moment so powerful that they blatantly stole it in this cheap-looking Obi-Wan Kenobi fan film I found online. Thinking about this with hindsight, how odd is it structurally that the final battle of the season is between the side character and the main villain, as half of the main cast isn't even here, and the 2 present members just kind of watch. The side character's former friend is actually the main villain. It's just not a storyline you'd normally see in a show with a character who appears as infrequently as Ahsoka. Imagine if the Owl House season finale hinged on Gus fighting Emperor Bellows, while Luz, Ida, and King just watch from a distance. Imagine if in Avatar the final battle was between Fire Lord Ozai and Suki. Imagine if Gideon Rises was about Candy and Grenda fighting Gideon. The season ends with Kanan and Ezra narrowly escaping the collapsing temple, sadly breaking the news to Phoenix Squadron of what's happened. While Vader limps out of the temple, Ahsoka's fate is left completely ambiguous. It's not clear at this moment whether she's alive or dead. Kanan wears a blindfold, evoking the imagery of Jedi Master Ram Koda from the Force Unleashed video game. Fittingly enough, the most prominent expanded universe material to focus on the formation of the rebellion, its role being superseded in canon by Star Wars Rebels. And on our final shot, an angry Ezra taps into the dark side to open the Sith holocron as we cut to black. Being a fan of Rebels in this moment was a great feeling, because it seemed like the series was finally reaching and surpassing the heights of the series that preceded it. That said, this moment foundationally relied on said prior series for it to land. According to Rebels Recon, Ahsoka was used sparingly so she wouldn't overshadow the main cast. But the consequence of this choice is that she feels completely underdeveloped within Rebels, not only as a character, but more importantly, in her relationship to the rest of the cast. I think there should have been more of an effort to not just pair her with Ezra and Kanan on business, but to let her meaningfully bond with the rest of the team. Because as it is, they feel like work acquaintances who don't speak to each other once they clock out. How odd is it with hindsight that season 1 spent so much time hyping up this mysterious fulcrum, only for her to barely appear once revealed. Meanwhile, Rex had no build-up, then basically became a main character. Rex had an entire 2-parter dedicating to socializing him with the rest of the cast, and I think it's to the series' detriment that Ahsoka wasn't given the same. Ask yourself, what does this rebellion mean to Ahsoka? Why is she fighting in it? What does she think of Hera? What does she think of Sabine? What does she think of Zeb? There's no evidence in the show for you to really give any answer to any of these questions. Ahsoka's basic wants and needs aren't explored other than wanting to know if Darth Vader is Anakin. Meanwhile, we know why Rex is fighting, what he's fighting for, and how he feels about just about every one of the main cast. Rex seemingly never learns that Vader was Anakin. Ezra and Kanan don't learn either. Ahsoka can't tell anyone because the wider rebellion isn't supposed to know, or else Luke would know. The entire Star Wars canon is a house of cards, and Ahsoka telling even one character would cause that entire house to collapse. Therefore, she keeps her lips sealed. Something I also found out at the time, and still do to this day, is the question of why Yoda sent the group to Malachor. There was such a big emphasis on gaining knowledge to defeat the Sith, but they never actually gain any knowledge to this effect, and the Sith die unrelatedly and never return to the show. Vader and the Inquisitors do not ever appear again for reasons that aren't explained, although moving on from the Inquisitors was a welcome narrative choice. They did in fact just hijack an entire season of television for Ahsoka to fight Darth Vader. It's clear with hindsight that's the only reason Vader was in the show at all. And once that's done, he disappears from the series. One could argue that the knowledge contained inside the Sith holocron might be what Yoda was sending them to seek, but if this artifact is what he was referring to, it seems odd he would send them to find it given you have to use the dark side to access it. The Temple Guard was stressing to Kanan that the dark side is clawing at Ezra. Meanwhile, Yoda was sending Ezra to access the dark side? It doesn't strike me as true to Yoda's character, and I've always struggled to understand what precisely Yoda was sending them to find. A question we'll circle around to think about again throughout season 3 and 4. Part of what made Twilight of the Apprentice so exciting was the shock moments. The return of Maul, the fight between Vader and Ahsoka, Kanan losing his eyes. But knowing all of this is going to happen makes the episode a lot less compelling on a rewatch. It really is just rinse and repeat. Inquisitors show up to fight, they leave for a couple of minutes, they come back, they leave for a couple of minutes, they come back, they leave for a couple of minutes. It really didn't hold my attention as much on a rewatch as it did the first time, and I think it's an episode that earned its reputation based solely on the exciting reveals from the first time watch.
Do you think he's using the Force to fly his TIE fighter downward?
He just loses focus for a second and the whole thing does like a 180 spin. Like this is probably like a month-long process of being like, in like a month we're going to the temple and we're gonna fly in, and he'd get like that scene in Andor where they're all around the table, they're talking about like, you know, how much it would cost. So he has a big meeting. I want to ride my TIE fighter into the room. And they're like, why? I want to be on top of it. And they're like, okay, well, we can get you in like a harness or something. He's like, no.
Lord Vader, our insurance won't cover that. You can't
Vader.
use the Force to guide it down. We need someone inside flying it, Lord Vader. He's like, no, my lord. I want to ride on top of it.
He's on his throne and he's got like one of those big like OSHA guidance handbooks and he's like flicking through it and he's like, section 152 says... I forgot, how does he get off it? Does he just like jump off?
Yeah, he just jumps off of it.
And then what happens to the TIE fighter? Does it just go?
It doesn't really come up again. Oh, wait, where'd it go? Wait, Vader turns around and the TIE fighter's just gone and now Ahsoka's standing there. Look, this is a wide shot of the room. There's no TIE fighter here.
Okay, so two options. The intern flew away, or the intern crashed it.
Or Vader, after he jumped off, he used the Force to glide it back up out of frame.
Shortly after the second season wrapped came to Star Wars Celebration 2016, where the actor of the hit character Baze Malbus casually spoiled live on stage that the hit character Chirrut Irrway was going to die in Rogue One.
When is guy dead?
I think you've got to leave it there. I think you've got to leave it there.
But more relevantly, Star Wars Rebels debuted a trailer for its third season. All across the show, there had been rampant wishful thinking from fans that Grand Admiral Thrawn, a character from the old expanded universe, could make his debut in Star Wars Rebels. There had been plenty of acknowledgement of the book that introduced him, heir to the Empire, between Clone Wars and Rebels. In the episode Storm over Ryloth, Anakin deploys a battle tactic used by Thrawn in the opening scene of the book. The Interdictor Star Destroyer, which pulls ships out of hyperspace, was introduced in Heir to the Empire. About a week before Celebration, Dave Filoni tweeted an image of Heir to the Empire with the caption, "There's always a bit of truth in legend," and fan speculation became fervent. Early concept art for Agent Kallus showed him as Thrawn's species, a Chiss, showing that the idea of Thrawn was always in the ether during the development of the series. But it seemed too good to be true that he would actually show up. That's when we got the trailer.
To defeat an enemy, you must know them. Not simply their battle tactics, but their history, philosophy, art.
Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Caravast.
Thrawn is the actually good villain that Rebels desperately needed. Going from the Inquisitors as the main villains to Thrawn and Maul is the most unbelievable glow-up of all time. As a middle schooler, I'd read the Thrawn trilogy of Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, and The Last Command novels by Timothy Zahn. So I fully knew who this was, and I was unbelievably excited. And for the purposes of this retrospective, I actually reread Heir to the Empire, staring up at the modern art light fixture my landlord installed, which is just 2 exposed light bulbs in a glass box. I definitely want to spend a lot of time comparing and contrasting the original depiction of the character with how Rebels adapts him. Star Wars Rebels was greenlit for a 22-episode 3rd season taking place in 2 BBY. Everyone got a graphical overhaul, something that also happened midway through the previous series. Zeb lost sleeves, Hera's more militant, Ezra looks considerably older, and Kanan has a visor. These markings on Kanan's visor, according to Dave Filoni, symbolize that Kanan learned to see the world through Rex's eyes. A character dynamic apparently important enough to make it a permanent part of Kanan's design. By season 3, the show has completely abandoned its family dynamic, which is good because it didn't work. Steps into Shadow begins with a mission to rescue Hondo from Imperial prison, where Ezra deploys his new green lightsaber, which he acquired off-screen Return of the Jedi style. He taps into the dark side of the Force to morbidly mind control an ATDP driver into walking his own vehicle off a cliff into his death.
When did Kanan teach you that?
He didn't.
Ezra blames himself for the loss of Kanan and Ahsoka on Malachor because of his main character complex. We know this because it's explicitly stated so no one in the audience misses it.
You know, he blames himself for what happened to you.
He's learning secrets from the Sith holocron while taking his anger out on absolutely everyone.
I will never let my friends get hurt again. It's not my fault. We went to get Hondo, and here he is. I knew the details of the mission. I don't need it. Just like I don't need you. No, we're not leaving any witnesses. We're going in now. That's an order.
Put some respect on Captain Rex's name. Ezra falling to the dark side basically just makes him utterly insufferable to watch. Kanan, meanwhile, has put himself into solitude and barely interacts with anyone on the team. He stumbles upon an ancient being known as the Bendu, who represents neither the light nor the dark, but what's in the middle. Bendu teaches Kanan how to see again by relying on the Force. I like how all old people with the Force decide to become senseis and train people. To deal with the growing rebel threat, the Empire seeks a specialist, Grand Admiral Thrawn, whose introduction is surprisingly casual. He's recently been promoted after a huge victory where civilian casualties outnumbered the insurgents. Why show when you can tell? When Tarkin said,
"From now on, failure will have consequences,"
he was lying. And by introducing Thrawn, they're basically once again saying, this time the Empire means business. I thought they meant business last time. What the book describes as a quietly modulated voice is delivered here by Lars Mikkelsen, brother of Mads Mikkelsen.
And they can, I'm sure, have a great Christmas talking about the Star Wars galaxy.
Thrawn masterfully and correctly puts the pieces together to deduce the Rebels' next mission, stealing Republic-era Y-Wings from a scrapyard called Reclam Station. This special also introduces Governor Price, the governor of the Lothal region mentioned throughout the previous seasons.
Governor Price.
Governor Price. Governor Price.
Governor Price has commissioned a parade.
She looks just like the weird lady from Indiana Jones 4, but that's not important to the story. When Tarkin was introduced, Rebels Recon spent a long time discussing the difference between a military rank like Admiral and a political rank like Grand Moff. I bring this up because Governor Price goes on regular combat missions for some reason and is proficient in hand-to-hand combat, even being Sabine, a Mandalorian, in a fistfight at one point. Girl, shouldn't you be governing? Price is either fiercely competent or wildly incompetent, depending on the whims of the story. But the fact she has episodes where she's competent is more than I can say for almost any Imperial officer across season 1 and 2. On Reclam Station, the entire operation goes south due to Ezra's constant bad decisions. He selfishly endangers Zeb, Sabine, and Rex, but they don't seem to mind. This episode creates a pretty funny running gag of an Imperial named Brom Titus getting constantly demoted every time we see him. Getting introduced aboard the Interdictor in season 2, now working on a garbage dump space station. In the Clone Wars, Anakin and Ahsoka had a ship called the Twilight. It was the series' main vehicle across its early years, though it faded from prominence over time. In season 5, during Maul's takeover of Mandalore, the Twilight blew up, which was a really shocking, emotionally effective moment given how long we'd spent with the ship, and also served to establish how dangerous of a threat Maul was. While watching Rebels as a kid, I intuitively assumed that the same thing was going to happen to the Ghost. A shoo-in, highly dramatic moment that devastates all of the characters. Instead, this mission sees the destruction of the Phantom, not used to demonstrate Thrawn's tactical cunning, rather to demonstrate how big of a bozo Ezra's being, and as a more illustrative example of the third season's higher stakes. Thrawn only caused the Phantom to explode through a very distant butterfly effect. While this was a huge oh shit moment, the loss of this little shuttle didn't really hit. Kanan regains faith in the Force and senses Ezra's in danger. He and Hera fly to the rescue in a really beautiful and tense sequence where Kanan pulls Ezra into the light. In a bit of unusual strategy which shocks all the plebeians around him, Thrawn orders to let Phoenix Squadron go, convinced that they may be the key to lead him to the larger rebellion. And that's how our introduction to Thrawn ends, with him seeing the bigger picture. The question of how effective he would ultimately end up being would hang over the season, with the obvious caveat that the wider rebellion is in the original trilogy, safe and sound and not destroyed by Thrawn. The events of A New Hope show Thrawn won't ultimately succeed in his one singular goal. And speaking of that wider rebellion, Hera orders these bombers to be delivered to General Dodonna's unit, Dodonna being the leader of Yavin Base in episode 4. I'm shocked we don't get any elaboration as to how these cells came in contact with each other. When did Phoenix Squadron learn of Dodonna's apparently unnamed unit? How did this alliance come to be? This is a crazy thing to completely gloss over in a show that was promised to showcase the origins of the Rebel Alliance. The larger rebellion's formation sort of happened off-screen, I suppose. Regardless, Steps into Shadow was a very promising season premiere, which featured a lot of moving parts that all meshed together very cohesively. By this point, Rebels is no longer a cheap-looking show. There's a big variety of new models of Imperial officers and Rebel troopers of all kinds. I'd say more than anything, the lighting is carrying this show with a lot of genuinely stunning shots with a ton of atmosphere. Not with more noticeable fog and haze and dust that make everything feel rich and grounded in reality. Every time we return to Lothal, it's a fantastic checkpoint of how far the show's visuals have come over time. Look at this, it's night and day. This season also has an immediately darker tone, down to overall moodier lighting. Season 3 answers for the Empire's incompetence. Here it really feels evil, lethal, and effective. We see them attack unarmed ships, blow up civilians, and more importantly, outflank and outwit the rebels far more often than they used to. Episodes like the Siege of Lothal, where the rebels are in incredibly difficult, tense situations, happen way more frequently. And a lot of this can be attributed to the presence of Thrawn. Holocrons of Fate picks up the Maul storyline. He's murdered a ship full of copy-pasted rebel crewmen and holds Hera, Sabine, Zeb hostage in exchange for Kanan and Ezra turning over the Sith holocron. The Jedi find their way to Maul's evil base, which is a reused asset from the Clone Wars Son of Dathomir arc. These droids are reused too, and with them you can really tell because they do not look like anything else in the show. Maul continues trying to isolate Ezra from everyone he loves, trying and failing to kill everyone of the team at some point in this episode. Ezra and Maul decide to combine the holocrons to unlock their knowledge. Maul sees a glimpse of Obi-Wan Kenobi, his arch rival from the Clone Wars, still alive on a planet with twin suns. When the episode aired, I remember joking with my friends that the Purrgil would come back and kill Darth Maul in the end. I was laughing at the idea that the space whale would be the essential key to saving the day in a major triumphant moment. Curious. During this story, Ezra expresses his guilt over everything that happened on Malachor. With this hug and this refusal of the holocron's call, Ezra's dark side journey is complete. But that was completely unclear to me as a child, and is easy to see why. Ezra continues acting like an asshole all season long, with Taylor Gray speaking in largely the same tone as he was when he was teetering on the dark side.
No, I found this job. This should be my mission. How can I be calm, huh? Sabine's stuck over there and there's nothing I can do. I won! Shouldn't I get the break? Yes, sir, Captain Orrelios.
Ezra's such an asshole that I spent the whole season thinking he was still falling to the dark side and getting frustrated they weren't taking the storyline anywhere. But it only becomes clear as the show continues, when Ezra's dark side temptation hasn't come up since season 3 episode 3, that this whole plot line was supposed to be resolved back then. It's basically what Last Jedi detractors wish had happened to Luke, where he overcomes the temptation once and is never tempted again. I'm sure glad I'll never feel any desire to drink alcohol ever again after attending one AA meeting. As a kid, I felt cheated by this. But with hindsight, I think the marketing might be more responsible because those trailers put an unbelievable amount of emphasis on Ezra turning to the dark side. But ending season 2 with Ezra opening a Sith holocron just didn't strike me as a resolved in the season premiere sort of struggle. We've seen Jedi refuse the call of the dark side time and time again. Ezra walking the ATDP off a cliff was really twisted and gripping, and for the show to walk back from that immediately was probably the aspect of Rebels that aggravated me the most as a young lad. The last battle is the show's only episode to feature Rex as its protagonist, the only character outside of the main 6 to lead an episode. While scavenging a crashed separatist ship for parts, Rex and the boys run afoul of the most random returning character from the Clone Wars, the super tactical droid Kalani, who was deployed to suppress a rebel uprising in the previous show. Kalani forces Rex and the Jedi to stage a Clone Wars era battle in order to prove once and for all if the Republic or the Separatists are superior. A comically contrived premise to an episode that's just Ezra, Kanan, and Rex navigating a cat-and-mouse Clone Wars battle scenario.
The Jedi have split up as they do 76% of the time.
Rex finds himself reliving the war as well as the post-traumatic stress that comes with it, and it's a really rich, if shallow, character study. This episode is the first and I believe only time Rex wears his helmet in Rebels past his introductory two-parter. And this episode naturally serves as a vehicle for a ton of Clone Wars references.
Generation 1 armor always holds up. A good soldier follows orders.
Roger, roger.
Wait, who's Roger?
We call them clankers.
Clankers? I like that.
As Rex and Kalani argue about who should have won the Clone Wars, Ezra realizes that neither of them won. The Empire did. As a kid, I was insulted by the idea that Rex would need this chud child to explain this to him. When the Empire arrives, the droids team up with the Jedi to defeat them.
Oh my god!
Along the way, Chopper stumbled upon a Nymoidan shuttle, which Kanan deems is going to be the new Phantom. Thankfully, this completely unrelated ship happens to fit into the exact same slot. It always bugged me that they made such a huge deal of losing the Phantom, only to replace it immediately. And it makes sense because the Phantom serves an obvious narrative purpose. It is usually what allows our characters to split up for an A plot and a B plot, through its separation functionality from the Ghost. It makes sense why they needed to replace it, but it also makes the loss of the original Phantom completely worthless. And maybe they just shouldn't have destroyed it at all if that loss was not going to be felt. In this episode, as well as the previous season, Rex mentions Cody, his seemingly closest friend from the Clone Wars.
Cody and I practically invented these emergency protocols back in the Clone War.
While Rebels was airing, I always questioned if they're bringing back everyone and their mother from the Clone Wars, why hasn't there been a story where Rex runs into Cody and Cody's fully loyal to the Empire? The emotional, dramatic stakes would be so obvious there, and it worked within the vacuum of Rebels because it'd be very similar to Sabine meeting her old friend from a past life. It's become clear with hindsight as the canons evolved that some nerds in the story group were probably like, clone trooper regiments wouldn't still be in operation as late as 2 BBY, they were phased out in the early Imperial era. I've heard that Cody's story eventually happened in the Bad Batch series, but that's with a group of characters who don't even know him and have no past history with him. That's way less emotionally effective than if it happened to Rex, and it feels like the overarching hand of canon was keeping Rebels from telling a really good story. The 3rd and 4th season are where the floodgates pull open when it comes to pulling imagery and designs from the old Legends continuity. Look, this ship is the same model as the Outrider from Shadows of the Empire in Legends. Is there any thematic connection or purpose? No! Look! These droids resemble the Dark Troopers from Dark Forces in Legends. Is there any thematic connection or purpose? No! Look, this Mining Guild crawler is based on the World Devastators from the Legends story Dark Empire, aka the original Somehow Palpatine Returned. Is there any thematic connection or purpose? There is actually, because the vehicle has a similar function. Near the middle of the season are 2 infamously poorly received filler episodes. Iron Squadron and the Winkathu Job. Iron Squadron sees the Ghost Crew help a ship full of teenagers make strategic decisions instead of stupid ones. The episode draws a fairly forced parallel between these kids and how Ezra used to act before joining the Ghost Crew, a connection they spell out in no uncertain terms.
Sounds like a ship full of Ezras.
While it's supposed to feel like a look how far Ezra's come story, it rings hollow because Ezra doesn't really seem all that different from how he did when he started. He was just making terrible decisions like this 6 episodes ago on Reclam Station. Iron Squadron is absolutely despised due to people finding the kids very annoying, especially their little leader, Mart Matin. I personally hated this one as a kid. Although I didn't find myself too bugged by the kids on this rewatch, mainly because, this character is annoying isn't really a stance most people have after the age of like 15. The main thing I remember from this episode is the incredibly funny notion of a blind Kanan operating a gunner's turret. In the Winkathu Job, Hondo and his Morrigan recruit the Ghost Crew to help them pillage an abandoned freighter caught in a maelstrom. The episode is basically just Hondo riffing for 20 minutes, and it might be the show's longest streak of jokes that actually land.
Now don't be blind to this amazing business opportunity. Oh, sorry. I knew that you would see things my way. Oh, sorry again. Then some of the truth is better than none of the truth, which is what you used to get, so don't try and tell me that I have not grown. Anyway, you should be giving us a medal.
I think the Winkathu Job is a very fun, lighthearted romp that does everything well and deserves to be held in a higher regard. The 3rd season introduces a new Fulcrum agent who sounds exactly like Agent Kallus. Wow, I wonder who Fulcrum is. Kallus knows the exact same information as Fulcrum. Wow, I wonder who Fulcrum is. Kallus is helping Sabine escape. Wow, I wonder who Fulcrum is. Lothal's only appearance in the 3rd season comes in the form of an inside man. Ezra and Kanan infiltrate an Imperial factory on Lothal to figure out what's being built. It turns out that Thrawn is overseeing a special class of TIE fighter called a TIE Defender, which is programmed with shields and a hyperdrive that could make it unstoppable. These ships being yet another pull from the old Legends universe from the TIE Fighter video game. When the Jedi find themselves caught in an impossible tight spot, Kallus reveals himself in the most predictable plot twist of all time. That's admittedly still pretty satisfying to see. But with Kallus playing double agent from within the Empire, it becomes abundantly clear that Thrawn is onto him and his role is in jeopardy. The episode Hera's Hero serves as a true and proper introduction to Thrawn, as Hera takes a personal mission to Ryloth. Her childhood home has been taken over by the Empire to use as a base of operations. A family heirloom known as the Kalikori has been left behind, and the entire crew decides to help Hera with this mission together. This whole episode embeds every character with a lot of humanity, complete with Chopper mourning the Y-Wing we're told Hera found him crashed in.
Hey kid, you got this outfit? Nope. The kid wants your helmet. Sorry.
I attribute a lot of this to the episode's writer, Nicole Dubuque, who has an extensive history with a lot of incredibly strong Transformers stories. Now for a segment called Creatives Behind Star Wars Rebels Who Worked on Transformers. Writer Henry Gilroy, who wrote Transformers Animated Season 1 Episode 10 and Season 3 Episode 8, both of which featured Soundwave. Writer Kevin Hops wrote Season 1 Episode 6, Blast from the Past, but then he got too busy on Spectacular Spider-Man and wasn't able to come back to Seasons 2 and 3. This is the first time this information will ever be on the internet. Writer Stephen Melching was a writer on Transformers Prime and the story editor of Transformers Robots in Disguise 2015. Amy Beth Christensen, or ABC, a designer, engineered all of the transformations on the hit film Transformers 1. Hooray! I think this episode serves as a very effective proof of concept for how Thrawn works in Rebels. He uses his knowledge of art and culture to deduce the Spectre's involvement from a mile away and spring a trap. He's adapted very faithfully, and I think it's really fun to see this established character from the novels in a brand new story circumstance. The episode pairs him with a bumbling buffoon of an Imperial officer who keeps making impulsive and stupid suggestions, as a narrative tool to juxtapose how brilliant Thrawn's ideas and deductions are by comparison.
Sir, she's just a peasant.
This episode hints at a lot of anger and rage hidden under the surface of Thrawn's collected facade, which is pretty true to the book. There's an interesting layer introduced to the character in this episode, a sense of honor, in which he declares,
"Hold your fire. They've earned their victory today."
And lets the Ghost crew escape. And this little moment is where the first hairline crack in this adaptation of Thrawn presents itself. At this point, I would like to compare and contrast Thrawn's depiction in Rebels versus his depiction in the original novel by Timothy Zahn. I'm gonna show my face in this part because I'm gonna be talking about a book and I don't know what visuals I would edit in. Thrawn is the main feature of Heir to the Empire. Thrawn is, on a conceptual level, the opposite of Darth Vader. Vader is a brute who uses magic. Thrawn is a master tactician who uses nothing but wits. The book often juxtaposes Vader and Thrawn, raising the question several times what would have happened if Thrawn were in charge of the Executor in the Battle of Endor rather than Vader. Perhaps Return of the Jedi would have gone very differently. Thrawn was the only non-human ever promoted to the rank of Grand Admiral, determined to question everything and assume nothing. He's shown in the book several times to see straight through Luke, Han, and Leia's attempts to evade him, using his powers of deduction and his thorough understanding of their histories, personalities, and reputations. The show leans into this Sherlock Holmes aspect of Thrawn's personality, constantly putting him in situations to solve mysteries and figure out the Rebels' plans, such as speeder bikes rigged to explode by Rebel sympathizers working in the Empire's factories. Rebels faithfully adapts Thrawn's fascination with art. His office is decorated like an art museum, exactly as Zahn described. He uses his understanding of art, history, and culture to correctly deduce the Ghost Crew's involvement, such as here when he utters the dumbest line in the show.
The use of this specific color, the angle of the line, this is the work of the rebel Sabine Wren.
No one besides Sabine Wren would ever use a 31-degree angle.
The angle of the line.
The angle of the line, and it's the roundest thing ever.
Can you tell that Lothcat is the same as this one on the helmet?
No.
Because you're not as smart as Grand Admiral Thrawn. He's a genius. He put this together.
I'm so upset.
Shockingly, Sabine and Thrawn never cross paths, which is absolutely baffling to me. You have one of the main characters who's an artist, and one of your main villains who's an art critic, and don't do anything with it? I think that's the ultimate testament to art being an afterthought of Sabine's personality. An odd choice is that Thrawn is completely enamored by Sabine's art. Rebels leans into Thrawn as an art critic, but he seems completely in love with every piece of art he sees from every culture. Often critics have negative opinions on things, you know that, right? I don't buy at all that Thrawn would find equal beauty in all forms of expression. It doesn't track to me that a proud fascist would be enamored by Sabine's subversive street-level suburban graffiti.
Imperials, like, they're like space Nazis a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like the Nazis had like a very particular view of art, and I kind of like the idea of there being an imperialist guy who knows a lot about art and is like, oh no, that's perverse, this is uncultured or something.
Rebels introduces a few new aspects to the character. For one, an intense fitness regimen, which he clearly gave up on by the time of the Ahsoka show. It also introduces Thrawn's inability to grasp the Force, painting that as an Achilles heel of his in a spin I really enjoy. Two of Thrawn's frequent accomplices in the novels are nowhere to be seen in Rebels, but I think there's a fair reason for both absences. Thrawn in the books had magical lizards on his shoulders called Salamiri that created an invisible force field around him that rejected and pushed back the Force. So if Luke's in the same room as Thrawn, Luke just doesn't have the Force now due to Thrawn's anti-Sea Bear circle. I love the creativity of it, but it's also so at odds with the religious influence of the Force. You can't just repel God because you have a magical lizard on your shoulder. I completely understand why Rebels ditched this, but they still put little statues of Salamiri up in his office, which is a nice touch. Thrawn's right-hand man in the books is Captain Pellaeon, who plays a really important role as the audience surrogate during the scenes with Thrawn. Pellaeon's always questioning, what's Thrawn thinking? Why is he doing this tactic? A third-person novel is naturally going to bring us into the heads of the characters. But we as the readers are never given access to Thrawn's thoughts or his internal monologue. That keeps us at arm's length from him, and it makes him more mysterious and intriguing. Pellaeon is the key to that happening. Zahn plucked this dynamic straight from Arthur Conan Doyle. That's the reason the Sherlock Holmes books are told from Watson's perspective. It's a narrative device known as aura farming. By framing Pellaeon as these scenes' main character, Zahn is allowing Thrawn to maintain a huge air of mystery. I like that he just made the character's name rhyme with his. But in Rebels, a visual medium which doesn't take us into anyone's heads, Pellaeon isn't needed. We're able to ask these questions about Thrawn ourselves. We are Pellaeon. We carry the flame. There's no shortage of pre-existing Imperial characters, and there won't be much of a point in stealing screen time from Callus or Admiral Constantine for a new character who'd occupy the exact same story role. In addition, Rebels surrounds Thrawn exclusively with really dumb Imperials to make him seem smarter by comparison. In the book, Pellaeon was pretty damn competent. Thrawn even used his tactical suggestions on several occasions. If Rebels were to have included Pellaeon, they would have had to make him really stupid, and that may have been a disservice to the character. My friend David just gave me a sobering reminder that Captain Pellaeon is a glub shitto, and I'm wasting my life. In Air, Thrawn is juggling multiple plates and attacking the New Republic on several fronts. So even if Han and Luke manage to evade him, he can turn right around and deliver a devastating blow to the New Republic Navy to remind the audience of what a threat he is. But in the show, Thrawn's sole and only target is Phoenix Squadron, which doesn't allow him to have any other victories along the way. Thrawn has all of the knowledge and info in the novel. In Rebels, Thrawn doesn't know where Adelon is. Show Thrawn comes across as a lot less powerful by comparison, and that's mainly due to story circumstance. A few small aspects of Thrawn are lost in translation. For one, book Thrawn isn't always this grand, eloquent speaker. Sometimes he'll just say probably. Thrawn in the book refused to be spoken to by intercom or hologram. It was in person or not at all. Rebels Thrawn will just yap with whoever in any format. Book Thrawn is very explicitly spelled out to be power-hungry, with a desire to subjugate and rule faceless lives, as Sabaoth puts it. It's an interesting question, right? Because why would someone this intelligent, cultured, and educated be so eager to associate themselves with the fascist regime? Rebels doesn't have any interest in offering an answer. A lot of Rebels Season 3 had me reserving judgment to see how effective Thrawn would ultimately be. And as it paves on, he just keeps letting the Rebels go, again and again. Show Thrawn is completely fine being defeated. He just says stuff like,
regrettable, but a testament to Captain Syndulla's skill as a combat pilot.
Thrawn is more about this sort of delayed gratification of accomplishment, which makes him very different from a lot of the Imperials that we're used to.
But letting them go in all of these instances does absolutely nothing to further his cause of finding the larger rebellion. He's not tracking their ships, he's not having them followed, he's just letting them go. And with full perspective of the season, there's absolutely no chain of cause and effect between him letting him go all these times and his final grand plan. It feels like Star Wars Rebels is cheating. To an aggravating degree. The show keeps claiming, well, he let them go. He actually won. All according to his plan. When the Rebels just blew up a Star Destroyer and got away with everything they were trying to get away with. In the book, it was okay for Thrawn to lose sometimes. You don't have to treat him like a god. You don't have to lie to us and claim he actually won. In the show, when Thrawn doesn't let the rebels go, he always gets absolved of guilt because it's one of his underlings who mess up, not him.
Grand Admiral, allow me the honor of silencing her.
Very well, Governor.
There's this well-known, well-remembered scene from Heir to the Empire where Thrawn is pissed following Luke's X-Wing escaping from his ship's tractor beam. The techs are eager to blame each other. Thrawn drills into them to figure out who is truly most responsible, then has them violently murdered, ripped apart by his bodyguard Rock. He was willing to demonstrate to his crew in no uncertain terms that failure was unacceptable. But here in Rebels, the same guy keeps messing up Thrawn's plan and he does nothing about it other than frown at him. You'd think after a certain point he'd stop letting them do this. It makes him look like a total pushover. He's a Grand Admiral.
I want you to handle it yourself. A single light cruiser should be more than sufficient for a man of your talents.
You would send me in one ship?
Unless you're not up to it.
Here's a comment from 10 years ago speculating that Thrawn was going to train Admiral Constantine to be the best version of himself. That would have been a really great direction to take Thrawn, pivot from the book, make him even less Vader-like. But that doesn't happen. Constantine keeps ruining Thrawn's plans, and Thrawn keeps doing nothing about it at all. Surely he'd have tenure over regular admirals and permission to kill them. Who's gonna care? Palpatine? I would like to talk about my thoughts on this book because when the hell else would I ever have the opportunity to do it? It's crazy to jump back to the pre-prequel era and see just how different all of the lore was. A time when clones were said to be unstable monsters fighting against the Republic. A time when Kenobi says, "I took it upon myself to train Vader as a Jedi." A time when Coruscant was pronounced Coruscant. The concept of Sith wasn't a thing yet, or if Lucas knew it, he wasn't telling Lucasfilm editorial, because Vader and the Emperor are referred to as Dark Jedi in this book. It's crazy how much of the established Star Wars canon came from Heir to the Empire. Interdictor cruisers, Wookiees being Imperial slaves, Zygerian slavers, the New Republic, Luke wearing his black outfit post Return of the Jedi in spite of the color symbolism of his outfit. People gave the Han Solo movie flack for Han making the Kessel Run on the exact same day he got the Millennium Falcon from Lando. But here it is, in Heir to the Empire on page 211, Han got the Millennium Falcon right after completing the Kessel Run. The idea that Luke flies around recreationally in his X-Wing years after the Rebel Alliance also finds its roots here. Here he's 5 years removed from military service and apparently got to keep his X-Wing, which would be like retiring from the Air Force and getting to keep an F-22, which you use as your personal vehicle and fly to the grocery store with. To review Heir to the Empire briefly, I think it very effectively captures and recreates the feeling of the original trilogy. Most of all, I have to admit, it is fun to see the continued adventures of Luke, Han, and Leia, especially since they never got to interact in the sequel trilogy we eventually got. I love the character pairings. I like Leia and Chewbacca going on an adventure to Kashyyyk, while Luke, Han, and Lando deal with the criminal underworld. I can absolutely see the appeal. While many people view the Thrawn trilogy as the true sequels, this is really not even remotely structured like a film. Like there's 3 climaxes all back to back to back. It works perfectly fine as a novel, but if you were to make this a movie and give it the structure of a traditional action blockbuster like Star Wars has, I think it'd have to be rewritten from the ground up to correctly function as a film, probably knocking out like half of the plot points to get the runtime down. Something that bugged me is how much this story relies on coincidences, specifically characters all showing up to the same location just by happenstance. The actual plot mechanics of Heir to the Empire are some of the worst I've seen in my entire life. Luke, Han, and Thrawn all show up at Lando's mining operation at the exact same time, all going there for separate reasons. Luke's reason is comically flimsy. He sees a weird comm device and thinks, I wonder if Lando might know what this is. As if there's no one else he could possibly ask, and as if identifying technology is in any way part of Lando's characterization. Later in the story, Luke, Han, and Thrawn all show up on Talon Karrde's planet at the exact same time. And then Thrawn leaves to go attack a shipyard. And then Luke and Han realize, oh, our ships need repairs. And then they just happen to go to the exact same shipyard that Thrawn's attacking by accident. These 3 characters all coincidentally wound up at the same locations over and over. What are the odds? The ways characters get from point A to point B is borderline incompetent. It makes me appreciate Rebels because at least the plot mechanics always are functional and make sense. Maybe except for the Inquisitor just randomly being in the engine room. It also drove me insane how multiple times per chapter they reference the original trilogy. Leia thought back to her time on Hoth. This reminded Luke of his time on Jabba's sails barge. As if those 3 movies are the only events that have ever happened in any of these characters' lives. It's crazy how much reverence this book has for the original trilogy compared to the sequels. This book's big cliffhanger ending is, oh my god, Admiral Akbar was just accused of treason. We have to get back to Coruscant and save Admiral Akbar. And then the sequels are just like, Admiral Akbar died off screen. If you want to kill Akbar, you have to do it right. You have to have some Imperial officer like grill him and then serve him on the dinner table to his family. By having grilled calamari, children.
Our first catch of the day.
And then his 9-year-olds just start like ripping into Akbar. That's how you do it. Don't kill him off screen.
I've been Akbar for about 6 years. You know, all power to the forward shield. And I was not really thrilled about how they blew him out the side of the ship. I'm like, who's this Holdo woman? Nobody knows this. No one's invested in that. Who is she? Why is she saving the fleet? If anyone's going to save the fleet, it'd be oh no.
All right, let's just real quick. Let's talk about Clone Wars.
In a very atmospheric episode called Visions and Voices, Ezra is spooked by visions of Maul to the point that he nearly kills a pathetic unnamed extra. Maul arrives on Adalon and tries to bring Ezra with him to Dathomir. That's a planet from the Clone Wars, where he attempts to use Night Sister magic from the Clone Wars to access Ezra's mind and learn more information about the mysterious planet with 2 suns.
You're not walking off this rock in one piece.
Maul is famously in one piece. Ezra ultimately denounces Maul, formally ending their partnership. But not before Maul discovers Obi-Wan Kenobi is hiding on Tatooine. Ezra is left behind to battle a Night Sister-possessed Kanan and Sabine, the latter of whom picks up the Darksaber, the symbol of Mandalorian leadership that Maul won from the Clone Wars. If you had shown me in season 1 that a Night Sister-possessed Sabine would be battling Ezra with a Darksaber on Dathomir, I would not have believed you. After restoring his friends, Ezra comes to believe that the true key to defeating the Sith is Obi-Wan Kenobi. As we entered our mid-season 3 hiatus, Lucasfilm released its second film under Disney's leadership, Rogue One, a Star Wars story, which follows a group of rebels' heist to steal the Death Star plans immediately before the original movie. Rogue One featured a character from the Clone Wars in a prominent role, Saw Gerrera, who was also mentioned by Callus in the second season of Rebels.
A Lasat mercenary who worked for Saw Gerrera.
Saw was a rebel insurgent against the Separatist takeover of his home planet, Onderon, trained by Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, and Rex. He impulsively shot down a gunship, which crashed into his sister Steela and killed her. How embarrassing. This is also the same arc Kalani came from. In the movie, he's an extremist on the planet Jedha who decides to die. Rogue One took advantage of his closeness to rebels on the timeline to feature a huge amount of interconnectivity. Chopper rolls around the base. Hera summon over an intercom. And one of the Hammerhead Corvettes plays a pivotal role in the climax, pushing a Star Destroyer into the shield gate and allowing the Death Star plans to be transmitted. The Ghost appears on Yavin Base and it flies around the Battle of Scarif, something which was spoiled in a TV spot shortly before the film launched. This to me spelled disappointment because it eliminated any possibility of the Ghost getting destroyed, robbing Rebels of its Twilight equivalent in a major sacrifice. From here, many fans speculated that the series finale of Rebels would be set during the Battle of Scarif. Maybe not unreasonable given the show's frequent discussion of the Death Star. Though folks within Lucasfilm said that that is not the story of the Ghost Crew. They stuck to their artistically valid guns. At the time, before the Disney Plus era, it was novel to see this much interconnectivity between TV and film. The most prominent analog at that point in time was the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which would acknowledge the movies, but were never acknowledged by the movies themselves. And here was Rogue One in all of its gritty glory, throwing a bow not just to the series, but to the children's series. I'm a big fan of how Rebels was integrated. It's all blink and you miss it background elements that aren't distracting to the story at hand. Boy, if only the rest of Rogue One's Easter eggs were like that. Remember when they start the movie by zooming in on a glass of blue milk? Gotta give the fans their blue milk. Season 3 resumes with the two-parter Ghosts of Geonosis.
Stupid sand gets everywhere.
Bail Organa sends the Ghost Crew to investigate the disappearance of Saw Gerrera's team, who all disappeared on the surface while tracking the disappearance of the Geonosians. They stumble upon a cartoonishly laid out trail of helmets and gear and discover that Saw was the only survivor of his unit because there wasn't an animation budget for the rest of them. You might notice that Saw both looks and acts nothing like his appearance in Rogue One, which this was designed to immediately tie to. That's because Rogue One, 6 months before release, had a major shakeup that resulted in rewriting and reshooting about 40% of the movie, losing Jyn Erso's entire character arc in the process. Almost all of Saw's material was reshot, changing his whole appearance and demeanor in the final 6 months of production. Rebels was already too far along to change anything. Tony Gilroy, who's not even a Star Wars fan, just a strong screenwriter, was responsible for rewriting Saw Gerrera's dialogue, and evidently he had better things to do than maintain consistency with the children's cartoon, resulting in a film depiction of Saw Gerrera that has largely nothing in common with the TV counterpart he was supposed to be based on. Deep in the bowels of Geonosis, they find a lone surviving Geonosian named Click-Clack. Saw insists they need to take Click-Clack as a prisoner to get more information, but Ezra says no, this is his home. We can't remove him from his home. A crazy part of this episode is that Click-Clack is willing and eager to speak about the Death Star. He keeps drawing it, and no one knows what it means.
Circle inside of a circle. Well, it could be the rings around Geonosis.
The Rebel Alliance sent 2 separate teams to re-establish contact with the Geonosians, and did not provide them with any method of understanding their language. Are they stupid? It's a clearly understandable language since Count Dooku converses with Poggle the Lesser. Had they brought AP-5 on this mission, the rebels would have learned about the Death Star 2 years earlier. Had Saw brought him back to base, they could have gotten a protocol droid to translate him. The rebels would have learned about the Death Star 2 years earlier. Billions of lives on Alderaan would have been saved, but the Ghost Crew says Saw has to leave him here. He can't even temporarily take him off the planet. The rebels discover gas canisters used by the Empire to wipe out the Geonosians, mistaking them as the circle within a circle referred to by Click-Clack.
Just like his drawing. The circle in the circle.
Billions of people are dead because you assumed this, Rex. In the end, the Senate just doesn't think the gas canisters are sufficient proof the Empire committed a genocide on Geonosis, which might be the most painfully real moment in this entire show. Season 3 is when Dave Filoni's statement that Sabine will one day be as important as Ezra finally makes sense. An episode called The Antilles Extraction features Sabine infiltrating an Imperial Academy to help 3 pilots who wanted to defect. Wedge Antilles from the original trilogy, Hobby from the original trilogy, and some random redcoat named Rake. This works extremely well as a Sabine episode. It explores her established backstory as an Imperial Academy student for the first time, and it lets her be extremely badass and competent while also showing her extreme empathy. The show should have done something like this as its first Sabine showcase rather than Blood Sisters. Out of the gate, Season 3 leans really hard into Sabine's Mandalorian heritage.
For did I not once rule your people?
Oh, Mandalorian!
In the episode Imperial Super Commandos, Sabine, Ezra, and Finn Rau return to Concord Dawn and find it completely wiped out by the Imperial-aligned Mandalorians.
Flying stormtroopers?
Oh, they fly now! They fly now! They fly now!
The group is led by Gar Saxon, a character who would have debuted in the Son of Dathomir arc from the Clone Wars, working as Maul's right-hand man. He ironically goes on to show up in the Star Wars Rebels season prominently featuring Maul, but doesn't interact with him. Here, he and his troops are completely unable to shoot this child at point-blank range. Is he washed? Sabine finally gets a jetpack in this story, something she'd mentioned wanting earlier in the show. However, the series regularly nerfs her jetpack by shooting it, so that they don't have to deal with it when they don't want to. We get a chase scene that's very distractingly set in the exact same canon from Ryloth earlier in the season, as my teenage self observed while picking apart the trailers shot by shot. It becomes clear that Rebels has completely moved on from Ezra and Sabine as a ship, because here they are flying and hugging each other and nothing's made of it. Ezra doesn't seem to care in the slightest. Kanan realizes that Sabine, with possession of the Darksaber, might be the key to rallying Mandalorians to the Rebel cause. Trials of the Darksaber is a slow lightsaber training session that takes place over the course of multiple days. It's a slow, methodical character study that made and still makes it really stand out. Sabine's afraid to wield the blade because she knows that doing so would force her to reunite with her family. Sabine finally opens up in a really beautiful moment of catharsis, revealing her dark secret that while serving in the Imperial Academy, she created a weapon for the Empire, which brought shame on her family. This moment is carried by Tia Sakar's performance and another fantastic score by Kevin Kiner.
I helped enslave my people! I wanted to stop it. I had to stop it!
Even if the specifics are left vague, it's really dramatic and intriguing, and this makes it even more ridiculous in hindsight that the show felt the need to add a bounty hunter part of Sabine's past. Did Ketso Anyo know about Sabine's giant evil weapon? She sure didn't mention it when airing out all of Sabine's dirty laundry in Blood Sisters. Regardless, at the time, I thought Trials of the Darksaber was the best episode behind Twilight of the Apprentice, and I still think it holds up really well. I found a comment I left on Rebels Recon 9 years ago saying Fenn Rau has had a new character model in every episode he's appeared in. I was thinking about the production assets when I was 15 years old. When Sabine returns to Clan Wren's stronghold in Legacy of Mandalore, we finally run into her mother Ursa and her brother Tristan. This episode is one of the craziest logical errors, where Sabine's family starts shooting her down once she identifies herself.
Sukuya Lit Ren. Ibiki Sabine Wren.
Elect Sabine Wren.
Didn't you tell them who you were?
That's probably why they're shooting at us.
Only for her brother to say,
They shot first, Sabine.
Sabine?
you shot her down because she said who she was. Am I going insane? Ursa turns her daughter over to the Empire because she wants no part in upsetting them. But when Gar Saxon arrives, he's cartoonishly incredibly evil, basically giving Sabine's mom no real actual choice other than siding with her daughter. Sabine squares off with Gar Saxon on a cracking ice pond in a satisfying final showdown where she uses a combination of Mandalorian and Jedi skills all together before Ursa shoots him in the chest. These episodes put an emphasis on Sabine wielding Ezra's lightsaber, perhaps foreshadowing its eventual fate. This episode ends with Sabine choosing to stay behind with her family to focus on uniting Mandalore and freeing her father from Imperial prison. Thus, she disappears from the series for the whole back half of the season. They gave her so much agency and made her such a good character in 2 episodes, and this legitimately lands. Her absence is really felt. It's crazy how much more care and attention is going into fleshing out her story versus fleshing out Zeb's.
All of Clan Wren saw who you've become. You could lead Mandalore.
I'm not Mandalore's leader, but I'll find the person who is.
Approaching the final stretch of the season, we get an episode called Secret Cargo, which has received a lot of retroactive attention due to its interconnectivity with Andor. This is the episode which sees Mon Mothma defect from the Senate and join the rebellion, then get smuggled by the Ghost Crew so she can deliver a speech to disorganized rebel cells in an effort to join them together.
I name the Emperor himself for ordering the brutal attacks on the people of Gorman. This massacre is proof.
I figure that to properly understand this link, I should finally watch Andor. For years now, I've been hearing everyone praise that show as a masterpiece, and I've been thinking, guys, come on, it's just a Star Wars show. Guys, I was so wrong. I never should have fucking doubted anyone. I went 5 years without watching this and my life is so much worse for it. I can't believe I'm saying this about a Star Wars show, but this is one of the greatest shows I've seen in my entire life. Every single line has so many purposes.
Just keep spreading, doesn't it?
It's intelligent, captivating writing that sucked me in. It was like cocaine. I can't believe how genuinely invested I was in all of these characters and storylines. It's such a profound exploration of fascism and the sacrifice and struggle of rebellion. I do believe this is the greatest piece of Star Wars media ever produced, and I'm counting the original movies. It spoke to me more than those ever have in my life, and I grew up as a diehard Star Wars fan. Having been watching Rebels for a while, it's refreshing to see a show that doesn't over-explain in excruciating detail what the audience should be able to figure out on their own. If this were Rebels, you'd have Ezra say, "Hey, what's all that racket?" And Sabine would say, "I think the citizens of Ferrix are banging on their equipment to warn each other, so they can shut down their businesses and get to safety before the Empire arrives." And Ezra would say, "Oh, I get it." For the purposes of this review, I have to express that Andor is everything I wish Star Wars Rebels could have been when I was a teenager watching this series. Here's what I mean. Both of these series take place from 5 years to 1 year before the Battle of Yavin, showing the early formation of the rebellion from disparate rebel cells. But Andor actually gets into the itty-gritty logistics of how these cells came into contact with each other, their conflicts with each other, their gradual assembly on Yavin. It doesn't just gloss over it all with a line like, "Oh yeah, we're delivering some Y-Wings to General Dodonna's unit." The Empire is a legitimate threat, not composed of cartoony buffoons, but actual people, with their reasons for participating in this regime meaningfully explored. As a kid, I was so annoyed at how easily rebels invaded Imperial facilities without issues, hundreds of times. In Andor, I don't think there's a single mission without death and sacrifice. Andor puts it into perspective that these heists and raids would take months to plan. Luthen got the wrong team on Aldhani. The Ghost Crew would have been in and out in like 20 minutes with 5 seconds of planning, and all of them would have lived. Andor can't just automatically fly every ship like Sabine can. He struggles to pilot some TIE thing because he was not trained for it. There's so many details that make it feel real. The show doesn't deal in moral absolutes. It has a completely different philosophical approach to Star Wars than the team behind Rebels does.
To our Rebels, droids are real people, and to the Empire, droids are just tools.
Rebels has a very altruistic perspective that Andor would treat as naive and unattainable.
I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life.
And I won't apologize for how I do it.
Then you're no better than the Empire.
Not to mention, While Andor serves as one piece of a larger shared universe, it is a completely self-contained show. It doesn't just expect you to have seen 9 movies or 5.5 seasons of the Clone Wars going in. Outside of the creative decisions in the last 3 episodes making a little more sense if you've seen Rogue One, which is a prequel to. Andor doesn't have Cal Kestis pop in to pause the series and finish up his storyline. Tony Gilroy refused to have Leia or Vader show up because he thought it would be distracting. Meanwhile, Rebels would just add fan service for the sake of fan service.
He had a clone helmet, and for a while it was a blank one, and I just thought, well, why don't we just do something that will make some people obsess on it? So we turned it into Gree's helmet, which is the trooper that Yoda decapitated in Revenge of the Sith.
All this to say, making this Rebels video before watching Andor and after watching Andor were 2 very different experiences. This is my ABY-BBY. I struggle to look at Rebels the same way after seeing Andor do absolutely everything Rebels attempted with an exponentially better execution. I understand that Andor is very much for adults and Rebels is very much for children, but nothing I just ran over in my little compare and contrast session had any bearing on age demographics. Andor has more intelligent writing all around, and my appreciation for Rebels really went down a few notches when I realized how great of a job Andor did when approaching the exact same material in the exact same window of time. I think it's funny to see how much sacrifice and bloodshed it took to build this top secret Yavin base over multiple years, and then Luke, Han, and Leia came and fucked it up in one day. They knew their ship was being tracked and still went anyway.
They're tracking us.
If I were on Yavin, I'd be so pissed. So now let's return to Star Wars Rebels, which picks up with Gold Squadron transporting Mon Mothma to the Ghost Crew. I want to take a closer look at the continuity here. The Andor episode goes out of its way to set up Rebels because I'm sure the Lucasfilm story group forced Tony Gilroy at gunpoint to do so.
They wanted to make a speech. Gold Squadron will deliver the Senate to Yavin.
There is the Gorman massacre that prompted Mon Mothma to leave the Senate, which is very specifically has to happen at 2 BBY. Yeah. You know, if it's been in a movie, you have to pay attention to it. If it's been on Star Wars Rebels, it has a gravitas to it.
We do see a glimpse of the speech. It's definitely not the same speech, and thank God for that. Imagine if a minute of Star Wars Rebels dialogue had corrupted Andor like that.
We cannot allow this evil to stand.
Wow, did she really say that?
The thing that really sticks out to me is how flat and boring Mon Mothma is depicted in Rebels. This is a character I've never cared about in my life until Tony Gilroy got his hands on her. Genevieve O'Reilly was given way better material than Andor to the point that they barely feel like the same character. Mon Mothma already knows Ezra and the Ghost Crew by reputation, which raises the question, did Luthen know about them? Did he ever try to contact them? I think the best headcanon explanation I can come up with is that they just didn't like Luthen and refused to work for him. On that note, it's made clear that the Ghost Crew got their orders to hold Mon Mothma from Bail Organa, but Mon Mothma was smuggled off Coruscant by Luthen's people after Bail's had a Maul in it, so I'm not sure at which point Bail Organa and Luthen started collabing on the transfer of Mon Mothma. There's also a conversation between Bail and Mon about how brave Mon is for leaving the Senate to formally join the rebellion. Meanwhile, this episode shows Bail Organa fully alongside the rebels. There's a random guy who showed up in Andor named Erskine.
Sorry, Erskine.
And I was like, Erskine, that name sounds familiar, who's that? And it's just some random extra in Rebels who was following Mon Mothma around and had like 3 lines. Why did I remember his name? Secret Cargo briefly explores a little glimpse of the tension between rebel cells, acknowledging finally how the Ghost Crew's activities have increased the Imperial presence.
The Imperials have tightened security throughout the entire Outer Rim as a result. You're making things harder for all of us.
But don't worry, the story moves on before anyone in the main cast has to answer for this. For some reason, Kanan's not in this episode nor the next one. The explanation being he's on a supply run. What I've always questioned and can't find the explanation for to this day is the question of why, from a writing perspective, did they choose to take Kanan out of these stories? I don't think it's a matter of tightening up the story because the show always has episodes where 1 or 2 members of the crew don't do much and only have a few lines. I questioned if Mon Mothma had some weird canon reason that she's not supposed to meet a Jedi, but then she sees Kanan in season 4. I questioned if it was to give Ezra independence and leadership on his own, but there have been countless episodes that do that with Kanan in them, such as Iron Squadron. So I have no idea why Kanan was absent for 2 episodes on a supply run, other than maybe Freddie Prinze Jr. wasn't available to record for a couple episodes and his character was just written out of them. Governor Price is for some reason in charge of the military operation to capture Mon Mothma, deploying Thrawn's TIE defenders in a beautiful chase through a nebula and completely failing, allowing Mon Mothma to deliver a second speech. Rebel cells from all over the galaxy emerge from hyperspace within seconds, all somehow agreeing, let's meet up in the same place seconds after the speech finishes as a show of support. Fantastic military strategy to gather the entirety of the rebellion in one spot mere minutes after evading the Imperial forces actively hunting them down. Also, because the show has such limited resources, almost all of these ships we see are ships that have already been a part of Phoenix Squadron. So just by coincidence, every Rebel cell in the whole galaxy has largely the same ships, apparently. Star Wars Rebels becomes aggravating after a certain point when I realized how much the show was a long, strung-together sequence of characters making incredibly dumb decisions, playing right into Thrawn's hands. I shall run you through 4 examples. In Ghosts of Geonosis, Hera, while being hunted by the Empire, guides the ship down a giant hole in the ground. And as a 15-year-old, I was like, why would you do that? They're gonna bury you. And then the Empire starts to bury them. And everyone in the Ghost crew acts incredibly surprised that the Empire is doing this, and they have to struggle to not get buried alive. I feel like I, as a 15-year-old, should not have been smarter than everyone on this military operation. Zeb, the chief of security at this rebel base on Atollon, finds a suspicious droid in the wild and tells Chopper and AP5 to bring it back to the rebel base without asking questions. Very predictably, it ends up being an Imperial probe, something he refuses to report to Hera, jeopardizing not only the lives of hundreds of people, but their entire social movement against the Empire. The rebellion, as depicted in Andor, would not only fire Zeb immediately, but arrest him for this. Zeb reprograms the droid to blow up an Imperial transport, which allows Thrawn to narrow down the rebel base to one of 24 planets through process of elimination. This is the sole and only episode where I'm like, yeah, it makes sense to claim Thrawn won here. It wasn't just him letting valuable prisoners escape. In Through Imperial Eyes, Ezra, Chopper, and AP5 get intentionally captured as part of a mission to extract Kallus from the Empire. They openly discuss this, because apparently Imperial prisons don't have cameras. The episode also features the only Clone Wars returnee who I completely forgot came back in Rebels. Admiral Lauren, who's now the head of the ISB as seen in Andor, helping Thrawn get to the bottom of the rebel spy in their midst. Kallus decides to frame a lieutenant named Yoger List and break into Thrawn's office to swap out one of 24 planets in his database. Then tells Ezra he feels completely safe now and Ezra should leave him behind. This is the dumbest plan of all time because anyone with a functioning brain should be able to piece together that Kallus is the spy once Yoger List testifies. And it's so naive to assume Thrawn wouldn't notice one of only 24 names getting swapped out. Thrawn, of course, does, deducing the precise location of the rebel base on Atollon and deducing that Kallus is the spy. This doesn't make Thrawn look like a master tactician. This makes him look like he has basic, completely average intelligence while he's surrounded by complete Neanderthals. The episode Double Agent Droid finally explores the common fan theory of Chopper as a double agent. On a particularly cool-looking planet, the Ghost Crew battles a room full of evil Reddit mods who reprogram Chopper on a stealth mission gone wrong. AP5 is immediately able to sense something's wrong with Chopper, but everyone chooses to completely ignore him. I think it's channeling like, oh, everyone ignores 3PO, but the difference is no one's ever been shown to be that annoyed by AP5 until this episode. This strikes me as out of character for Hera in particular to be brushing him off like this.
Then I heard him use an Imperial term.
Okay, stop. I don't have time for conspiracy theories right now.
Please, you must listen to me.
Nobody's listening. Nobody's listening!
I need to linger on the fact that this is the most gleefully bizarre episode of the show, to the point that even people who hate filler episodes don't seem to dislike this one. It opens with Chopper and AP5 making a reference to Annie Get Your Gun.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
I understand that just simply referencing something is not a joke, but this one feels so specific and random that I think it circles back around to being really funny. This is a Chopper AP5 Wedge Antilles episode, the most bizarre pairing imaginable. I think it's because characters are usually introduced in 2-episode cycles. You had the Antilles extraction in the first half of the season, and I'm sure the writers were mapping out their second half of the season, and this is the only premise where they said, well, I guess Wedge doesn't not fit here. The best moment of this episode is AP5 getting stranded in space, singing a song.
It's easy to see I fit perfectly.
This episode also has the first on-screen appearance of a bathroom in Star Wars, when AP5 just follows Wedge in like a dog. I love AP5. The story concludes with Hera, somehow, through Chopper, sending a power surge to blow up the Reddit mod's entire basement headquarters. How the hell did she do this? It was like 3 star systems away. What's sad is that after this episode, AP5's role in the series is completely over. He doesn't appear at all in season 4 outside of one non-speaking cameo in a crowd scene, which is really odd given how much time this season's been building his character out. The episode Twin Sun serves as the conclusion to the Maul storyline. Ezra finds himself burdened by more visions of Maul and steals an A-Wing to follow the Holocron's trail to Tatooine. Again, if this were Andor, this would not fly. he tracks Maul to Tatooine, where the Force leads him to the one and only Obi-Wan Kenobi. In the old Legends continuity, there was a story called Old Wounds about Maul tracking Kenobi down to Tatooine. So of course, when Maul arrives in Rebels, Obi-Wan says this.
I will mend this old wound.
I will mend this old wound.
What, we some kind of Suicide Squad?
When both combatants draw their blades, Obi-Wan switches from his fighting style of the prequels to his fighting style of the original trilogy. And then it begins. With one stroke, Kenobi finishes Maul. And I love it! We've seen 9 billion lengthy lightsaber fights, especially between Maul and Kenobi, but to wrap it up like this was so refreshing. It's the ultimate testament to how much Obi-Wan has grown and learned, while Maul has fallen into the same pitfalls time and time again, even down to lunging with the same attack he used in The Phantom Menace. A lot of people were upset about how short this fight was, but I think it was a feature, not a bug, and I have so much respect for how they handled it. When Maul dies in Kenobi's arms, Maul learns about the existence of Luke Skywalker before passing on. With that, Obi-Wan looks at Luke running towards the moisture farm, fulfilling his goal as his protector. Here's the issue. Notice how Ezra isn't even here for any of this? For the worlds of Kenobi and Maul, across a movie and 2 seasons of Clone Wars to now, this is a fantastic conclusion. But what does it have to do really with Star Wars Rebels? Discussing the prophecy of the Chosen One and the existence of Luke comes out of absolutely nowhere within the narrative framework of this series, and it never comes up again. It's absolutely giving, let's pause the Book of Boba Fett for Luke to train Baby Yoda. Let's pause Star Wars Rebels for Obi-Wan to kill Maul.
I know we had a really rigorous conversation around the idea of whether or not it's something we should be doing, and really making sure that that moment was being constructed from a place of what the story demanded, not from a place of something that we all personally wanted to see.
We were the crazy people that brought him back to life. I thought that we had a responsibility to try to find a way to end it. I also always felt that, like, in a way, by bringing him back to life, it kind of robbed Obi-Wan Kenobi of this victory and this moment in his life, so I thought it's a way to bring that back.
Kenobi doesn't feel 100% out of place here since he was set up in the holocron from season 1. Remember in season 2 when Palpatine and Vader were eager about the idea of being led to Kenobi? Why did you show them having that conversation if neither of them ever attempted to find Kenobi? It's a complete narrative dead end that's really strange with hindsight. Chekhov's gun never fired and was forgotten about. At the time, it was great to see Maul's storyline continue and conclude because it felt like a legitimate uncertainty if we'd ever see him again. But with the benefit of hindsight, when there's 9 billion Star Wars series, it feels like they blew their load too early. There is now a designated Maul solo show called Maul Shadow Lord, which is just tucked in the one tiny, unexplored era of his backstory. I know hindsight's 2020, but don't you think Maul's vengeance-fueled quest to find Kenobi would have had some incredible dramatic potential to carry a show, rather than being shoved haphazardly into 3 episodes of Rebels? Maul was introduced as a foil seducing Ezra to the dark side, but that quickly stopped being his purpose when Ezra rejected the dark side 3 episodes after feeling tempted by it. They separated from each other after Holocrons of Fate, and then Maul just went on a side quest to find Kenobi, and Ezra wound up popping in from time to time. Ezra seems to think that what he'll find on Tatooine is the end result of Yoda sending him to find knowledge.
You're the answer. The holocrons told me. They said you would be the one to help us destroy the Sith.
Is the knowledge to defeat the Sith the knowledge that Luke will defeat the Sith? Or Luke will give Anakin the nudge to defeat the Sith? It strikes me as odd that Yoda would point Ezra in that direction, since that would jeopardize the existence of Luke. And it would require Ezra to open a Sith holocron in order to get there. There's a YouTuber called The Gold Man who has a really good analysis that Yoda sent Ezra and Kanan to Malachor to show them the cost of fighting the Sith and the destruction that comes with it, because that was a big battlefield. Did Yoda know specifically that they would end up right at this specific point on the entire planet? I don't know. It makes sense from Yoda's perspective, but Ezra and Kanan clearly don't get the memo of that is why he sent them there, because they spend all of season 3 and 4 thinking that what they're about to discover is the culmination of why Yoda sent them to Malachor.
But if not to get the Sith holocron, why did Master Yoda send us to Malachor?
The key to defeating the Sith.
The answer to my question of how to destroy the Sith is Obi-Wan Kenobi. Ahsoka said we'd find knowledge in the Sith temple on Malachor. But we were wrong!
I think the show left this as an open-ended question, but I'm not really understanding why on a conceptual level, because this isn't any interesting question of human psychology, it's just, why did bro do this?
If Malachor is off limits, why would Master Yoda send us here?
There isn't any train of thought that fully logically makes sense. And I kind of have so little faith in this show that I can't shake the feeling that it just wasn't thought through on their end. Because this isn't really particularly interesting as a mysterious, ambiguous question. All throughout the third season, the rebels have been preparing for an assault on Thrawn's factories on Lothal. Here in the season finale, 0 Hour, Jun Sato and General Dodonna's unnamed unit have joined forces to finally commence the attack, but Thrawn is one step ahead. First, he captures Kallus, who's been transmitting as Fulcrum from Ezra's old broadcasting tower. Here in Rebels and Andor, we have two identical scenarios. An Imperial officer, Thrawn, Dedra, hunting down a rebel spy, Kallus Luthen. Both, upon deducing their identity, make the decision to confront them alone. For Dedra, everything goes awry and it blows up her entire career. Is treated as an unbelievably stupid thing she never should have done.
The mindless decision to confront Luthen Rail on your own!
Thrawn does the same thing, and everything works out for him perfectly. I think it's because Thrawn knew he was in a children's show, and Kallus wouldn't be able to kill himself here. Kallus didn't think to arm himself in any way in preparation of this eventuality. I just can't help but laugh that Rebels thinks it's writing this super genius Thrawn. Then, alongside some Death Troopers from Rogue One, Thrawn commences an Imperial siege of Atollon before the Rebel ships can even take off. Thrawn knows that General Dodonna is working with Phoenix Squadron because his spies told him.
My spies report General Dodonna's fleet is en route to reinforce Commander Sato and Captain Syndulla.
I have yet to uncover its precise location.
Why are we only learning about Thrawn's entirely off-screen spies in the season finale? The way he's gained this information has absolutely nothing to do with what he's done in the previous 20 episodes. That's so unsatisfying. What are the incredibly specific circumstances that would lead to these spies knowing that these two groups are working together militarily today, but not where they're meeting or where either group is staging from? After showing Thrawn lose but claim he won by gathering information for about 20 episodes, this finale was the chance to see if it would build to a satisfying Imperial victory.
We fight to win. That means we lose, and lose, and lose, and lose.
Thrawn just lets his prisoner watch the battle on the bridge with a first-hand look at the Empire's military strategy. Constantine refuses to follow Thrawn's orders and dies. Once again, Thrawn is nerfed by the people around him being incompetent. Jun Sato sacrifices his life, crashing into one of the Empire's interdictor cruisers to allow Ezra to escape into hyperspace for help, hence explaining why the troop carrier didn't appear in Rogue One. Bravo, Lucasfilm story group. The music would have you believe this is a huge, emotional, dramatic sacrifice that's supposed to tug at the heartstrings. And I thought as a kid, and I still think now, this sacrifice holds no weight at all. Did you know Jun Sato was in 19 episodes? Would you guess that from the number of times he naturally came up in this video? Losing this ship makes me feel more here because they spent a whole episode struggling to get that. None of the main characters even react to Sato's death, and he is never mentioned again, so clearly he was missed. Sato walked so Holdo could run. Ezra convinces Sabine and her Mandalorians to come to Atollon and destroy a Star Destroyer with their epic, cool weapons. Meanwhile, Thrawn uses a military strategy from early in Heir to the Empire: complete orbital bombardment. It's worth noting that Thrawn was specifically supposed to be taking prisoners, so I'm not sure why he risked an orbital bombardment in the first place. When Kanan asks the Bendu for help, he refuses to get involved like a worthless centrist. When Kanan calls him a hypocrite, he gets really mad and becomes a giant storm attacking everyone. The Bendu tells Thrawn a vision of his future before disappearing into the Force.
I see your defeat, like many arms surrounding you in a cold embrace.
Bendu is fascinating, and part of why I like him as much as I do is that the show doesn't tell you how to feel about him by having all of its main characters be like, wow, what a guy. He acts holier than thou, claiming he's above picking sides between the light and the dark. But in doing so, he helps the Empire drive out the rebels, letting the dark side's chokehold in the galaxy grow. This is the tolerance paradox. Is this a theme that the show lets you digest on your own? What a novel idea. The light side and the dark side are really just metaphors for human behavior, making kind, conscientious choices versus making fearful, hateful ones. The Bendu proved such a perfect way to explore Force neutrality in alignment with Lucas's vision of the Force, because it's a social commentary, not some superpower like Mace Windu's a gray Jedi. However, in Rebels Recon, that is just not how Dave Filoni describes him at all.
He has a large range of emotions, and he's been around a very long time. So things that seem like a problem to all these people, to Bendu, he's like, I don't even want you to explain it to me. I don't care. But you need a character that kind of is a bit beyond the characters that you have, that knows vastly more, but that is not going to solve their problems, that's going to push them in the right way.
Are you really telling me the one aspect of the show that I thought was really clever commentary commentary was actually just not at all what they intended.
I think the wonderful thing about Bendu is that he doesn't represent a point of view between dark and light. He just exists. These are all human intentions and human goals, and Bendu does not represent that. He represents something that is immaterial and also bigger than all of us.
The Rebel fleet is able to evacuate the planet, but not before rescuing Agent Callus's escape pod, and what I have to admit is a pretty satisfying moment. As the still largely intact fleet regroups, they reveal their next destination.
I would suggest a second hyperspace jump before heading to Yavin.
The audience is expected to appreciate this mic drop moment. How great is it that after losing their base, they can just go to a new base and be completely fine, hardly a struggle at all. As a kid, I was pissed after watching 0 Hour. I remember I was in a hotel room watching this at like 5 a.m. on the Disney Now app before I left the country at like 6 a.m. The episode treats this as Thrawn's grand victory, but he barely accomplishes anything. He destroys like 2 ships. This is the most pathetic possible payoff to an entire season of buildup. Mind you, his goal was to take prisoners, and he did not succeed in taking a single prisoner. In the season premiere, Steps into Shadow, Thrawn holds off on destroying Phoenix Squadron's fleet with the suspicion that there's a larger rebellion that may be able to lead to. And he was right. Phoenix Squadron was working with General Dodonna's unnamed unit by then. Then, billions of ships all united in secret cargo. This is the larger rebellion Thrawn was waiting for. But now he only destroys part of Phoenix Squadron, who he could have destroyed back in Steps into Shadow. General Dodonna's whole unit escaped. The strike on Garel in a standalone Season 2 episode was the same level of deadly as Thrawn's strike at the end of Season 3. Vader did a more effective job tracking the rebels in Siege of Lothal when he had their shuttle tracked. He did in one episode what it took Thrawn a full season to do. There was even a shuttle on Reclam Station that the rebels escaped in Steps into Shadow. Thrawn knew in advance the rebels would be coming here, but he didn't have the idea to put a tracker on it. Vader also had the Millennium Falcon tagged in A New Hope, implying this is his MO, but meanwhile it's not even something Thrawn ever thought to do. When Thrawn let the rebels go all of those times in the hope they'd lead him to the larger fleet, did he ever think to tag their ships? Even the Inquisitor thought to do that, and he sucked. If you actually think about it, Vader is a more effective, stronger tactical mind than Thrawn, as depicted in Star Wars Rebels. Is Thrawn under the completely wrong impression that Atollon is the entirety of the wider rebellion? Because after this episode, he makes no attempt to hunt the rebels whatsoever. While Thrawn is a great presence in Rebels, he is not written as a good tactician. The only thing Thrawn accomplished was the delayed gratification of my crippling disappointment. The 3rd season completely failed in paying off Thrawn's long season of buildup. Sure, the rebels lost some ships, but the main characters who we follow lost absolutely nothing. If Rex or Kanan or someone had fallen to Thrawn, it would have been a super devastating loss to the cast. Zeb may have been a great contender. He hasn't had anything to do for a season and a half now. The entire invasion of Atollon is quite literally his fault. All of this blood's on his hands. Jun Sato, who none of the characters have any emotional investment in and barely know, is not a personal sacrifice. You know what dawned on me now while watching? I think they should have taken AP5 offline. They spent a whole season pairing him with everyone on the cast, and then he doesn't appear in season 4. If Thrawn had somehow killed AP5, Ezra would have been sad, Zeb would have been sad, Wedge would have been sad, Chopper would have been devastated. I think there would have been a profound sadness as he finally accomplishes his dream of peace and quiet. Instead, AP5's wants and needs were dropped by the story entirely. But you know what I thought as a kid? This would have been the perfect opportunity to destroy the Ghost. I think this would hit harder than any side character. The Spectre's home, which they've spent 3 seasons on, is almost a character in and of itself, and Thrawn managing to destroy it would have been his ultimate victory, devastating everyone on the cast. They squandered the opportunity because they were too excited over the franchise interconnectivity opportunities. All this is to say, if you're keeping track of like a Wikipedia spreadsheet of whatever ships are in this battle, you're like, wow, Thrawn really nailed him, but you don't feel that. Because you're watching this show through the POV of these main characters, and all of these characters walk away from 0 Hour completely fine, never once mentioning its events going forward. But it's okay, because in Rebels Recon, they promise Season 4's gonna have X-Wings.
Possibly when you'd see an X-Wing.
That summer, at Star Wars Celebration, Dave Filoni and co debuted the trailer for Rebels Season 4, which comically opened up with narration from Hera trying to claim that Sabine and Ezra were the main characters from the beginning.
It was a simple story about a boy who was lost and a girl who was broken.
But more importantly, Dave Filoni let it be known that Season 4 was going to be the final season of the show.
Season 4 is the final season of Star Wars Rebels. I know. I can say I know what it's like when I don't get to end a series. And what happens when you don't end a series is you end up making t-shirts and you have to prolong, and it wasn't as fun.
I found another comment I left on the Season 4 trailer. To give you an idea of how badly I hated the Iron Squadron, my 15-year-old self typed, "I'm so annoyed that Martin Madden ended up in the emotional final trailer for Rebels. Like, when you reflect back on this show's run, Iron Squadron is definitely not what you want to come to your head." The irony is that the shot in question actually features Sabine in an alternate outfit, but you can see why I thought it was Martin Madden, because they have the exact same color block out. Season 4 takes place 1 year before the Battle of Yavin, with a shorter run of only 16 episodes. It sees the Ghost Crew return to Lothal, with a singular purpose of destroying Grand Admiral Thrawn's TIE Defender factory. I love and have always loved the beauty of its full circle nature. A 15-episode season 1 set on Lothal, 2 22-episode seasons exploring the galaxy, and then a 15-episode season 4 set on Lothal.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Episodes this season have very simple and basic premises, harkening back to season 1. Thrawn's assassin chases us for 20 minutes. There's even another We Steal a TIE Fighter episode. Season 4 really winds down on introducing new characters and especially new worlds, following a singular and fully serialized storyline built around the characters we've already known from Lothal in the previous seasons and guiding them towards a satisfying conclusion. As a result, I think I may have by far the least to say about Season 4. I also have the weakest memory of Season 4 by a mile, and it's easy to see why, as every episode follows the same characters in the same environment doing largely the same thing. The small scale results in every episode this season following a We Battle the Empire story structure, and that in combination with their serialization causes all of them to really blur together for me. The Empire is coming just doesn't work as a dramatic act break cliffhanger anymore 4 seasons in.
Those aren't mining guild vehicles.
No, it's the Empire.
However, genuinely, the fondness I have for this full circle nature of the 4th season far outweighs my gripes with memorability or interest. There was a major question hanging over this season. What fate was going to befall Ezra and Kanan? Because the two of them needed to be taken off the board before Rogue One and A New Hope, which the show was rapidly approaching. Before the return to Lothal though, Season 4 opens with 2 two-parters designed to explore the final few stories the writers thought were worth telling. One of these is Heroes of Mandalore, dedicated to resolving the Mandalorian story Season 3 devoted a lot of its runtime to. When I, a young Clone Wars fan, learned that Season 4 was going to Mandalore, I was unbelievably excited. Unfortunately, Rebels doesn't take place inside the iconic and recognizable capital city. It takes place outside the dome in the barren wasteland because that's all Star Wars Rebels had the budget to render. By its 4th season, Rebels doesn't even have the resources that Clone Wars had by its 2nd. We open with an Indiana Jones-inspired tank chase to rescue Sabine's father from an Imperial prison convoy. Sabine's dad is an artist, but much like Sabine, acts more like a critic in an art museum because how the writers think artists act.
We will reach the capital within the hour.
I do love the capital. It is a masterful expression of our architecture.
Now I see where Sabine gets her creative side.
Oh my god, we get it! You don't need to spell that out word for word, we get it! That's when we finally learn about Sabine's devastating weapon she alluded to in Trials of the Darksaber. A horrifying modified walker designed to lock onto Mandalorian armor and incinerate its wearer from the inside out. Keep in mind that Sabine left the academy at like 13 or 14 to become a bounty hunter, which means that Sabine evidently had a mechanical engineering degree as a 13-year-old to make the most advanced weapon in the entire history of Mandalorian warfare. And caught in the blast are Sabine's mother and brother. Cut to commercial. I remember my jaw dropping. I actually yelled out loud, and I remember my dad came in the room asking, "Are you okay?" I was just genuinely so impressed by Rebels' willingness to take a swing this bold, and then have Tristan and Ursa die by a device created by Sabine's hand. I remember waiting with bated breath for the dumbass Disney XD commercials to finish to see what would happen next.
I thought I lost you. We were caught at the edge of the weapon's range.
Clone Wars would have just killed them, because Ursa and Tristan literally do not contribute to the plot, story, or theme in any way, shape, or form after this. Narratively and functionally, they did die here. Along for the ride in this special is Bo-Katan Kryze, the series' final returning character from Star Wars The Clone Wars. She was the sister of Duchess Satine, who led the rebellion against Maul's hostile takeover of the planet. Bo-Katan is kind of just here. So Sabine's weapon kills some Mandalorians, and then Bo-Katan is just on standby for a while, and then 9 minutes later she yells, "Your weapon killed my kind! How dare you!" And that to me is extremely sloppy writing. It's because there wasn't an opportunity for Bo-Katan to express her anger in the story structure as written, so they just put her emotional state on ice until the story allowed for this moment to happen. But that is so untrue to how human emotions work. Human emotion is impulsive. If Bo-Katan were going to have this outburst, it would have been when the weapon was fired, or seeing the disintegrated ashes of Mandalorians.
There were rumors the Empire was working on a weapon to neutralize Mandalorian armor. That it had even been tested on our people. I didn't believe it.
The Empire must have rebuilt it.
You're a Mandalorian! Why would you create such an abomination?
We're simultaneously supposed to believe she would have a massive outburst like this, but also that she was able to rationalize and contain herself for about 9 minutes, or in universe maybe an hour or two. Bo-Katan's already watched Sabine have a mental breakdown, clearly expressing intense guilt. I think that a rational person would be leaving Sabine alone here.
Sabine, you can't blame yourself for this.
I created the weapon that did this, and because of me, the Empire is going to turn my world into a graveyard. Because of me, Mandalorians are going to die.
You know what this is exactly like? It's Has-Been Hotel. It's like Lute angrily proclaiming that she's going to get revenge on Charlie in the song Gravity, only then to see Charlie multiple times throughout the season and not say anything, and then 7 episodes later try to get revenge on Charlie. The story wasn't ready for her to take her revenge yet, so this character who's been seen to be nothing but an impulsive ball of rage is just simply not acting on her singular character motivation on like 4 separate occasions. This is one of the most commonly ridiculed aspects of Has-Been Hotel Season 2, and that is exactly what is happening here. I'm sure there's a lot of overlap between the Has-Been Hotel and Star Wars Rebels fandoms. Luckily, Sabine says, "Sorry, Bo-Katan," and then within 2 minutes, Bo-Katan has a complete heel turn and fully supports Sabine to lead an attack on the capital. They rally Mandalorians all over the planet to stand up, and then they make a play to disable the weapon. This Mandalorian has replaced Gar Saxon, and this guy keeps saying,
"What will stop the Empire from using the weapon on us as well?"
Unquestioning loyalty.
Then the Empire uses it against them anyway. No! I didn't think the leopard would vaporize my face! Luckily, Sabine simply clicks 2 buttons on a control panel to completely and apparently irreversibly change the weapon's effect to lock onto Stormtrooper armor instead.
What's happening?
The weapon's been turned against the Empire!
Oh, thank God there was dialogue to explain what was happening. I never would have understood. And now Bo-Katan is saying, "Heavens to Betsy, Sabine, no! Revenge on the Empire isn't the right way!" And it's really bizarre because this goes against everything we know about Bo-Katan. I think Bo-Katan should be just as upset about the Empire taking over the planet as Maul taking over the planet.
No outsider will ever rule Mandalore.
If anyone would want violent revenge, it'd be her, an embodiment of the Mandalorian death machine who's just violently attacked Sabine earlier in the story as revenge for her doing a weapon, who doesn't have anything to want revenge for since her family all survived. Look what I found in the StarWars.com episode guide. Earlier drafts of the story had Bo-Katan eager to use the weapon against the Empire. When faced with the choice, however, she ultimately opts to destroy it, proving herself worthy of leadership. As the story evolved, this conflict was moved to Sabine's fiery temperament, with Bo-Katan becoming the voice of reason. I think I get it. You want to reinforce Sabine as this story's protagonist and give her the arc, but doing so came at the expense of Bo-Katan's character integrity. In the end, Sabine decides Bo-Katan is the leader Mandalore needs and gives her the Darksaber. From a Clone Wars perspective, it's like, yay! Bo-Katan finally gets to lead her people. But from a Rebels perspective, it's this random lady we've never seen before who has no relationship to our main characters showing up for 1 episode, and then Sabine decides you can have the Darksaber and lead Mandalore. It's deeply unsatisfying within the context of this show. Rebels Recon makes it pretty clear that they aren't thinking about this as the story of Rebels, they're thinking about this as the story of Star Wars as a whole. Like this clip where Pablo Hidalgo explains that this was the right story choice for Rebels, and then doesn't say anything about why it's the right story choice for Rebels.
We do have to question ourselves are we doing it just because we want it, or does it actually fit the story needs? With Bo-Katan, it actually really did fit because a lot of where Clone Wars was heading towards the end of the series, we were extrapolating what Maul's takeover of Mandalore meant. So we had sketched out a history in terms of who rose through the ranks to a leadership position during that time of crisis, and Bo-Katan was that character. And also it just felt like a worthy character to pick up the Darksaber because we made such a big deal out of it. It would be a harder sell to give that saber to someone we've never known before.
I'm sure that in the Clone Wars finale, as originally envisioned, Bo-Katan probably would have won the Darksaber and this whole coronation moment for her would have happened then. But because it didn't, it's been moved here, as a continued effort to use Rebels as a vehicle to resolve the Clone Wars. And it feels pretty awkward. When Sabine said, "It's not me," I assumed at the time that she'd eventually need to step up into a position of leadership because Mandalore would need her. It's not an arc she needed, but I think it would have been a hell of a lot more satisfying than this. So, the Mandalorian storyline kind of ends with a whimper. Not even getting to see the inside of the city was a major knock against it when I was a child. Also, the Mandalorian Disney Plus show establishes that Bo-Katan's rebellion set up at the end of this episode completely fails, all of them get wiped out, and then the lightsaber ends up with Gustavo Fring. The season's next two-parter, In the Name of the Rebellion, focuses on settling into Yavin Base while tensions grow between Saw Gerrera's rebel cell and this one. Look, Hera's flying a ship that's not the Ghost. I wonder if the ship survives. We check in with Agent Kallus, who's now a full-time rebel. "It's time to get to work" has been a vocal stim for me for like 9 years now, specifically because of Kallus saying it here.
It's time to get to work.
In the larger rebellion, Ezra finds himself frustrated that Lothal has ceased to be a priority, which is a really good character conflict for him. There are way bigger issues at play in the galaxy, as Mon Mothma, the leader of this entire military, take the time to explain to him because he's the main character. Saw Gerrera calls in, and now he's been updated to actually resemble his appearance in Rogue One. Mon Mothma says that his violent action against the Empire is rotten and wicked, and that they need to prioritize peaceful negotiation in the Senate.
So long as our allies in the Senate have hope of a peaceful resolution to this conflict.
You know, the Senate that's already been proven to not effectively protect the rights of anyone in the galaxy. Remember in the last episode Saw Gerrera was in when the Senate refused to see gas canisters in the core of Geonosis marked with Imperial logos as proof that the Empire committed genocide on Geonosis?
If you continue to allow this war to be fought on the Empire's terms, not yours, you are going to lose.
Saw's kinda right. Why are they writing Mon Mothma like she's Nancy Pelosi and then saying she's correct?
I will not be lectured on military strategy by a man who has proven himself a criminal.
Everyone in this entire rebellion is a criminal. The Empire decides the laws. Ezra, who spent all of Ghosts of Geonosis saying, "Oh no, Saw, you can't," has apparently forgotten about that episode and is now saying, "Hey, Saw might be right." A mission to disable a satellite dish brings Ezra and Sabine in contact with a once again demoted Brom Titus, who explodes. There's a frustrating set piece where, oh no, they're sliding down towards their doom. You both have jetpacks. You're both wearing jetpacks. Use the jetpacks. They wind up rescued by Saw Gerrera, flying a U-Wing from Rogue One with his buddy Two Tubes from Rogue One. And he takes Ezra and Sabine on an adventure. Saw is on the hunt for the Death Star, following his leads from Ghost of Geonosis. This leads them to what I believe is the final reused asset from Star Wars The Clone Wars. A giant kyber crystal from the Utapau Crystal Crisis arc, as well as a collection of kidnapped scientists. Just like in Rogue One, get it? Throughout the story, Saw keeps doing evil things. Like near the end as the kyber crystal's about to explode, he insists, "We have to leave the prisoners behind to die." And there's just no good justification for him saying this. It's not like, oh, we have to make sure we escape to bring this information back to the rebellion for the greater good. He just says, who cares if innocent people die? It's like in the MCU shows when they don't want anyone thinking the terrorists have good points, so they have them blow up a hospital. Ezra realizes, wow, Saw is way too evil. Nancy Pelosi is so correct and heroic, and I will never doubt her again. Saw gets pointed towards Jeddah, because we can't let Star Wars Rebels end without explaining why Saw Gerrera ends up on Jeddah in the 2016 film Rogue One. All of the scientists collectively agree to join the rebellion and abandon their families apparently, as just this one guy speaks on all of their behalves. In Rebels Recon, they explained that Saw Gerrera was so angry over the death of his sister that he turned to the dark side.
The dark and the light are things that are not just the area of the Jedi and the Sith. We all can make dark choices or selfish choices.
Right.
And Saw can't let go of the anger and the hate and the fear he has over what happened to him when he was very young.
The writers seem to have a frowning lack of endorsement towards any action Saw takes in the series, and that's kind of frustrating because Saw, as he was envisioned to exist in Rogue One, was a morally gray character. Of course, we never saw him doing anything morally gray, probably because the movie was butchered in reshoots. But here, Star Wars Rebels simplifies this character to a black and white moral code, so small, dumb children can understand him. Despite the fact that small, dumb children had no issue understanding the Clone Wars half a decade ago. It also feels so wildly hypocritical when Ezra and the Rebels murder often unarmed stormtroopers in completely needless ways. But it's okay when they do it. It's okay when Ezra cracks a joke upon a contract worker of the mining guild smelting himself alive because he was associated with the Empire.
Watch out.
Remember in the Siege of Lothal when Kanan told Ezra they couldn't go back to rescue the prisoners of Tarkin Town because it was a trap? They had to let these innocent, impoverished people suffer at the hands of the Empire for the greater good so they could return to the fleet alive? That's morally gray. Those are the types of difficult decisions Saw Gerrera should be making at his most compelling, but instead he's just an evil dark side terrorist monster, while Kanan and Ezra go completely unchecked and unchallenged by the narrative.
You break every rule of engagement.
I'll pull, you fire.
Now the show has wrapped up its last two non-Lothal related storylines. In The Occupation, the Rebel Alliance has decided that the TIE Defender factory is of huge concern to them. Thus, they're permitting the Spectres to return to Lothal. Ezra's frustration with the Alliance not caring about Lothal lasted all of 2 episodes. And I just can't help but feel like that pent-up frustration and helplessness could have been way more effective as a long-term storyline. Do you think this pathetic unnamed extra feels safer with Ezra off the base? I've always felt that after all of the grand adventures of the previous 2 seasons, the fact that the final threat of season 4 are just TIE Defenders feels sort of underwhelming. I know that this show is written by die-hard nerds, and to them, maybe the TIE Defenders from Legends games were a way bigger deal. Whoa, it has shields! But as it's depicted in Rebels, it really just comes across as another TIE fighter. The disposable things that blow up in the hundreds with minimal effort. The TIE Defender seems nowhere near as powerful as the B-Wing that shoots giant lasers that the Rebels already have.
That's impossible.
It doesn't really feel like a final season worthy threat, but we're told, not so much shown, that they would spell the end of the rebellion if widely implemented, despite the fact that the Ghost blows them up with the same frequency as all other TIE fighters. The Spectres depart, leaving Rex and Kallus in charge of the Ghost. We barely see either of them this season, which always made me sad. I understand the decision to lock things down to only the original 6, but I can't help but feel like they could have squeezed Rex and Kallus onto the Lothal mission just so we could see more of Kallus especially, who really ceases to exist narratively once he defects from the Empire. This is also our goodbye to Yavin Base, which we only saw in 2 episodes. It's interesting how, within the context of Rebels, it's basically an afterthought, nothing more than a box to tick. For a show focused on the origins of the rebellion, it sure left a lot of the origins of the rebellion completely unexplained. Case in point, Sabine's paint tag is used as the logo and symbol of the entire Rebel Alliance, and we never actually see or learn how that came to be. Knowing Sabine, if she learned that her art would be used as a symbol of freedom all across the galaxy, as the focal point of the social movement she's been fighting for about a decade, I think it would be the single greatest day of her entire life. And yet we don't ever see it happen. Would a show where Sabine's the main character and constantly painting this tag not be the opportunity to showcase the story where this tag gets adapted as a symbol of the Rebel Alliance? The Rebel Alliance that she is currently a part of? Vizago smuggles the Spectres back onto the planet Lothal. Lothal is a dying hellhole, and I think it's super emotionally effective to see the extent to which the Empire has ravaged the planet through the industrialization of building hundreds of factories. The Spectres check in with some old faces, including one of Ezra's buddies from the Imperial Academy. Not the one who left to find find his sister, though. By his book! The rebels spend season 4 living with Ryder Azadi out in the wilderness of Lothal, without a ship, without a base, without a home. Validating what I thought as a child, which is that 0 hour would have been the perfect time to destroy the Ghost, given that they don't even use it in season 4. There wouldn't be a built-in narrative need to replace it like there was with the Phantom. Because the season is locking things down to Lothal, and is largely done introducing a ton of new worlds and assets, the show has more resources to spare. As such, the entire main cast gets new disguises to evade capture. In season 4, it's just a given that there will be disguises and outfit changes.
You're gonna need a disguise.
Which makes it funnier in hindsight when they spent season 1 breaking into prisons and Star Destroyers in their civilian outfits. Look, it's the tanks from Rogue One. The 4th season, with nothing to lose, finally allows Kanan and Hera to exist as a believable couple who talk to each other the way a couple would.
I wish I could see you.
You could always see me.
They're finally allowed to kiss each other on screen 4 seasons in. But all of this suddenly starting to happen made viewers very suspicious that Kanan's days were numbered. Something they were already suspicious of since the very first teaser trailer of the series. The 4th season introduces another major mystical element of the Force, Loth Wolves. Giant wolves previously seen on paintings in the Jedi Temple and in Thrawn's office who can somehow travel through hyperspace using their magical Force powers.
We were in the Northern Hemisphere, now we're in the Southern Hemisphere. Somehow, we've moved halfway across the planet.
They show up in the climaxes of multiple episodes to teleport our heroes to safety, so they are basically just incredibly vague, ill-defined deus ex machina every time they appear. I like the Force as a mystical religion and a metaphor for faith. I don't like the Force as a narrative cop-out that solves all of our heroes' problems. Season 4 also introduces Thrawn's Nogri bodyguard Ruck from the Thrawn trilogy, an animalistic hunter who chases our heroes down on several occasions and loses every time. If you're a fan of the novels, you're probably thinking, finally, Ruck's here! But if you're not watching Rebels with that familiarity, it probably feels incredibly random when Thrawn just calls a weird alien hunter a season and a half into his tenure as main villain. He'd actually been name-dropped in the 3rd season.
Override quote, Ruck.
Although it's weird in hindsight because why would he make his password like the name of this random assassin he hires? Ruck's voiced by Star Wars veteran Warwick Davis, who had asked to play a character at Star Wars Celebration ahead of season 3.
So you've known me longer than Tom. Yes. How come he does a voice before I
knew it was going there!
And given how long production takes, he almost certainly already recorded as Ruck at the time he asked this question. What I failed to consider as a kid that this would be an incredibly wild, rude question to ask on the spot at a live convention panel if you weren't already a part of it. Heir to the Empire describes Ruck as having a deep, gravelly, cat-like voice, which I think Warwick embodies decently well.
I smell the sat.
I'm a bit underwhelmed by Ruck here. I think he loses appeal when he's actually visualized, no matter what. Part of his aura in the book is that you're left to imagine what he looks like, which is never described too specifically. But even then, I always envisioned him towering over Thrawn. He's a weak little string bean here. I feel like I could take him. Ruck had a lot of depth in the books, gradually revealed over time as he came to learn that Thrawn was lying to him and manipulating him, that the Empire was responsible for the mass suffering of his people. Show Ruck is flattened to just be a scary hunter, but he doesn't come across as scary in animation as I'm sure he seemed in the writing phase. In the aforementioned Steal a TIE Fighter episode, it's Ezra and Sabine who hijack a TIE Defender in order to extract its hyperdrive, so Hera can escape off-world and warn Yavin about the ship's capabilities. They had a chance to do a cute full circle moment with Ezra and Zeb on the mission, but Zeb is not important anymore. In fact, so many episodes this season pair up Ezra and Sabine that they do truly feel like the two protagonists of the series by the time it ends. A far cry from Ezra and Kanan being co-protagonists in season 1. However, Sabine's series character arc basically ended the moment she handed that darksaber to Bo-Katan. So she's basically here, always on screen with a lot of lines, but they're never super meaningful to her or her journey. They're just typical Star Wars Rebels exposition. In this episode, Sabine shoots up an entire airfield, but somehow doesn't shoot Thrawn, which I feel like you have to be actively trying not to do when you're rapid firing at an airfield. Thrawn of all people who designed the TIE Defender should know that shooting it with a handgun will accomplish very little. Rebels at this point gives up on the idea that Thrawn wins absolutely everything, which is fine with me because they were just lying before. Thrawn is totally screwed when the Rebels steal a TIE Defender, and for the first time they don't even try to be like, but you see, Governor Price, I wanted the Rebels to steal my TIE Defender, for in doing so they have played their hand and led me closer to discovering the chink in their armor. Instead, Thrawn's just like, oh shit. Hera succeeds in convincing Yavin to spare some fighters. The mid-season finale, Rebel Assault, opens with a squadron of X-Wings finally attacking Lothal's TIE Defender factory. Look, Hera's flying a ship that's not the Ghost. I wonder if the ship survives. No, seriously, how the hell did she survive this? I just want to point out that their ships plummeted from orbit and crashed on the ground at terminal velocity. I guess X-Wings have really good airbags. Thrawn's blockade decimates every single ship, and every pilot dies except for the named characters with plot armor, Hera, and a now grown-up Martin Matten from the Iron Squadron. Thrawn spent the whole space battle proclaiming,
"The rebels must not reach the planet's surface. I won't allow a single rebel ship through my blockade."
Only for, apparently, all the ships to get past his blockade. Hera ends the story captured by the Empire, and our rebels are determined to save her. The show makes a huge deal about X-Wings. They have triumphant music. The Rebels Recon segment spends a full 3 minutes talking about how wonderful it is to get X-Wings in the show.
Hera pulls some impressive moves in her X-Wing.
I think it's that Rogue One effect where the creative team was too deep in the weeds nostalgic about this for their own good, because Rebels treats the introduction of X-Wings as a huge, triumphant cavalry has arrived moment, despite the fact that these ships have never shown up in the series before. Wouldn't it have been more impactful within the world of Rebels if it were Y-Wings or B-Wings, ships we spent a huge amount of time acquiring? It would create a nicer feeling of all their hard work and side missions coming together to accomplish something, but instead the moment's dedicated to the fan service reveal of a specific spaceship that apparently makes everyone at 2017 Lucasfilm foam at the mouth. At this point, Star Wars Rebels enters its final hiatus, just in time for Lucasfilm to release the single most provocative piece of art of the 21st century.
The Last Jedi!
The mid-season 4 trailer was the show's shortest yet, with almost 90 seconds being reused footage from previous episodes, which makes sense because this trailer only had 6 episodes to work with. But what one couldn't help but observe in this trailer was the stunning and suspicious lack of Kanan Jarrus. And given we were approaching the end of the road, there was a pretty clear spidey sense telling the audience of Rebels that Caleb Doom's days were numbered. In Jedi Knight, the Rebels make a play to rescue Hera from Thrawn's fortress. And the 17,000th time an episode revolves around rescuing an Imperial prisoner. But not before the Emperor decides to nerf Thrawn. Emperor Palpatine wants to divert funding from Thrawn's TIE Defender program to Orson Krennic's Project Stardust.
His own project, Stardust.
This show for small children expects you to have seen Rogue One, a gritty PG-13 war movie where everyone dies, in order to understand what this line means. Thrawn must leave Lothal to protest to the Emperor and let him keep his funding. It would make Thrawn look bad if his office were broken into, so the narrative solution is that he's just not available to be the main villain today. Kanan cuts his hair and rescues Hera. He also succeeds in procuring Hera's Kalikori from Thrawn's office, which was taken all the way back in Hera's Heroes. But as they escape through the Lothal oil depot, Governor Price fires a missile at it. Kanan uses his epic Jedi powers to hold back the flames, sacrificing his life for his team to escape. It's a really sad, emotional moment that everyone knew was coming, but was still shocking to finally see play out. Grand Admiral Thrawn doesn't even get to be the one who kills a main character. It's Governor Price. Zeb is the only one on the team who's not here to see Kanan die, because he is not an important character. When Kanan rescued Hera, they stopped to have a conversation for about 2 minutes instead of escaping immediately. Had they not stopped to have that conversation, Kanan would have lived. Bummer! We pick up with the episode Doom, where we discover that the fuel Governor Price hit was needed for the TIE Defender production. This is the grand culmination of Thrawn getting nerfed by everyone around him being utterly incompetent, to the point that the central threat of the season is stopped without our heroes even having to do anything. The Rebels failed to attack the TIE Defender factory on 2 separate occasions, but it turns out all they needed to do to stop the main villain's entire evil plan of the final season was fire a single rocket at these fuel tanks. If only they'd known that earlier. I understand an idea here is that the Empire was too big to ever succeed. Every Imperial officer was far too hubristic and complacent, prioritizing their own advancement over anything else.
The Ghost. If we destroy that ship, it would mean a promotion for all of us.
It works in Andor because that's an introspective political thriller. It's a completely different style of storytelling. That show is about the slow bureaucracy of the Empire. Not to mention every Imperial who fails is a deeply compelling character in their own right. But in Rebels is not materializing in a way that's fun to watch because Rebels is a swashbuckling adventure show. It's not satisfying when the heroes don't have any triumphs because the villains defeat themselves. Imagine if in the original trilogy, Luke, Han, and Leia didn't even have to do anything and the Death Star just blew up on its own. That would not have been a satisfying conclusion to the movie. Doom is a Kanan Jarrus mourning episode, dedicated to everyone grieving his loss in their own way. Hera just cries a bunch, Sabine and Zeb try to get revenge on Rook, but ultimately set him free because revenge is not the Jedi way, and Ezra wanders around aimlessly until he consults the Loth Wolves.
I lived on this planet my whole life, and I can still get lost?
I mean, yeah, I think that's true for everyone who lives on Earth as well. I find it odd that Rex doesn't ever get to react to Kanan's death, especially given they painted Rex's pattern on Kanan's visor to symbolize Kanan seeing the world through Rex's eyes. Their relationship was important enough to make it a permanent aspect of Kanan's design for the last 2 seasons, but not important enough for Rex to express any emotion about the situation whatsoever. In Wolves in Adore, Ezra follows the Loth Wolves' lead and takes one last trip to the Lothal Jedi Temple, which has now been taken over by the Empire. He discovers an illustration of the Mortis gods from Star Wars The Clone Wars, George Lucas's embodiments of the light side, the dark side, and the balance. These point Ezra to a mystical portal. Ezra finds himself trapped in the world between worlds, a mystical realm which basically serves as the light introduction of time travel to the Star Wars universe, thus finally explaining the Emperor's secret motivation for Lothal hinted at all the way back in Season 2. Ezra sees portals leading to the past, present, and future, including the dramatic final showdown of Twilight of the Apprentice. Seeing Ahsoka about to be struck down, he pulls her into the world between worlds, saving her life and explaining her strange disappearance at the end of the 2nd season. Ezra realizes he has the chance to save Kanan from dying, but Ahsoka insists that everything happens for a reason. Saving her, totally fine. She was destined by the Force to have a Disney Plus streaming series. But Kanan, no, the Force says he has to die. After a showdown with Emperor Palpatine, accessing the world through Sith alchemy, and finally voiced by Ian McDiarmid reprising his role from the movies, Ezra realizes the dangers that could come from changing the past and opts to seal up the portal for good. Ian McDiarmid clearly swapped the S and the H in Ahsoka and read it as Ashoka, and apparently no one corrected him.
Ahsoka Tano.
Going into the series finale, the episode A Fool's Hope focuses on Hera, who left Lothal off screen, pulling together all of the show's side characters to help out. Callus and Rex are back. Rex is wearing a new outfit. Here's the lore. There's a guy in Return of the Jedi who fans observed kind of looks like Rex, and by putting Rex in the same outfit, the Rebels creative team is kind of hinting that indeed this might be Rex in Return of the Jedi. They also pull in Wolf and Gregor, who are now living in an AT-AT. Ketu Anyo's in the finale, seemingly as a consolation prize for the writers completely forgetting she existed. Hondo's here, and it's heartwarming to see that even he's evolved to be a pretty good person after 9 seasons of knowing him.
For that boy, there is nothing I would not do.
A very strange omission is AP5, who I can't believe isn't here given how prominent he was in the 2nd and 3rd season. Part of me thinks they should have just left him out in space if they were never gonna use him again. This group spends the story making their way back to Lothal, while the rest of the rebels lure in and capture Governor Pryce. It's established that the Emperor himself wants Ezra alive, but he doesn't send Vader or any Inquisitors to hunt him down, he just sends some stormtroopers. The episode tries to trick the audience into thinking Ryder Azadi is betraying the rebels and turning in Ezra. But even as a dumb child, I was like, why does Star Wars Rebels think I'm dumb? I knew for a fact Ryder Azadi was lying, which frankly makes me more intelligent than Governor Pryce, who believed him.
Hey, whoa! Can you believe it? What? The wolves! You got your wolf pack back! Yeah, they fight just like the boys.
I like that we're pausing the Rebels finale to say, hey, remember the Clone Wars? The series finale, family reunion and farewell, opens with the gang trying to extract information from Governor Pryce.
Okay, if that's your choice.
Threatening to torture a prisoner for information to help the greater good is okay when the main characters do it, but not when Saw Gerrera does it. Using her intel, this merry band of rebels prepares to take and hold the entire Imperial capital on Lothal. Not even 2 minutes of screen time later, they've successfully taken and held the entire Imperial capital on Lothal. Their plan is to initiate Protocol 13, the full and complete evacuation of all Imperial forces from a planet, which was name-dropped earlier in the season. Thrawn finally returns to the planet, demanding the surrender of Ezra Bridger in order to please the Emperor, and he rains fire down on the people of Lothal until that happens. Ezra sneaks away to turn himself in, known only by Sabine and Chopper. He hands Chopper his lightsaber in the process. When his friends realize, they pray for his safe return. Except for Zeb, who doesn't get to be a part of this emotional scene. Ezra arrives in Thrawn's office, chewing him out for not deserving to have this art in his possession. I love this moment, and I think it's a great angle Star Wars Rebels introduced, calling Thrawn out for acting like a British imperialist and stealing the artwork of natives for his own personal collection. I have to admit it would have made a hell of a lot more sense for Sabine to say this to him, but her and Thrawn never crossed paths. Ezra's never expressed any opinion on native culture's artwork before, so it comes a little out of the blue. Meanwhile, Mart Matten of the Iron Squadron mentions that Ezra gave him a special mission off-screen.
I forgot to tell you guys, Ezra gave me a special mission.
Mart Matten's close personal friends, Vizago and Commander Wolf, who he has every reason to talk to casually. This trio flies the Ghost into the atmosphere to put out some sort of mysterious call on the unused Frequency Zero.
Frequency Zero? Nobody uses that anymore. Who are we supposed to be? Who are we supposed to be contacting?
Not sure it's a who, more like a what. And if I told you what, well, that's the part you might not believe.
In part 2, Ezra faces off with Emperor Palpatine. I get that Palpatine's one of the main villains of Star Wars, so from the super fan nerd writer's perspective, maybe including Palpatine here helps validate the story of Rebels. But I personally find it a little underwhelming to treat him as one of the main villains of the finale when he's never been a part of the show until a couple episodes ago. Palpatine wants to access the world between worlds, and tempts Ezra with the opportunity to bring back his parents. This is the finale's first large flaw. Ezra's parents have not been relevant to the show since A Princess on Lothal in mid-season 2. This series finale actually opened with him talking out loud to a photo of his parents like an insane person, something he's never done before, by the way.
I know what I have to do now, but I'm afraid. Not for me, but for my friends.
In this moment, I had to do a lot of heavy lifting because it was our first reminder of his parents in 48 episodes. The only exception, I believe, being one name drop in A World Between Worlds, 2 episodes earlier. This is a completely underwhelming temptation when we've already seen him refuse to bring back Kanan, who we the audience are infinitely more emotionally invested in. It's literally the exact same character arc. And so of course it has the same outcome as Ezra rejects the Emperor's temptations the way every protagonist in Star Wars except for Anakin has successfully done. Maybe if Palpatine had given Ezra premonitions of Sabine's death and told him resurrecting his parents was the key to saving her, it would have worked. As the rebels work to secure a power terminal, casualties abound as Gregor takes a bullet.
It was an honor to fight with you for something that we chose to believe in.
This is way too dramatic of a death for Gregor given he was barely in the show at all. He was in 2 episodes at the very beginning of season 2 as a minor supporting character and then disappeared for 52 episodes and then came back for the finale. Frankly, this is a lot less emotionally effective than the previous death he already had in the Clone Wars. Part of me thinks it should have been Wolf who died here because at least it wouldn't have been sloppy seconds, but also within the context of Rebels, it still wouldn't have meant much. Ruck is killed, falling into the reactor and exploding after accomplishing nothing all season. I cannot help but be severely underwhelmed by how they did not do this character any justice at all. In the novels, Ruck ultimately goes on to murder Thrawn, stabbing him through the heart as the culmination of his anger for years of manipulation and lies. Rook was the one person and the Noghri were the one species Thrawn completely underestimated, and he paid the price for it. I understand that this is simply an adaptation of the character, but why do an adaptation of an emotionally complex character and make him paper thin and shallow, remove all of his depth, and then kill him off before he really has the chance to do anything, ensuring that no other storytellers in the rest of the canon will ever be able to do this character justice going forward. As Ezra storms Thrawn's bridge, the brilliant master stroke of his plan is revealed. The Purgle swarm into Lothal.
This has Bridger written all over it.
Wolf, who famously knows Ezra super well, as an incredibly bold fuck you to the fans who spent the series complaining about filler, the finale revolves around Mart Matten of the Iron Squadron summoning the Purgle, the 2 most hated filler episodes congealing to become the end-all be-all solution to save the day in the end.
If you go all the way back to season 2 and some of that feeling of like, oh, filler, right?
Right? Not been filler.
And I think hopefully people will feel as we get to the very end of the season that none of it was filler.
Apparently, by broadcasting on a specific frequency, you can call up the whales. Did he say, hey whales, Ezra needs you, and they came? Or did the frequency just attract them like a mating call? How did Ezra know about this frequency? It's never been set up before. Mart basically fills the same story role as Wedge, the quirky little himbo pilot. Season 3 spent so much time setting up Wedge. You'd think structurally it would make a lot more sense for Wedge to be the one leading this little side mission to collect the Purgle. But they made it Mart Matten as a statement, a takedown of the fans who complained about filler at the expense of the show itself, and god damn it, I respect it. The utter audacity of this climax was so funny to me at the time that it made my hatred for Mart Matten melt away. I've been proudly indifferent to him ever since. Somehow all of these whales now grab Thrawn's flagship, like mini arms in a cold embrace as Bendu predicted back in 0 Hour. Ezra hits the same pose as Kanan, and all of the whales leap into hyperspace, taking Ezra and Thrawn God knows where. I think it's a satisfying, cool way to bring Ezra off the board prior to A New Hope, while explaining Thrawn's absence in the original trilogy but keeping the door open for him to return later in the timeline. They even reference that Captain Pellaeon's on this flagship somewhere.
Get Captain Pellaeon.
Ezra sacrificed himself to save Lothal, even if I have to admit it makes no sense whatsoever, because why did the whales grab all of the Star Destroyers and pull it into hyperspace, and how could Ezra have possibly known they would do that? After escaping from the Emperor, why did Ezra burst onto Thrawn's bridge? Why not run for an escape pod so that you can survive the space whales grabbing the Star Destroyer? Why is Ezra shooting up 100 stormtroopers but stop short of shooting Thrawn? Is it because he knows Thrawn is a named character? Why were the space whales necessary? Couldn't you have just shot Thrawn in the head using the gun in your hand you've already been using to shoot people in the head and then run off to an escape pod? Ezra, why did you need to sacrifice yourself? Is it because you knew you were not supposed to be in the original trilogy? Do you think this pathetic unnamed extra feels safer with Ezra out of the galaxy? The rebels put out an alert for all Imperial forces on the entire planet to retreat into this one building, then flee and activate the Protocol 13 evacuation process. The dome blasts into the air. Then Saw Gerrera activates explosives and murders thousands upon thousands of unarmed and unsuspecting Imperials. Oh no, sorry, Saw Gerrera doesn't do that. The main characters do.
You break every rule of engagement.
Lothal is fully liberated from the Empire, but I have to confess that doesn't feel as satisfying as it could have because that had never come up as a possibility or goal before. The show spent 2 full seasons with the sole and only goal of destroying Thrawn's TIE Defender factory. Then Governor Pryce just did that by accident. And then the characters apparently decided off-screen with 4 episodes left that liberating the planet was now their objective. Think about the logistics of this. The stormtroopers and Imperial forces were living on this planet for years as they occupied it. They realistically would have had lives here, friends here, maybe spouses here. Imagine being a woman on Lothal who falls for an Imperial officer, has a well-paying job that puts food on the table, then he gets an evacuation order and decides to leave you to return to his large dome, and then he fucking explodes in front of you. Would you be cheering because he was evil? You better. This is the final shot we get of all our characters together. The 4 surviving leads, Rex, Callus, and Mart Matten of the Iron Squadron. Why is he in this shot? We transition into a long closing monologue from Sabine, still the holder of Ezra's lightsaber many years in the future. The Empire never returned to take Lothal because they had bigger fish to fry after the destruction of the Death Star. Rex and Hera served in the Battle of Endor, and Hera gave birth to Kanan's child, Jun Syndulla, for some reason named after Han Solo's son who fell to the dark side in Legends and was the basis for Kylo Ren. I'm not sure what the point of that homage was, but okay. It puts into perspective how brave Hera was throughout the whole season. Crashing into orbit in an X-Wing, raiding the Imperial capital, she was pregnant and putting her child's life at risk for the Greater Rebellion. Thank God their completely different alien species were biologically compatible. What would happen if Kanan was in love with like a female Ithorian or like this beautiful slug called Claude? Would they have been able to have a child? Who knows?
After the war, Zeb took Callus along the secret hyperspace path to the planet Lyrasan, a world where he was welcome as one of them.
After the war, Otto Frank invited Hitler to live in Switzerland. What a wild thing for Zeb to do. Did he get permission from everyone on the planet? If even one Lasat takes issue with this, all it would take is the purchase of a sniper rifle to take care of that problem. What if Callus's newfound proximity to Lasat reignites his bloodlust, and it starts again? Sabine lives out her days on Lothal, replicating the opening scene of the series. She studies a mural she's painted before Ahsoka arrives, and the 2 of them, who mind you have never interacted before, set out in search of Ezra beyond the galaxy. We also reveal that after all this time, Dave Filoni was the voice of Chopper, and just like that, Star Wars Rebels is over. In my old childhood files, I also found this massive list tracking speaking versus non-speaking appearances of every class of infantry in the entire show, but this would not translate well to a graph because it'd be more incomprehensible than the ones that we already have. Star Wars Rebels was followed up by the incredibly short-lived Star Wars Resistance, which was cancelled abruptly to the surprise of the writers for an apparent new direction for Lucasfilm Animation, which was returning to their old direction. Only 4 months after Rebels ended, it was announced that the Clone Wars would return for one final half-length season in 2020, finally giving us the Siege of Mandalore, which was so unbelievably good that it overcame over a decade of fan nostalgia to become the almost universal consensus pick for best arc of the show. We got to see Gar Saxton in his original role, and little things tie the universe together like mentions of Fulcrum or Ursa Wren. Growing up at church, there was a young adult youth leader who was assigned to be my outreach guy, and every week he'd pick me up and we go to lunch and we talk about Star Wars The Clone Wars and our enthusiasm for it. So when The Clone Wars was announced to return, I remember texting him so ecstatically. Then that was the last conversation we ever had because a few months later he was indicted for 9 felony sex crimes with a minor. I'm so glad I was forced to be in that environment every Sunday morning and Wednesday night. It's almost impossible for me to think about The Clone Wars without thinking about this guy. He's been echoing through my brain for months while making this video. Since then, Lucasfilm Animation has returned to giving us stories that seemingly have the same budget and resources, and most of all tone, of Star Wars The Clone Wars. It seems that half-decade of endless complaints in the comment section of Rebels got the message across loud and clear. This makes Star Wars Rebels and Resistance feel like an anomaly, and how childish they were, and how cheap their animation are. A contrast that's become immediately apparent as locations first designed for Rebels have come back in these other shows rendered vastly better. Rex is introduced in Rebels as Captain Rex.
Captain, 501st Clone Battalion.
But we learn he was promoted to Commander by Endor.
As did Commander Rex.
However, in the Clone Wars finale we eventually got, Rex gets promoted to Commander because logically, militarily, it makes sense.
We'll promote Rex to Commander and have him lead the new division.
But in order to rectify the bridge into Rebels, there's this throwaway line.
You'll be demoted in rank from Commander and subject to execution. Yeah, I didn't much like being a Commander anyway.
But that retroactively makes it so that Rex's happy ending promotion in Rebels isn't something he would enjoy. It's like they wanted Rex's story in the Clone Wars to end with him getting promoted to Commander. But then the Clone Wars was canceled, and so they put that ending in Rebels. But then they actually got to go back and end the Clone Wars, and they just said fuck it and promoted him again. While making this video, I got a comment pointing out that I overused the phrase firing on all cylinders. The only person in the history of my channel to observe this, and I realized, oh, I do say it a lot. I decided to double check this Rebels script to see if I used the phrase here too, and it turns out that I didn't, because Star Wars Rebels was never really firing on all cylinders. It's a series I came away liking less than I did as a kid, and as a kid I was constantly frustrated by its writing and how big of a step down it was from the previous show. I'm honestly not sure if it's worthy of the cultural reevaluation it's gotten. I think people just hate the new stuff coming out so much that it makes them blind to the flaws of the old stuff that they also hated when it was coming out. Because Clone Wars was cut short, Rebels was caught up in this whirlwind of trying to continue it. It was appreciated at the time, but in the modern day when there's a new Clone Wars spin-off on Disney Plus every year, it feels like Rebels would have been better off as its own self-contained thing. But the show would also be unbelievably worse if it didn't have that Ahsoka Vader Maul stuff. That was the highlight of the series, and that's the problem, isn't it? The best, most fondly remembered parts of Rebels were moments that just continued the Clone Wars. To be frank, and I feel bad saying this, but with the full picture laid out for us, I would have far rather had the Clone Wars air its final 3 seasons as originally intended. Let these character stories conclude in the original context they were designed for, rather than hijacking a lower budget series to make it happen. General Grievous was gonna say GERF! The whole show was building up to that! I'll always have a fondness for Rebels, but the Clone Wars deserved the chance to finish its run, and as great as the Siege of Mandalore was, the overall 7th season we got was definitely a compromised version of the ending of Clone Wars. It deserved a lot more episodes. This was by far the most excited I've been in a very long time to make a retrospective, and by far the easiest time I've ever had writing a video this long in the whole history of my channel. I think breaking out of the monotonous Disney sitcom cage was liberating. While making this video, I found my passion for Star Wars getting reignited. And for the first time in over half a decade, I cared. But then The Mandalorian and Grogu came out, and I saw the reviews, and I was like, oh, okay. Never mind. So thankfully, I will probably never think about Star Wars again after this video's done. Let me know if you want me to do the Ahsoka show though. My next video is KC Undercover, hooray! The Clone Wars took place between episodes 2 and 3, following the adventures of Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Padme. When Rebels was first announced, I assumed as a kid that it would follow the adventures of Luke, Han, and Leia between episode 4 and 5. And part of me thinks this would be a very fun animated series for Lucasfilm to pursue. Imagine a series in the spirit of the 1970s Marvel comic, as Luke, Han, Leia, R2, Chewie, and 3PO, the Angry Birds Star Wars cast, the OGs, go on random adventures, battle bounty hunters, and have run-ins with Darth Vader and Boba Fett. Not just battling the Empire every week, since Rebels proved that gets old. Is it a fully necessary story to tell? No, but neither is Maul Shadow Lord, and they still made that. You could bring back the weird rabbit. Imagine they go to Naboo, and Han's like, wow, princess, this lady looks just like you. And Leia's like, oh, shut up, Han. Meanwhile, Luke meets someone, and he's like, you knew my father? Misa knew Annie. You could have a Luke and Jar Jar adventure. Imagine if Luke met Rex. He would be so excited to meet someone who served with his father. Luke should learn at some point that there was a Jedi named Ezra who got taken by space whales like a week before he showed up to the rebellion. Explore how Han met Hondo to set up the fully canon Millennium Falcon ride at Disneyland. Maybe even throw in Talon Card and Mara Jade while you're at it. Show Mara Jade in her prime as the Emperor's Hand as a recurring villain in the same vein as the Inquisitors. Luke should dip Mara Jade in a passionate embrace and say, Mara Jade, you're the heir to my empire.
I will mend this old wound.
You could give it this badass theme song like Luke, Han, and Leia, Lando 2, R2 and Chewie, join the crew. We'll workshop it. Disney has spent so much of its canon building the world of the Galactic Civil War, and why not let your franchise's actual main characters explore that universe? Imagine if Luke, Han, and Leia ran into one of these things. That'd be the scariest day of their lives. I know I just complained for 5 hours about Rebels being used interchangeably as Star Wars the show. And you might be thinking, isn't that exactly what you're pitching here? But the thing here